Chapter 1 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. A note before we start. In these travels in Europe, I shall ask you to explore a new continent. The old Europe died with the World War, and then a new Europe was born. It did not rise phoenix-like from the ashes, but is still in its swaddling clothes, sprawling about on the floor and trying to grow. Like our own dear babies at home, it shows new aspects each day, and the changes are many and frequent. The social conditions are different. The new woman is rising to an equal plane with the man, and the new man thinks and acts differently from what he did in the past. The nations have new relations to us, and in spirit and fact we are fast becoming part and parcel with them, sharing in their troubles and borrowing the features in which they excel. Our social and business relations are growing closer, and, with railway, steamship, and airplane joined to telegraph, cable, and radio, the world is becoming more and more one vast family where distance apart cuts no figure. And so we are going abroad to visit our cousins on the other side of the water. We have the largest ship ever built, and it will take us only 6 days to cross the Atlantic. Wakefield in his trips from the blue bed to the brown. Landing in France, we shall hire automobiles and move at will over the country, now on the farms, now in the cities, and now on the battlefields where our troops took a live part in the World War. We shall spend some time in Paris and other industrial centers, and then cross over to visit our busy Belgian friends. We shall stop a while in Brussels and Antwerp, go out to see the new library of Louvain, built by Americans, and pass through historic Bruges and Ghent. Our first view of Holland will be from an airplane, after which we shall come down to earth and take trips along the tree-lined canals, inspecting the wonders of Amsterdam, Rotterdam, The Hague, and the quaint villages of the Zuider Zee. A step farther will bring us to the low, flat lands of the Danes, with its luxuriant pastures, helpful hens, and cooperative farms. We shall visit Copenhagen, the seaport guarding the Baltic, and then go northward to the fjords of the Scandinavian peninsula. Here we shall stop in Christiania, the capital of Norway, and motor a while through its woods and farms before going to Sweden, where our journey ends in Stockholm, the island city of Europe. In these travels, as always, I have tried not to philosophize and do not predict. I have attempted only to give plain, homely pictures of what I have seen, and if these please the reader, I shall be amply repaid. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. A modern Columbus. I feel that I am the modern Columbus. At the end of the 15th century, the great Genoese started west across the Atlantic and discovered America. In the youth of the 20th century, I am starting across the Atlantic to discover the new world of Europe. Columbus had a fleet of 3 little vessels. His flagship, the Santa Maria, was only 90 feet long and 20 feet wide, and its displacement was about 35 tons. My ship is the Majestic, the biggest boat that has plowed the sea since God divided the waters. It is more than double the length of the Ark of old Noah and thrice its depth from the hurricane deck to the keel. It is just about 1,700 times the size of the flagship of Columbus. To be exact, it has 56,000 gross tonnage, is 956 feet long, 100 feet wide, and a little more than 100 feet deep. But figures mean nothing except to an Einstein, an Isaac Newton, or a Humphrey Davy. Let me give you some concrete comparisons. Take the Woolworth Building in Lower New York. Let the genie who moved Aladdin's palace in the wink of an eye lift it up and lay it lengthwise beside us out here in mid-ocean. The Majestic is almost 200 feet longer, and its cubic contents are, I should say, greater. When the Central Park obelisk was brought from Egypt to New York, it filled the steamer on which it was carried. You could put the Washington Monument, the greatest of all obelisks, on the deck of the Majestic, and there would still be 200 feet between its aluminum tip and the prow, and a like distance from its base to the stern. Noah's Ark, estimating the cubit at 18 inches, was 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, and the Bible says it had only 3 stories. This flagship of mine has 9 decks, and if a 10-story apartment house could be built on its keel, the roof would not reach the base of the smokestacks. 2 such arks could be laid lengthwise inside the Majestic, and there would still be 3 decks above and 3 decks below. The captain tells me it takes a 9-mile walk to see all of the ship. I am sure he is right, for I make a Sabbath day's journey every time I go from my room to my meals. Just an item or so to emphasize these dimensions. Take a look at the great anchors which are dropped to steady the ship in the harbors. Beside them, the anchors of Columbus's ships were fishhooks. Indeed, the Majestic anchors might serve as fishhooks for the gods, the lines being cables of wrought steel, each link of which could encircle a Georgia melon. The Majestic has 1 anchor at each side of her prow, and a third, the largest of all, sticks right out of the nose of the ship. Their total weight is 35 tons, and their stems are twice the thickness of a telegraph pole. In order to show you their size, I have had myself photographed standing on the biggest one. It is so heavy that it would take 30 horses to haul it over the road. I am out in the open on the prow of the ship, hanging, as it were, in the air, higher above the keel than the roof of a 6-story building, 40 feet below the hurricane deck, and 60 feet above the level of the blue sea below. I am not a human fly, and I will leave it to your imagination as to how the picture was taken. Columbus made his famous journey with sails. This ship is driven by turbines that equal the power of 100,000 horses, all working at once. Take out your watch and feel its weight. Mine weighs 5 ounces. This ship weighs 56,000 tons, and every bit of it is built like a watch. I went in an elevator with the chief engineer down through story after story of the marvelous machinery, and put my hands on the steel wheel that controls the mighty force speeding the Majestic through the waves faster than a racehorse can trot. We are making 25 miles an hour as I write, and our possible speed is 30 or more. Still, with a twist of the wrist I could stop the ship, and with another twist start it going. The captain on the bridge has a thought, and the touch of a button will turn this machinery as he directs. The Majestic is now cutting the billows at a mile every 2 minutes, a rate that would take away the breath of Columbus. He sailed from the Canary Islands to the West Indies in 33 days. The first time I crossed the Atlantic to Europe, I took the largest steamer afloat. That was in my salad days before my red mustache had sprouted. We were 8 days going from New York to Liverpool. Today, about the same trip has been made by airplane in 24 hours, while the Majestic has made the passage between New York and Cherbourg in 5 days, 6 hours, and 13 minutes. Were I the Witch of Endor, I would raise the spirit of Columbus as she called for that of Samuel for Saul, and I venture that Columbus, when he saw the wonders surrounding him on this great ship, would be more disquieted than was that old prophet of Israel. I should like to show Columbus what makes the force that drives the Majestic. It is a power that was unknown until almost 400 years after the Santa Maria was launched. It is oil, drawn from the rocky bowels of old Mother Earth. We have 8,000 tons of it aboard, and are burning more than 30 tons every hour, or a half ton a minute. The oil is sprayed into the furnaces, and the turning of a screw starts the flow. If the ship were fueled like the old-style 20th century steamer, it would need 500 additional men to shovel in the coal and dump out the ashes. Fuel oil is now used on all the great liners. It propels ships of our Navy from submarines to super dreadnoughts. And it is the need of such oil that is causing the struggle between the powers for the control of the petroleum fields of the world. I should like to see the ghost of Columbus looking at the magic lights on this steamer. We have 15,000 incandescent bulbs that shine every night, and there are great golden globes set into the ceilings of the palm court, the ballroom, and the dining room. A city of 40,000 people could be supplied with lights by our dynamos, and almost every one of these golden golf balls gives out more light rays than all the grease pots or lamps of fish oil which tried vainly to conquer the darkness of the Santa Maria. Electricity is the slave of the lamp on the Majestic. It makes the sun shine at midnight. It does also the cooking and the heating. It runs the elevators from deck to deck, and in case we strike an iceberg or collide with another ship, it will drop the lifeboats down to the sea. It will close in an instant the many watertight doors of the vessel. This electricity even penetrates the waters of the swimming tank, turning their emerald green into the richest of gold, and making the pretty girl bathers look like so many ivory mermaids as they play about in its rays. Indeed, excepting the lifeboats, there is hardly a thing aboard this vessel that suggests the ships of Columbus. The huge monster is made of steel, and its armor is a steel shell about as thick as your thumb, which keeps out the water. At the level of the sea and below, this shell is double, with an airspace between so large that a big dog could crawl through it. But higher up there is only the single steel skin enclosing the vast complexity of machinery and furnishings. There is nothing on the steamer that recalls the bluff old skipper and the sailors of the days of John and Sebastian Cabot and Americus Vespucius. The captain of this ship is a retired commodore of the British Navy who has been knighted by his king. Notwithstanding his titles, he is more simple and unpretentious than the steward who takes care of my room. I have chatted with Sir Bertram on the bridge and in the chart room, and he has no more fuss and feathers about him than any of the other efficient captains I have met in a lifetime of travel. And now let us look at the parlors. When one walks up the gangway of the modern liner, he comes into a floating hotel, with elevators that glide noiselessly up and down, with walls of ivory whiteness, and with frescoed and decorated ceilings upheld by great columns like marble. On B deck, 8 stories above the steel keel, there are 3 spacious rooms that run the width of the steamer and cover the length of a short city block. They are walled with plate glass windows looking out upon the wide sea. These rooms are from 26 to 30 feet high and are fitted up with furniture worth a king's ransom. At one end is the palm court, filled with real palms whose fronds kiss the ceiling. They are set in tubs as big as hogsheads and are bedded in flowers growing out of the earth around their roots. Indeed, Columbus might sit among these tropical trees and imagine himself in the West Indies. Beyond the palm court is a restaurant where, if he is not satisfied with the table d'hôte in the dining room 3 decks below, one can dine at $1 a bite. Opposite, across a wide lobby, is the lounge, which is almost as long as was the deck of the Santa Maria. At one end of the lounge is a stage large enough to accommodate 12 musicians, and there the orchestra plays for the dances that we have every evening. It is for all the world like the supper room of a New York hotel, with a big dancing space in the center. At night, 300 or 400 people sit in the upholstered chairs on the red velvet carpet that surrounds the dance floor, and men in evening dress and richly clad women move over the floor. That is one of the scenes I should like to show to Columbus. The gowns worn by the dancers are as a rule of silk or filmy chiffon. The stuffs are so sheer that a full dress weighs less than a pound. But that dress is worth more than its weight in gold. If anyone should doubt this, here are the figures. An ounce of gold is worth $20, and a pound, avoirdupois, would be 16 times that, or $320. Many of the gowns seen on this floor every night cost more, and yet one might squeeze them up in one hand and ram them into a tumbler. Nevertheless, some of the girls on this ship don a new dress every evening. But all this is vanity. In the words of King David, yea, it is lighter than vanity. Christopher Columbus, with the odor of the salt junk and slumgullion of 4 centuries ago in his nostrils, would be more interested in the housekeeping arrangements of this mighty ocean hotel. I shall take his spirit with me down a half-dozen stories and show him the kitchens, the butchers and the bakers, and the storerooms filled with supplies enough to feed fat these 5,000 people who have brought their greedy stomachs aboard. I have not space to tell how Columbus cooked for his men, but the ranges for preparing the chops and the steaks on this vessel are as big as a dining table seating a dozen, and are kept red hot by electricity. In addition, there are the open fires for cooking roasts and game upon spits, as it was done by Robin Hood and his band in Sherwood Forest before the days of Columbus. And there are great steel kettles for soup, each of which holds as much as a bathtub and breathes out steam like a factory. The spirit of Columbus would see 100 lamb chops on the stove at one time, and in the bake shops biscuits and rolls shoveled out of ovens into baskets each holding 4 bushels. The Majestic cooks 6,000 pounds of meat every day. It bakes its own bread, mixing a barrel of flour at a kneading, and it cuts the bread by machinery so fast that one loaf of 72 slices was chopped up in just 30 seconds by the ticks of my watch. I despair of describing the storerooms. One of them has 6,000 wild birds hung up in a temperature 12 degrees below freezing. As I shivered among them, the steward told me he had on hand 1,000 quail, 1,000 pheasants, and 500 snipe. His partridges number 750, to say nothing of 500 wild ducks, ptarmigan and grouse, and genuine Egyptian quail, which I dare say are of the same family as those which fed the Israelites in their Sinai wanderings. I had one of these quail for breakfast this morning. It made me think of a reed bird. It was about as big as the hand of a baby. But let us leave the kitchens and give the ghost of Columbus a look at the linen rooms. The weekly laundry of a ship like this would cover the Santa Maria so that it would be only a needle and a haystack of linen. If it were spread out on the fields of your farm, it would cover every inch of 50 acres. And if upon the roofs of New York, it would make white hundreds, yes, thousands of houses. If hung upon clotheslines, there would float in the breeze 8,000 bedspreads, 10,000 blankets, and 77,000 towels. There would be also 10,000 tablecloths, 45,000 napkins, and more than 5,000 aprons required for the cooks and stewards, as well as doilies and ship's lingerie of one kind and another. The blanket stretched on one line would reach 15 miles, the sheets 16 miles, and the tablecloths and napkins just about as far as from Washington to Baltimore. No washing is done on the ship, yet none of the table linen is used more than once. I don't know what the weekly wash costs, but I am sure it is at one with the other expenses of a great modern steamship. The liner de luxe floats upon dollars, and the thousands of us who cross the Atlantic must pay the bills. These boats are the last word in luxurious travel. The Majestic, for instance, has a suite costing $7,000, and its occupants pay for their passage at the rate of about $50 an hour for 6 days spent on the water. For the price of a working man's house, they get a drawing room, a sun porch, 2 bedrooms, a maid's room, and 3 baths. The charge includes passage for 4 persons. Indeed, I can tell you that it takes much more money to go to Europe these days than it did only a decade ago. Then the minimum first-class fare on the great ocean liners was $125, and there were comfortable ships from New York to Liverpool with a minimum charge of $75. I have crossed on a second-class liner, that is, a steamer without any first class, for $55, and I once came from London to New York on such a ship for $35. On that trip I had room, board, and the voyage for $3.50 a day, or less than the room rate at any of our best city hotels. Today, the minimum first-class passenger on a liner de luxe is around $275, and that of the second class is $150 or more. And besides, there are an infinite number of incidental expenses. We have more than 2,000 passengers aboard, and I venture 1,200 at least have paid $1.50 for the use of a deck chair. At that rate, on every voyage, the ship will net $1,800 for its chairs alone. Think of paying $275 as the rent of a furnished home on the ocean for 6 days, and then being charged $1.50 to sit on your veranda. Furthermore, I have been told that I am expected to give $2 more as a fee to the deck steward who folds up this chair every night and unfolds it again in the morning. He does not even move it about, for each passenger is given a place for his chair and is expected to stick to it. And then the other fees that the steamship publicity literature informs the traveler are proper during the voyage. We are told that the average passenger on a big liner is expected to spend $30 in tips. The table steward will be satisfied with a $5 bill, although some pay half as much more or even twice as much. The room steward's fee is another $5. The bath steward should have 25 cents every time you take a bath. The library steward must have quite as much for each book and sheet of note paper he fetches, and the smoking room steward expects a percentage on your profits at pool betting or poker and the cost of your drinks. The elevator boys count on 75 cents to $1 each. The lounge steward hopes for a bit more, and none but a penny pincher would think of refusing $1 or so for the band. I forgot to mention the dog steward, who takes care of your bull terrier or police dog in the kennels on board. We have a score of such passengers, some of them with longer pedigrees than those of their masters. One ought to give a fee also to the attendant who chalks out the diagrams for shuffleboard or stretches the net across which one plays tennis with his inamorata of the voyage. A fee is also due to the lady swimming instructor, if you are of her sex, and if not, you hand over a sum to the muscular, half-naked masseur who rubs you down after your plunge in the pool. The physical director in charge of the gymnasium on the hurricane deck also has an itching palm, and there is a multitude of others whose hungry eyes will fairly hypnotize the dollars out of your pockets as you are leaving the ship. Speaking of money, how the heart of Columbus would swell if he could see the fortune seemingly squandered under his eyes. You remember his trials and disappointments in persuading Queen Isabella of Spain to finance his adventure? The Queen kept him waiting for years, and in despair he had left the court on his mule for France when he was brought back with the word that she would furnish the money. And do you know how much she put up? All told, the cash was only $67,500, a little more than small change for the millionaire financier of today. She took this amount from her own treasury and borrowed $60,000 additional, making her total investment $126,500. Added to this, Columbus put in about an eighth part of the whole, and $80,000 was subscribed by the citizens of Palos, the port from which the fleet started forth on that memorable voyage. The ships and their outfits cost $236,000. I take these figures from Fiske's The Discovery of America, and he believes them too large. They comprise the total expense of that trip of discovery. Now let me give you some ideas to the cost of my flagship, the Majestic. It was constructed by the Germans at much lower wages than those of today, and if built now would cost between $20 and $25 million. In order to pay any kind of profit on the investment, she must earn for every round trip nearly twice the cost of the fleet which Columbus took across the Atlantic. This ship can hardly last more than 25 years, so that in addition to its ordinary profits, it has to earn enough to cover a depreciation of about $1 million a year. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Our Mortgage on France. Cherbourg on the English Channel is the French port of call for all the American lines, and we stepped out in France within less than 6 days after leaving New York. Most of our passengers went by rail to Paris direct, a comfortable trip of a few hours, but I have come across country to Havre to start my motor car journeys at the mouth of the Seine. This port is the natural gateway for freight from the Atlantic not only to Paris, but to all France, Switzerland, southwestern Germany, and the countries beyond. It vies with Marseille in its tonnage, and upon its docks are landed more than 3/4 of the cotton and the bulk of the machinery, fuel oil, and breadstuffs we sell to the French. The sugar of Cuba, the coffee of Puerto Rico and Brazil, the silk and other goods brought from the Orient through the Panama Canal, and grain and hides from South America come here. A fishing village in the times of the Romans, Havre began its development when Francis I was king, but it was built up largely by Napoleon Bonaparte. It is now one of the well-equipped entrepôts of Western Europe. The entrance to the harbor is narrow and easily fortified, but within are 200 acres of great basins where the huge vessels can lie at the wharves and discharge their cargoes into the warehouses, or load them on trains or canal boats for all parts of Europe. The distance to Paris by the Seine is only 123 miles, and a caravan of boats and barges is always moving that way. The city has 8 miles of docks, including one reserved for private yachts, and a dry dock more than 1,000 feet long and deep enough to accommodate vessels drawing 44 feet. It has also a floating dry dock taken from the Germans at the close of the World War, and such good port facilities that it will steadily grow. But before we start on our travels, I want you to look at France as an American asset. By our loans of the World War, we hold a mortgage upon her of more than $4 billion. This money came out of your pocket and mine when we put our savings into the Liberty bonds to meet the interest upon which we shall keep on paying taxes for a long time to come. The sum of our loan to France is so large that it equals $200 from every family in the United States, and as good business people, we ought to know the security upon which our mortgage is based. If you had a $200 mortgage on a lot or farm in your neighborhood, would you not want to look at the property and know something about the man or woman to whom you made the loan? That is just our position as to France, and that is what I would have you remember in reading these chapters on France as I find her. To begin with, what is France, by and large, and just where does it lie? I shall first take up the Republic in Europe, for that is the heart of your mortgage. France in Europe, with Alsace and Lorraine and the other patches it got as a result of the war, contains a little more than 200,000 square miles. It is just about equal to Ohio, Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, and Missouri put together. It is more than 1/15 as big as the main body of the United States, and it is a very respectable part of all the dry land on the globe. The scientists have measured the globe, and I figure that if the dry land were all gathered together into one block and divided into 260-acre farms, 1 acre in every one of these farms would belong to France in Europe. But now let us take in addition the colonial possessions, including those added to France by the World War. Put them together and they equal more than 5 million square miles. They are about 1/11 of all the land on the earth, so that if the division were made into 11-acre fields, France would own 1 acre in every such field. Our mortgage grows better and better. France has in Asia alone a country more than 10 times as large as South Carolina. She has in Guyana on the north coast of South America and in the West Indies more land than in 10 states the size of Pennsylvania, and her little islands in the Pacific Ocean are larger than Massachusetts and Rhode Island combined. Her biggest possessions are in Africa, where she has, including the vast areas she got from the Germans, almost 1/3 more territory than is comprised in the whole continent of Europe, and more than 1.5 times as much land as we have in the United States, not including Alaska. Although there are large tracts of fertile soil in colonial France, some of her colonies are not of great value. I have set my foot upon nearly every one of them, and much of the land is not worth more than a sand spit on the ocean. The desert of Sahara, although it has oases which combined are equal in area to the state of Ohio, is for the most part barren, and the jungles of the French Congo and the overflowed lands of Cambodia at the mouth of the Saigon River are not very much better. Much of the soil of these colonies is in such a poor condition and occupied by such semi-civilized and mixed peoples, black, brown, and yellow, that I should not like to see Uncle Sam take them over in lieu of his mortgage. Besides, they are scattered far and wide over the world, with stormy oceans between. It is different with this France from where I am writing. Indeed, if the gods should order a cannibal feast and served up old Mother Earth as the pièce de résistance, France would be the best slice of the tenderloin roast. She is protein all the way through. Or, if I may be allowed to change the figure, she is one of the great clots of cream on the skim milk of the globe. Moreover, her position is such that the cream can be taken and made to bring easy money. Situated here at the crossroads of Europe, with England just over the way and perhaps soon to be joined to her by a tunnel under the Channel, with Holland, Belgium, Scandinavia, and Germany as northern customers, and with Switzerland, Italy, and Spain ready to buy at the south, France is besides only 6 days from America over the main traveled ocean highways. And now let us test the cream for the butter fat it contains. It is so rich that I could fill a chapter of this book in describing each globule. With the new territories she got by the Treaty of Versailles, France obtained more coal, iron, and water power. Her citizens are of the thriftiest and most industrious of the human race. The soil of France is so fertile and so well farmed that it has been feeding the people since Julius Caesar invaded Gaul. Germany and England are dependent on their imports of foodstuffs from abroad, and today the British are really spoon-fed by us. If the New World stopped her supplies of bread and meat for 3 months, the fat body of John Bull would shrink to a shadow. Before the war, France raised 94% of her oats and about all of her sugar. Within a few years after the war, her yield of wheat per acre was the highest ever noted in the country, and the crop was much better than the average annual production just preceding the German invasion. Another important item in figuring the value of the French obligations to us is the thrift of the people. There is no nation that gets more out of its soil. The French lead the world as good farmers. Every crop they produce grows more to the acre than is grown on land of the same character in any part of the United States. Where our farmers average only 14 bushels of wheat the United States over, the French raise 20 bushels on land that is no richer. Not a square inch goes uncultivated. I rode 200 miles yesterday, and I could number on my fingers and toes the fences I passed. The waste of our fence corners with the unused space on each side is eliminated. I believe that if France had the land of our fence corners, she would raise enough from it to pay 5% annually on the vast amount she owes us. Even the roadways are made to yield money. There are no brush nor weeds lining the highways. There are no cattle running at large. The grass beside the roads is cut with a scythe and used for feed, and nearly every road grows trees of one kind or another, each of which is made to earn its own living. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Through Normandy by motor car. Our trip from the Channel to Paris is taken while the harvest is ripening. Most of the way is through Normandy, a land given up to meadows, grain, fruit, and stock raising. The country is one crazy quilt of agricultural riches, the patches of which are sewed together with hedges of the greenest of green. The patches are represented by wheat, oats, hay, and alfalfa, which are interspersed with orchards and truck gardens near the big towns. The fields are clean except for the bright red poppies showing here and there out of the green. There is no wasteland anywhere. The soil has been tickled and it laughs with the harvest. Here they are cutting the hay, using great scythes as in the days of our forefathers. They load the hay into carts drawn by huge Norman horses, or put it up in symmetrical cocks that are twice as tall as those of our farmers and will surely shed rain. I notice especially the cattle and the sheep. They pepper the meadows with white and black spots, growing smaller and smaller as they near the horizon. Normandy is one of the best cattle regions of France. From its milk comes the Camembert cheese, and the province is a big dairy for both Paris and London. As I look, I am reminded that France is now raising enough meat to feed almost her whole people. I see fine oxen hauling carts over the roads, and am told that Brittany has record cows which produce from 5 to 7 pounds of butter per week. I have not had a bit of bad butter during any of my travels in France. And now take a look out of the tail of your eye as we fly in our motor car through some of the farming lands of the once devastated regions. In another chapter we shall go leisurely, stopping the automobile where we please, to study the country. This is just a snapshot. We are riding at something less than 1 mile per minute through what I believe to be the most wonderful agricultural display on the face of the globe. I have seen nothing like it in other parts of Europe or in North America, South America, or Asia. The country is one great blanket of crops, without fences or weeds or any marked divisions to separate the fields, and the different shades of green alone show where one ends and the next one begins. All seem to be equally rich. Every patch is like the best show acre of one of our agricultural experiment stations, and this is so of fields, small and large, and for hundreds of miles on each side of the roadway. The wonderful roads make our travel easy. Centuries before railroads had been invented, and long before America was discovered, the kings of France began to build highways. It is now more than 500 years since the country first had public roads, and a regular service for the inspection and repair of its bridges. It has been building roads from that time to this, and has enough inside the Republic, if joined together, to reach from the earth to the moon, with sufficient left over to make 8 Lincoln highways clear round the globe. The national roads of France could reach almost round the earth at the equator, and its state roads, or those kept up by the departments, could the Atlantic be bridged, might form 6 lines of communication between New York and Paris, each wide enough for 2 motor cars to pass. The country roads alone measure 375,000 miles. On all this great road system there are no tolls to pay. It makes me blush when I think of my motor rides over the ruts from my country place in Virginia, where there is a toll gate every 5 miles, and no toll is less than 25 cents. This is in the Blue Ridge Mountains, almost within sight of the Washington Monument. I have ridden around Paris within a like radius of the Eiffel Tower, and no tolls are charged. The roads are like stone floors evenly laid, and one can go on high over the steepest of hills. Everywhere I go I see great piles of crushed stone laid up on the roadsides. I say laid up, for the stones, or broken rocks, are of even sizes, and they are stacked in pyramids or wind rows, each stone seeming to have its particular place. Stray bits of stone are not allowed to cumber the roadway, which is kept as smooth as the paving on a street in the city. At intervals one sees also piles of Belgian blocks corded up. Each block is 4 times the size of an ordinary brick and is evenly cut. These blocks are used for the coping which walls each side of the road and keeps back the grass. Most of the new roads are of macadam on the old road bed, but there are also miles of these Belgian blocks laid together as on our brick roads in the States. In some places asphalt is used, but as a rule the highways are of stone or macadam. So far I have seen none of concrete. There are but few towns of the United States that have pavements as good as these country roads of the Republic of France. As a result, 1 or 2 horses or yoke of oxen can haul in a 2-wheeled cart twice the load of hay or grain drawn by a 4-horse team in America. France is issuing bonds for making these roads, in the belief that it pays a nation better to have debts and prosperous farmers rather than to have no debts while the farmers spend so much to get their goods to the markets that they are kept poor. Indeed, as Tristram Shandy would say, they do these things better in France. Another thing they do better is lining their highways with trees. In our motor car rides we go for miles between stately poplars, some of which are as big around as a flour barrel and as tall as a 4-story house. The branches of the trees meet above us, overshading the roadway, and we can look on and on between 2 walls of green to the patch of blue sky in the distance. Japan prides itself on the wonderful avenue which stretches for 15 miles along the road to the beautiful temples of Nikko. That road is shaded by giant cryptomerias. France has hundreds of avenues quite as wonderful, many of which recall to me the rows of royal palms in Rio de Janeiro, especially those of Rio's botanical gardens. One may still see the damage done these trees by the shells of the Germans, and it makes one's heart swell to ride through the battlefields now once more under crops. The trees are in fairly good condition for quite a distance. Then dead stumps ranging from the height of a man to that of a telephone pole break the symmetry of the line and scar the landscape. The tops of the stumps are like gigantic toothbrushes, for the wood was simply shredded by the shells of the big guns. But see, it is darkened. We are flying in our automobile over roads where the trees shut out the sun. There are woods at the right and the left, and the only breaks are long alleys or roads cut at regular intervals. We are passing through one of the great forests of France. How beautiful it is, how well kept, and how thrifty. There are no leaves on the ground, and the undergrowth of young trees is rich. Each one seems to be nursed. There are no broken limbs, and no logs clutter the earth. France has vast tracts of such forest, and square mile for square mile far more timber than the United States, notwithstanding the fact that not more than 100 years ago the eastern part of our country was covered with forests. We have been wasting our timber as a drunken sailor wastes money during his few hours on shore. France has been saving hers. She plants more trees every year and allows none to be cut until it is just right for the market. She will probably have a good hirsute covering of woods when Uncle Sam's head is as bald as an egg. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of France to Scandinavia. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. How France was made new. $90,000 for every family in Washington. $75,000 for everyone in Los Angeles. $55,000 for everyone in Cleveland or Boston. That is what each city would have could it divide up the sum France has spent in rebuilding since the World War left a great part of her country in ruins. The amount is more than 9,000 millions of dollars. It equals $3,000 for every soul in Chicago or Paris, $15,000 for every man, woman, and child in Buffalo, and more than that for every citizen of San Francisco or Pittsburgh. $9 billion means also an enormous amount of hard work. Had Adam had that sum when he started to earn his living by the sweat of his face, and had there been 1,000 additional men outside of the Garden of Eden, all endowed with perpetual life, he could have kept that gang working at $5 a day from then until now, and still have had enough over to pay himself good wages as boss. Had Methuselah had $9 billion when he was 69 years of age, he could have employed 10,000 men at $1,000 a year each for 9 centuries, reforming the world and perhaps preventing the flood in which at the age of 969 he was drowned. The money laid out equals $2,300 per acre for all of the 6,000 square miles of the devastated territory, and so far, I believe, almost every dollar has been honestly spent. One can see the results of the work in the substantial farms, houses, buildings, factories, and roads which will last for ages to come. France has mixed her money with brains and good business and has built well for the far future. Take the matter of forests. At the end of the war, 500,000 acres had to be replanted or repaired. 1/3 acres had been so utterly ravaged that it will require a half-century to bring them back to their normal. France is doing her reforestation on a gigantic scale. She has set out tens of thousands of trees. 100 million Douglas fir seeds, or enough to reforest 40,000 acres, were furnished by the president of the American Forestry Association. In the Somme department alone, the program involved planting 30,000 acres in new trees. For the last week I have been motoring over the region laid waste by the World War, dictating descriptions and making photographs of the new farms, new factories, and new buildings that have sprung phoenix-like from the ashes. I have had my secretary at my elbow taking my notes, and a young Harvard junior who got his early schooling in France interpreting my talk with the people. In addition, the government has given me a guide, an army officer who was wounded and gassed a dozen times by the Germans and who knows the battlefields as you know the palm of your hand. We started at Reims and rode back and forth, making many detours and going through Chateau Thierry, along the Chemin des Dames, by Soissons, St. Quentin, Arras, Albert, and a score of other cities and towns, traveling through the valleys of the Marne, the Aisne, the Oise, and the Somme, and ending our journey here at Lille in the department of the Nord. Some of the time we were so close to the frontier that I could have thrown a stone from France to Belgium, and again as far south as the Germans got in their rushes toward Paris. Before that I had traveled through other parts of the battlefields, so that I have, as it were, almost the whole of recreated France in my mind's eye. I said recreated France, for the country I have seen is a new France that has risen more rapidly out of the ruins than did San Francisco after the earthquake, or Chicago or Baltimore after their fires. We thought those works of rebuilding enormous. Compared to the great work that has been achieved here, they were like fitting together the toy house of a baby. The reconstruction is so vast and so rapid that I despair of making you realize the marvels that began to spring up even before the peace treaty was signed. Villages, cities, and factories appeared like magic where were the most terrible ruins. Mines, which were blown up and flooded, have been pumped out and are working again under the mighty shaft houses which have risen above them. Farms once cut up by shell holes and covered with a net of barbed wire are now smooth and as clean as your garden and laden with crops. New roads and railways now run where there were deep gashes and piles of twisted steel. Indeed, the work recalls that mighty event of thousands of years ago when God divided the light from the darkness and in the space of 6 days laid the foundations upon which man has been building since then. But before I describe what has been done, let me give you a glimpse of the region before the Germans began their work of destruction. In the first place, the devastated country runs through northern France, from the North Sea to the Rhine, reaching south almost to Paris. It comprises 6,000 square miles. It is 1/6 as big as Indiana and 2/3 the size of Massachusetts. It embraces 10 of the richest departments or states of the Republic of France and 1/36 of its territory. Divide France into fields of 36 acres each, and 1 acre in every field was fought over. Collect all its people, and 1 in every 6 lived in this battle-scarred region, and that 6th paid more than 16% of the taxes. The actual number was about twice as many people as there are in Philadelphia, or as many as there are in Chicago, Detroit, and Cleveland combined. To appreciate how dense was the population of this area, let us compare it with that of Indiana, which contains less than 3 million Hoosiers. You could multiply its population by 9, and it would still be less thickly settled than was this section before destruction fell upon it like a thunderbolt from the skies. We have more people to the acre in Rhode Island than in any other part of the Union. There are 600 for every square mile. These 10 departments had 800 per square mile, which equals a family of 5 for every 4 acres, and that notwithstanding the fact that there are, in our sense of the word, no large cities or towns. 4 of the states, or departments, were almost as busy as the region around Pittsburgh. They were beehives of factories and foundries, of steel works and glass works and great textile mills. From under their surface came 90% of the iron ore and more than half of all the coal produced by France. They made more than 3/4 of the pig iron. In the whole of the devastated region, not 1/10 as big as Missouri, there were 11,000 factories, out of which came 95% of the woolen goods and 60% of the cottons which France made for export and domestic consumption. This region produced also 7/10 of the beet sugar consumed by the people. It had more than 25,000 industrial establishments, representing 1/3 of the wealth of the French. In the mills, about 900,000 men were at work, and 150,000 men were employed in the mines. Several 100,000 were engaged in spinning and weaving. Now look at the conditions just after the armistice, when France began to count up its losses. When the Germans left, the population of the 10 departments had so shrunk that there were only 2 out of every 5 people left. Take 2 out of every family in Boston, Washington, Cincinnati, St. Louis, Cleveland, and Philadelphia, and those cities would be reduced to the condition of this territory at the close of the war. 1,000 communes, or counties, had been completely desolated, and 2,000 more had suffered great damage. Out of the whole, only 374 were left intact. In some of the departments, not a single village was spared, and in the 4 principal ones, 290,000 houses were completely demolished, 164,000 torn by projectiles, and more than 250,000 seriously injured in one way or another. One of the great calamities was the ruin of the water supply. These French villages relied largely on wells or hydrants on the corners of the streets. There is no running water in the home of the average French peasant. He goes to the village well or to the hydrant to get the water he drinks and uses in cooking. I have seen men, women, and children drawing water in every town I have passed through. In the devastated regions, about 30,000 wells had been totally destroyed. Over 25,000 had been poisoned, and more than 100,000 had to be cleaned up. In addition, it was necessary to clean out 5,000 acres of ponds and so many streams that if they were joined together they would fill a canal longer than the distance from Kansas City to Paris. Thousands of acres of farmlands were entangled in a network of barbed wire. Vast areas which had been plowed up by shells were as hilly as a prairie dog village, and other tracts had holes so big that each would make a grave for an elephant. The mass of earth thrown out would equal the cubic contents of our national capital at Washington. About 8,000,000 acres of land, 2/3 of which had been under the plow, were thought to be ruined. A huge territory had been sown with projectiles, some of them live shells which blew up and killed so many children who played about in the fields that when the work of reconstruction began, the little ones had to be guarded and kept away from the workers. The dugouts and the trenches formed a great network that had to be filled. There were 333 million cubic meters of these, enough to equal a ditch a yard wide, a yard deep, and more than 240,000 miles long. If old Mother Earth had a waste belt of dry land, you might have dug a ditch around her, 3 feet wide and 6 feet deep, and the work of filling that ditch would be just about 1/4 that of filling the dugouts left here in France. As to the roads, most of which had been in as good condition as the best tourist routes of New England, there were so many destroyed that joined together they would have made 10 automobile highways from New York to Seattle. On these roads about 5,000 bridges and viaducts were torn down and broken up, and of the magnificent trees lining the highways, vast numbers were cut off by shells, chopped down with the axe, or so battered that they looked like the dead forest in the dismal swamp of Virginia. The same sort of destruction befell the railways. Enough tracks to lay a road from Boston to the Mississippi River were torn up, and after the armistice 1,500 bridges and tunnels needed rebuilding. And now just a word as to the factories and mines. 2/3 of the coal pits of the departments of the Nord and Pas-de-Calais had been blown up or flooded, and 220 had to be bored over again. The concessions of Lens, Liévin, Courtrai, Marchand, and Drocourt had been totally ruined. Most of the power plants had been systematically plundered, and of 200 gas factories, 150 were damaged. 90% of the textile industries, valued at something like $10 million, were wiped out, and glassworks and chemical works to 4/5 that amount were destroyed. And so I might go on for an hour more giving you new figures of how France suffered in the war. The story is one horrible tale of devastation, such as the world has not seen since the 17th day of November, along about 2300 B.C., when God sent the flood and destroyed every living thing upon earth, excepting the men, birds, beasts, and creeping things corralled in the ark of old Noah. What we are more interested in is the work of recreation. This has gone on so rapidly that even the French do not realize the enormous changes that have taken place in the states through which I have toured. Large parts of the country remind one of the frontier towns of our West, which spring up in gold mine stampedes or oil rushes, save that these new buildings of France are substantial and put up to stay. One looks far and wide over farms richer than those of the Mississippi Valley, which at this writing are covered with crops far exceeding in their profit per acre anything we know in America. One sees everywhere on the landscapes the red-tiled roofs of farmhouses and of cities and villages. The laws prohibit any buildings of wood, and all roofs must be of tile, slate, or steel. Some of us lie awake all night before we decide to build a new barn. France has built more than 10,000 almost in one job, and they are all roofed with gray slate or red tiles. The lands brought back by the plow are more than 1/8 the size of Ohio, and that state has no soil so fat. The crops are bigger than ever. The last wheat yield showed an increase of 8 million bushels over that of the previous year. The oat and hay crops were enormous. Before the war there were in round numbers on the farms overrun by the Germans about 900,000 cattle and more than half as many horses, donkeys, and mules. Of sheep and goats there were almost 1 million, and the hogs were 1/3 as many. Nearly all of these were destroyed or carried away over the Rhine. Today those farms have almost 500,000 cattle and an equal number of sheep, goats, and pigs, while new livestock is being brought in every day. I have seen flock after flock of sheep watched by shepherds, and great numbers of cows tied by long ropes to stakes feeding on grass which reach to their knees. The cows are allowed to eat only that set before them, and they cut off a field foot by foot as though it were mowed with a scythe. There are no fences whatever, and a cow will feed upon clover, going only the length of her rope, while within smelling distance. Just beyond are wheat and oats, sometimes running as high as 40 bushels to the acre. After she has eaten her allotted area close to the ground, the stake is moved and she cuts down a new patch. Let me take you across country and show you some of the new farms of northern France. We are in a Panhard limousine with the army officer and the chauffeur on the front seat. We are going over a road as hard as stone and as smooth as a floor. Occasionally we see windrows of barbed wire still lying by the sides of the road, while here and there it is cocked up like hay in the fields, or made up into bales to be sold as old iron. Each bale is about a foot thick, 2 feet wide, and 3 long. It weighs 125 pounds and brings $4 a ton. I can't tell you how much of this barbed wire there was, but it covered tens of thousands of acres, and it will probably be years before it is all out of the way. The greater part of the wire has been taken from the land that can be farmed, and the only places where it still lies in any quantity are in the red zone, made up of the worst ravaged of the battle areas. It equals 3,000 farms of 100 acres each. It will cost more than it is worth to redeem it, and so the government has bought the land from the peasants to plant it with trees. There is no possibility of making it into farmland for another generation, because it will take from 50 to 100 years for the leaf mold from the forest to create a new topsoil. As we go on with our ride, we look out at right and left through the trees. The carpet of crops reaches on and on to the wooded horizon. The fields are of all shapes and sizes, and each is as smooth as the newly woven stuffs from the silk mills of Lyons. Here and there in this beautiful blanket, a town is rising out of ruins, and patches of great barns with their roofs of red tile stand high over the green. The fields are of many colors, and just now the declining rays of the sun have turned them to velvet. There are green sugar beets and purple alfalfa. There are patches of golden ripe wheat, lemon-hued oats, and the dark brown newly plowed land. Now and then we pass a place where the red poppies are trying to conquer the gold of the wheat. The poppies are about the only weeds to be seen, and we ride on and on through what seems a vast garden. I am surprised at the good farming I see all over France. In our agriculture, every third man is a sluggard. His fields are half plowed and weeds line the roadsides. His meadows are peppered with blue thistle or daisies. In the France I am seeing, every patch is clean and of even richness. The whole nation is working for the new France, especially on the farms. Everyone in the family is out in the fields, and they work from sunrise to sunset. I see many women at work. They hoe and weed the beets and the turnips. They labor in the hay fields loading the carts, and they push wheelbarrows filled with all sorts of farm produce over the roads. They even do much of the rough work of building. This afternoon I saw 4 lusty maidens throwing bricks from one to another on the top of a great brick pile outside one of the towns. A little farther on, a bareheaded old woman was pushing a wheelbarrow, and in the fields by the side of the roads, boys of 12 and 14 were aiding the harvesters. The same sort of hard work is going on in all the towns and the cities. The municipalities are buzzing like bees after swarming, and men and women and boys are toiling long hours at their various jobs. I spent yesterday in Armentières, going through some of the rebuilt cotton and linen factories there. The city lies within a pistol shot of the border of Belgium. At the outbreak of the war, it had 40 spinning and weaving mills. These were all destroyed. Much of their machinery, as well as all of the copper and brass fittings, was carried over the Rhine into Germany. Some of the smokestacks were blown up so that they fell on the buildings and thus aided in their destruction. What happened there was typical of the ruined industrial centers. The region is almost altogether given up to textiles. Before the war, more than 2/3 of the woolen spindles of France were in the invaded districts, and a great part of the linen spindles and looms. The Germans took away more than 500,000 linen spindles and 4,000,000 cotton spindles. They sent home 15,000 cotton looms and a greater number of looms suited to linens. They destroyed about $32 million worth of combing machinery and spinning machinery to the value of another 12 millions. They blew up or carried away the machinery of the bleaching, dyeing, and ironing plants. It is said that the loss in the textile industries alone totaled upward of $2 billion. I should like to give you a picture of one linen factory which I visited at Armentières. New buildings have risen out of the debris, and the spinning and weaving establishment installed is such as any town in New England might be proud to own. The mill covers several acres. The walls are of brick and glass, and the roofs of glass and red tiles. The smokestack is a mosaic of red and white bricks, and as a whole the establishment is very artistic. Before the war, that mill employed about 800 men, but its director tells me that the new and more efficient machinery means much greater output with less labor. In one of the weaving rooms, covering, I should say, half an acre, I found the looms all in place, and above them a thicket of leather and rubber belts forming a network covering the whole. Some of the looms were weaving cloth 25 feet in width, and others fine linens not a yard wide. I saw some looms on which girls were weaving the fine linens used in our country, and some which were turning out pongee cloth for lightweight suits for American men. The director says his exports at present are largely to the South American countries. He deprecates our tariff which affects the Franco-American trade. During my trips through the devastated region, I have seen something of the beet sugar industry. The loss there was more than $100 million, and the distilleries, breweries, and other agricultural industries were damaged to the extent of hundreds of millions more. From Armentières, I went into the Rubix-Tourcoing district, another great textile center, which was practically destroyed, and saw something of the reconstructed plate glass and chemical factories of Chauny, Cirey, and Saint-Gobain. All of these industries have come back rapidly. Indeed, the recovery of industrial France has proved one of the wonders of our 20th century world. I can sum up the whole in one sentence. All France is at work, the people are cheerful, and they have faith in their future. They are all saving money, and they believe that God lives. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Bringing Back the Coal Mines. I am writing today in Lens, in the center of the coal mining region. Before it was almost annihilated by the Germans, the town had 32,000 people. The rows of new brick houses built for the miners show its recovery. These homes were constructed for half what they would cost in the States. The foundations are of stone, and the bricks are better than any we have had in Washington for years. The roofs are of red tile, fit for a millionaire's home, yet a two-story, two-family house costs less than $2,400. The same sort of work has gone on everywhere, and that with efficiency methods and standardized workmanship. Every town was laid out anew according to the general plan, and the houses were built with due regard to advanced sanitation. These are comparatively new things in France. So too is the extermination of the mosquitoes which spread malaria over the devastated region at the time of the war and just after. This region was covered with ponds and water-filled shell holes, each of which bred mosquitoes. All these holes were filled, and the mosquitoes were wiped out by means of kerosene. In the plans for the new Lens, generous spaces for playgrounds and parks were provided, and the best sites for public buildings and monuments carefully chosen. This is true in all of the new towns, and in cities of 20,000 people or more, no structure can be put up without the approval of the mayor. Every town works out its own plan, but all must follow the new regulations for buildings. The inevitable result is a northern France even more beautiful than before. The towns have widened their streets and planted new parks. In Lille, the walls and fortifications surrounding the old city have been torn down, to give 600 acres of new public playgrounds, while back of the ancient cathedral at Reims, the plans call for a big garden for the use of the people. As I look over some of the items of the new construction, I can get a faint idea of where this vast amount of money has gone. At one time, the government ordered 100,000 doors and 90,000 windows, and the same purchase included 3 million hinges and hundreds of thousands of faucets. It bought iron beds 4 feet wide by the tens of thousands, and a single order was given for 12,000 school desks and seats. All this expenditure has been met by the national treasury. While the war was still on, the government decided that it would pay in full all of the war damages to individuals and towns and demand the money back from the enemy. Every loss was to be paid for, no matter how it occurred. This included furniture, machinery, deterioration, bills for troops quartered in the homes of the people, and the money required to bring the farms back to their old state of cultivation. The law providing for these measures is so long that it would fill about 10 columns of an ordinary newspaper. In rebuilding the factories and restoring the mines, the government furnished a large part of the capital, all of which is supposed to be repaid in the sum received for reparations. If the money is advanced by private parties, the government pays the overhead and 5% on such advances until it can repay the whole. It has bought machinery as fast as possible for the various factories. It has purchased most of the farms and located many new boundaries. According to the real estate laws of France, property must be equally divided among all the heirs. This has resulted in tens of thousands of farms no bigger than an American garden, and one man may have in one region 100 different patches which he has either bought or inherited. In the new locations, such ownerships have been, as far as possible, consolidated, and many small farms made into one by means of exchange. Indeed, reconstruction has added enormously to the economic value and beauty of France. But all this takes work, and, with 1.5 million men lost by the war, France is still short of manpower. Labor has been brought in from Italy, Spain, Algeria, and Tunis. I see Poles and Russians among the workmen, and the street markets are crowded with people of all races and tongues. The mayor here, a delightful, kind-faced old man who went with me over the town, was in office before its destruction. He was carried off to Belgium by the Germans and was the first to get back to the ruins when the enemy left. His wife had remained in Lens. When he returned, he found his city a mass of crushed bricks and mortar. Its great power plants had been reduced to a debris of broken machinery, while the mines and their workings had been systematically ruined by high-power explosives. The pumps had to work day and night to remove millions of cubic feet of water accumulated in the mine pits. To keep out the inflowing streams, many of them have been lined with concrete walls at a cost of something like $300,000 a pit. The homes for the thousands of men employed in the coal mines about Lens are far better than any of the miners' homes I know in our country, with the exception of those in the Minnesota Iron Region back of Duluth. There, the profits of the municipalities from the leased mining lands are so great that they have better school buildings and public improvements than in any other part of the United States. Here, each miner has a little garden where he can raise vegetables enough for his family. Coal, electric light, and water are free, and the only lack perhaps is a bathroom. The average house of this country is without a bath. The mining corporation puts up a community bathhouse for every neighborhood and gives free medical service to the miners and their families. The houses belong to the company and are rented to the miners for about $1 per family per month. Before the war, the mines about Lens produced about 1/10 of all the coal output of France. Their annual yield was some 4,500,000 tons. Then the mine owners employed 18,000 men who occupied 8,000 houses. When the war ended, every mine was destroyed and there were only 30 houses left standing. This story is told as to how the destruction was started. The founder of the company was asked to go out with some officers and soldiers. The request was, of course, a command. He was led to the finest of his mines, and, as one of the Germans pressed a button, he saw plants worth millions go into the air with the noise of the terrible explosion set off for the purpose. It is wonderful how much concrete has been used in the construction. This is true of all sorts of buildings and even of the telegraph and telephone poles lining the roads of northern France. These poles are 30 or 40 feet high, about a foot thick one way and 8 inches the other. They are usually made with great diamond-shaped holes running from the bottom to the top, to decrease their weight, I suppose. They seem very substantial. The mine buildings are of brick, stone, and concrete. The machinery is essentially modern and beautifully finished. Most of it comes from England and France. I climbed to the top of one of the structures and watched the coal as it rose out of the mines. It is hoisted in elevators by steel cables wound over great drums. The cars come up 2 at once, and at the same time 2 others go down. The loads are dropped into bins, from which the coal falls by gravity into the cars to the railroad tracks below. As I stood in the shaft house, I talked with the director of this great mining company, which, as I have said, formerly furnished 1/10 of all the French coal. He is a fair type of the men responsible for remaking France. He is absorbed in pushing the work ahead, and it is only by questions that one learns from him what was done by the Germans and what the French are doing now. France is not a great producer of coal. Before the war her output equaled only about 1/15 of our coal production. It was not 1/6 the output of Germany, nor 1/7 that of Great Britain. It did not supply all of the domestic need, and something like 24 million tons were annually imported. Most of the mines were owned by private companies operating on a large scale. Those invaded by the Germans employed 100,000 workers, or as many as those of all the other French mines put together. The destruction began with the first days of the war and continued up to the armistice. As soon as the Germans came in, they forbade any measures being taken to drain the mines or protect the workings. In 1917, they started systematic devastation, which continued until the end of the war. All the pits were dynamited and flooded to such an extent that about 1/5 of the coal production of France was cut off. The soldiers went from shaft to shaft blowing up the works, and leaving behind not a single engine, boiler, or train. The electric machinery was taken out, and at the end of 3 years the destruction of the Lens mines was practically complete. Before the Germans left they set off more explosives and practically destroyed all the coal mining machinery of the invaded territory. The work of reconstruction began as soon as the French were able to get hold of the region. The government organized a commission of invaded mines, and through a purchasing syndicate placed orders for pumps and electrical machinery to get out the water. The work went steadily on as more territory came into the hands of the French. 2 years after the armistice, 19 of the worst damaged shafts had been enclosed in cement, and a year later more than 50 million cubic yards of water had been taken out. The most difficult and dangerous part of the work was in the restoration of the underground tunnels. These have a total length of more than 1,800 miles, or enough to reach from San Francisco to Omaha. They often contain asphyxiating gases, and the water-soaked wells are liable to cave in. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. American Footsteps on French Battlefields. Today I shall show you some moving pictures of America's service and sacrifice in the war zones of France. I am in the front seat of a French automobile with the crank of the big camera beside me, writing the scenario while we travel along. As the finished reel is unwound, you will see the most interesting of the sights that we pass. Our speed will be rapid, for these French chauffeurs are yahoos who drive furiously. But we shall jump from place to place without regard to geography and stop where we please, increasing the text on the screen as human interest directs. Many feet of our film will give views of the country. Just now it is carpeted with alfalfa, wheat, oats, rye, crimson clover, and beets, and embroidered with red poppies as big as a teapot. and is of all the colors God made for the changing hues of his footstool. We shall find few blots on the landscape. Every field, road, and forest is dressed up to the nines, and the whole is like a new Paris gown. I love my own country, but I do not see how any Frenchman can help loving France. The patches of devastation accentuate the beauty of the recreation. On the chalky hillsides of the red zone, shell holes are still left, and near the battlefields, the trees are like a dead forest in Alaska where the fire has swept through. Some places are as barren as the Sahara. By the roadside are the trunks of trees cut down by the Germans, or it may have been by the Allies themselves for military reasons. This is in old Picardy, where the Somme River flows. This department is a plateau, in some places 500 feet high. It is a blanket of gravel and clay with chalk underneath. We can see the mine craters, which are the white of the chalky subsoil. In one chalk bank, along the roadside, above some bales of barbed wire, I counted 6 shells. As we ride on, we pass through village after village. Some are miserable, some prosperous, but the meanest is the beloved home of a peasant who lived there before the war wiped out the town, and he is bound to come back. The government offered new land and new houses where the people would be better off than before, but many of them refused to leave. Take, for instance, Beloy-en-Santerre, the village near where Alan Seeger was killed. You will remember his poems, among the best written during the war, and especially the one beginning, I have a rendezvous with death. It was at Beloy-en-Santerre that death met him. The town was reduced to a mud hole, not worth rebuilding. Instead, the government offered each of its families 10 acres of land, with good barns and buildings in a more fertile region not far away. A number of the peasants would not accept, preferring to live in shacks and dugouts until they could save enough to put up new homes. Houses of brick and stone have gone up, and the fields of wheat and oats, each of which contains 50 acres or more, are being worked on the cooperative plan. The townfolk own a tractor and other farm machinery in common, and are producing larger crops than before the war. The new village is much like the old one, except that it must conform to the building regulations laid down by the government. The French peasant does not want modern houses and abominates the big windows and the sanitation which our people advise. As a result, the government has had to insist that none of the towns adopted by Americans or others shall be rebuilt except in accordance with the official plans. I have talked with Miss Belle Skinner of Holyoke, Massachusetts, who spent something like $250,000 in restoring the little town of Hatton Châtel in the department of the Meuse. It was there that the men digging the foundation discovered a great pot of coins which they gave to Miss Skinner. The coins were the savings of a French peasant of centuries ago. They were of all denominations, and some of them were coined in the Middle Ages. It was one of the numismatic finds of the century, and Miss Skinner has given some of the ancient pieces of money to the National Museum in Paris. And just here I wish to end the film with a tribute to Alan Seeger and to 2 other young Americans who best typify the spirit of our youth during the World War. Seeger was a child of 4 when I first met his father and mother in Mexico City, and was just 28 when, in a bayonet charge on the German trenches at Beloy-en-Santerre, he was killed. In the first weeks of the war, he enlisted in the French Foreign Legion, in which he fought to the day of his death. Reared in the lap of luxury, schooled in the United States and France, a graduate of Harvard, and closely associated with the leading intellectuals of Paris, before the war came, he had become known as a poet through his juvenilia. Of delicate health and without experience or knowledge of hardships, he jumped into the thick of active field service, slept in the trenches, did sentry duty, and fought again and again until the hour of his rendezvous with death. Some of his most wonderful poems were written on the very eve of the day on which he was killed, and his work will endure as one of the literary landmarks of the war. The royalties from his collected poems have already amounted to many thousands of dollars. Most of this sum Mr. and Mrs. Seeger have given to the Belles Lettres branch of the American Library in Paris, and the remainder they are donating to the libraries established for the French by the American Committee for the Devastated Regions. The French have so appreciated Alan Seeger that they have given 300,000 francs to put up as a monument to the Foreign Legion a statue of Seeger, executed by one of the leading sculptors of France. The Place des Etats-Unis, where President Wilson lived while at the peace conference, was chosen as the site of this monument. The spirit of Alan Seeger lives in his poem, I Have a Rendezvous with Death. I have a rendezvous with death at some disputed barricade. When spring comes back with rustling shade and apple blossoms fill the air, I have a rendezvous with death when spring brings back blue days and fair. God knows 'twere better to be deep, pillowed in silk and scented down, where love throbs out in blissful sleep, pulse nigh to pulse and breath to breath, where hushed awakenings are dear, but I've a rendezvous with death at midnight in some flaming town, where spring trips north again this year, and I to my pledged word am true, I shall not fail that rendezvous. It is now 1 year since I motored from Paris out to a little American cemetery not far from Chateau Thierry, where, under a plain wooden cross, lie the remains of Joyce Kilmer, who wrote the most beautiful poem ever made to a tree. Many of you have, like me, committed it to memory. It reads, I think that I shall never see a poem lovely as a tree whose hungry mouth is pressed against the earth's sweet flowing breast, a tree that looks at God all day and lifts her leafy arms to pray, a tree that may in summer wear a nest of robins in her hair, upon whose bosom snow has lain, who intimately lives with rain. Poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree. The cemetery where Kilmer lies is beautifully kept. The grass is green over his grave, but there is no tree within a quarter of a mile, and the sun beats down upon the hundreds of small white crosses standing there. Sergeant Kilmer's grave is surrounded by the crosses of little-known soldiers, and it was only by accident that one of our party found it and brought us to the spot. As I looked at that cross, I thought of young Kilmer's poem in which he painted the agony of our Savior on Calvary, and thus made the less of his own sufferings as a soldier. My shoulders ache beneath my pack, lie easier, cross, upon his back. I march with feet that burn and smart, tread holy feet upon my heart. Men shout at me who may not speak, they scourged thy back and smote thy cheek. My rifle hand is stiff and numb, from thy pierced palm red rivers come. Lord, thou didst suffer more for me than all the hosts of land and sea. So let me render back again this millionth of thy gift. Amen. Could any man leave a better monument than that? On the same day I saw the grave of Quentin Roosevelt and bowed my head over the remains of the son of our greatest American since Abraham Lincoln. Young Roosevelt lies on the side of a hill near where he fell with his fighting airplane. There are forest trees nearby, and a beautiful monument, which the French keep decorated with flowers, stands over his grave. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Paris at work. Come with me and take a look at Paris at work. We are accustomed to viewing a city as one only of pleasure and fashion and art, spiced with such exhibitions of vice as are nowhere else to be seen. The truth is that these are only the froth on the surface, the bubbles that sparkle in the champagne. The real Paris is serious and sensible, home-loving and modest, and engrossed beyond all other great centers in getting a living and laying a nest full of eggs for the future. During my many visits here, I have yet to find a quarter in which work is not going on. The streets are thronged with traffic. Tram cars and great motor buses with fronts like locomotive snowplows are jammed with laborers and clerks going to and from the shops. Taxicabs, rushing like fury, whiz in and out amid big motor trucks loaded with boxes and bales. Great farm carts, in from the country, and drawn by 2 or 3 huge Percheron horses, fight for their places among donkey wagons and motorcycles. Even men are harnessed up and dragging goods through the streets. The vehicles are legion and all move on the run. It makes no difference in what quarter of the city, whether on the boulevards or the side streets, there is no safety for the foot passengers, and the visitor is on the continual dodge to avoid being run over by Paris at work. Few people have any idea of the enormous work done in Paris. The city is looked upon as the center of gaiety and fashion, not only for France, but for other nations as well, and it is common saying that all the world comes to Paris to shop. The American sees a crowd of loafers, old and young, strutting up and down the boulevards, and the fashionable, well-dressed throng of ladies and gentlemen driving on the Champs-Élysées and in the Bois de Boulogne, and thinks that this is Paris. The real Paris is a great beehive of industry, with tens of thousands of individual workshops and great factories outside, making steel and iron, machinery, railway and building materials, airplanes and automobiles. Only this week I visited one establishment which covers more than 120 acres and has 16,000 hands as busy as nailers. It has 70 acres of buildings and is rushed with orders. It makes automobiles, trucks and buses, tractors, motorcycles, and almost everything that goes upon wheels with gasoline as a fuel. I refer to the great Renault factory, which turns out an expensive high-class car. During the war, it had tens of thousands of men employed on munitions and motor transportation. Now it has turned from the sword to the plowshare, and with standardized methods, manufactures for peace. There is another motor car factory known as the Citroën, devoted to cars like our flivvers, only of a lower horsepower and with a much finer body. It is running to its capacity, yet cannot supply the demand. Other war factories are making typewriters, farming machinery, furniture, paper, or building materials for recreated France. In Paris itself, there are numerous manufacturing centers, each ward having its own branch of industry. One district, for instance, has leather shops and carriage shops, and another is devoted to making new bodies and designing equipment for automobiles. At Grenelle, there are chemical works, and at Saint-Denis, Clichy, Saint-Ouen, and Pantin are sugar refineries, breweries, and boot and shoe factories. Paris specializes in luxury products such as jewelry, dresses, furs, and costly novelties. The city manufactures also clocks and bronzes, fine porcelains, wallpapers, and tapestries. It is famous for its embroideries, dress trimmings, and artificial flowers, and it has dye works, glass works, and chemical factories. Indeed, Paris makes everything under the sun, from pins to locomotives, from buttons to flying machines, and from gloves to beautiful gowns. It has more than 20,000 women who are engaged on parts of ladies' dresses, and they turn out a product worth about $10 million a year. It has thousands working on corsets, not only for Paris, but for all parts of France and for shipment abroad. It has 5,000 furniture shops, each employing 3 or 4 hands. The furniture does not compare in durability with ours, made by machinery, but it is exquisitely carved, and a great deal is gilded. There are 2,000 shops here making watches to the value of $5 million per annum, and other thousands making articles de Paris, which means notions and fancy goods of all sorts, including jewelry, artificial flowers, and dainty bits of leather, horn, bone, and ivory. In fact, the French are producing almost anything one can imagine, and they make everything well. No wonder Paris is the world's great shopping center. Of course, one of the biggest and best-known industries here is the making of millinery and gowns for the rich and fashionable. Just now the best market is the United States, and every American woman who passes through carries home Parisian frocks and hats. Those who have several should watch out for the customs. According to our tariff laws, no person can bring into the United States more than $100 worth of new, unworn clothes without paying duty. The inspectors examines one baggage, and there is no way of avoiding the tax without lying. Smuggling today is more difficult than it was in the past. Formerly, thousands of rich Americans came to Paris once a year to replenish their wardrobes, and the wealthiest often went back with 8 or 10 trunks filled with dresses. Many would not even wear the dresses before sailing, and others would put on a half-dozen different frocks in a day, discarding each in a few minutes in order to declare that it had been worn. Some sewed old labels into their gowns, and there were other schemes to make the new things look old. It costs $100 or more to get even a woolen gown made by one of the best Paris dressmakers, and costumes of velvet or silk range from $200 upward. Lower prices may be put on the bills which the tourists take home, but our customs officers are watchful and such frauds are usually detected. Paris sets the fashions for all over the world. Most of our large stores send over their buyers for gowns, hats, and other Paris specialties to be sold the next season. These buyers will take home only one dress or hat of a kind to show in the windows, and then seek orders for copies. Such articles are called models, and making them is a regular business. They are designed by the great artists in the famous dressmaking houses where there are exhibitions to which the American buyers are invited by card. These occasions are quite ceremonial, and beautiful women, employed for the purpose, walk back and forth wearing the gowns while the buyers pick out those they think will appeal to the American market. One famous dressmaker this year showed his creations at a supper given in a beautiful garden where the mannequins walked out among the tables. Later there were exhibitions of the same models for individual purchasers, and copies are subject to sale or export by the establishment in which they originate. One can pay almost anything she pleases for a fine gown in Paris. The great dressmakers are artists and charge artist prices for their specialized skill. The average Frenchwoman, however, does not patronize them, nor does she set foot on the Rue de la Paix except to go window shopping among the gorgeous jewels displayed on each side of the street. Indeed, she hardly knows where Worth, Callot, Jenny, or Paquin are unless by some lucky chance she has an invitation to their exhibitions of new styles each season. She never thinks of buying hats or gowns at the big houses. If she is fairly well off, she studies the style books and photographs of the frocks designed by these masters, and then goes to her own little dressmaker who lives 3 or 4 flights up on a court in a back street. Together they plan out and copy the famous model she chooses. In this way she gets her dress for 1/4 the price. An American woman told me this week how she waited in a dressmaking establishment while one of the Paris society leaders, the wife of a prominent French newspaper owner, explained to the dressmaker just how many steel buttons there were to be on each side and how many loops of ribbon were to be tacked on the back of the gown she had ordered. The lady had been to a Worth exhibition and picked out the design, but the little dressmaker made the costume. The other day I went with my daughter, who has been living in Paris the last 2 years, to buy a new gown. She has learned thrifty methods in France, and the establishment we visited had no sign facing the street. It is just like one of thousands whence come the clothes, not of the actresses or the wives and daughters of rich profiteers, but of the French women in moderate circumstances who must now make every franc count. We directed our taxi to a narrow street in the business section of Paris. The dressmaker lived on a court, and we climbed up 3 flights of stairs because the house had not even one of the pill-boxes that serve as elevators in many French business buildings. Madame Marie met us with a smile. She brought out her models and her pictures of the new fashions. The material of the dress had already been chosen, and the wholesale dealer had sent in a bolt of lovely brown velvet to be tried for the effect. Then the little fitter, Mademoiselle Jean, was called in, and under her magic the beautiful creation grew before our eyes like the mango tree of the Hindus. Jean threw an end of velvet over my daughter's shoulder, she put a pin here and made a tuck there, and presto! There sprang into being a copy of one of the most famous dresses recently designed by one of the masters. A twist of another kind of material formed a draped sleeve, and within 5 minutes we had in the mirror the gown as it would look when completed. The French seldom have patterns, and each dress is made, as it were, on its future wearer. I am told it is the same with fine headgear. There are ready-made hats, such as one sees in the windows, but the artistic Paris milliner builds his hat on the head of the buyer. The scissors clip out the lines most becoming, and with a plentiful supply of pins, a bend in this place and a twist in that, the trick is done. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Shops, large and small. Nothing shows so well how Paris is working as a visit to the shops. There are tens of thousands of stores, all full of goods and all busy. The store windows are a museum of fine stuffs, novelties, and new creations. Some tiny shops have displays worth a fortune. I stopped this afternoon on a fashionable street before a store not much bigger than a piano box, in whose little window was a display of wristwatches such as, I venture to say, you cannot find in New York or Chicago. Behind the plate glass, against a background of black velvet, were scores of watches, each as small as a postage stamp and many but little thicker. One, the size of my thumbnail, had a face of platinum encircled with diamonds, and the bracelet to which it was fastened was of pearls exquisitely set. Had I a sweetheart, I would have walked from Berlin to Paris to buy it for her. Other watches were fastened to ribbons of silk. Some were set in pearls, and some hung on bracelets decorated with diamonds. In a window farther on I saw a collection of nothing but cigarette cases, gold and silver and diamond strewn. In another, that of a famous dressmaker, was a doll dressed as a model. It advertised a new costume, and the face was so artistically cast that the doll might hold an honored place in almost any museum. The shop windows here are better dressed than those of America. In the larger establishments they can hardly compete with New York, but in the little places they are far more artistic than ours. This is true of even the meanest shops in out-of-the-way quarters of Paris. Take a fruit store. Each rosy-cheeked peach lies in a bed of white cotton. Strawberries as big as hens' eggs are each placed on a green leaf, and half a dozen blue plums or 3 or 4 bunches of grapes are laid out on the table as though for a banquet. It is the same in the grocery stores, where squashes and turnips, green beans and peas are piled up as at one of our country fairs, and the chickens and game are dressed with their heads tucked under their wings. The chickens lie on their breasts with a little printed price mark pinned to the center of each rosy back. They are clean enough to kiss, and I do not wonder they sell. These displays are all hidden in the evening. The stores, which open at about 9 a.m., close at 7 p.m., when every window is covered with a shutter that slides down from the top, making a wall of sheet iron over the front. At the same time the clerks leave, crawling out through a little door in the iron about a yard high, a long procession of women and men issuing forth single file almost like so many dogs. They straighten up immediately, however, and walk off so jauntily that one would never imagine they had been working all day. Paris has 100 small shops and factories where Chicago or Philadelphia has one. The French are a nation of individualists, and every little store has its specialty. The business of such stores is often run by the whole family. The wife does not think herself too good to keep the books, serve the customers, or in fact manage the shop when her husband is out. And the children of more than school age help too. In fact, the whole family is bound up in the little shop as a cooperative enterprise, and in it they live the greater part of their home life. The French women are capable, and many a war widow is running a shop formerly kept by her husband, and running it well too. But there are also department stores, some of which cover acres and compare favorably with those of the States. Here the volume of business is enormous, and the buildings are thronged. In the small shops there are often no price marks, but in the department stores the goods have tags with plain figures, and the foreigner need not be on his guard against paying more than he should. The clerks everywhere are uniformly courteous and almost always well dressed. The saleswomen wear only black, and the floor walkers have long coats like those of the old-fashioned preacher. Many of the clerks have luxuriant whiskers, for in France the hair grows on man's face. I may say also on his head, for we Yankees have 7 bald heads where the French have 1. There are quite as many young beards as old ones, and some of the middle-aged salesmen who have served me looked as though they had never been shaved. I like to study the whiskers. They are beautifully combed and now and then parted in the middle. Thousands of men wear mustaches, and some have such fierce-looking ones they make me think of Porthos or D'Artagnan, insulted and ready to fight. There are several department stores here that do a business running into the tens of millions of dollars a year. One of these, the Bon Marché, is run on the cooperative principle, with the salespeople among the stockholders. I understand the shares are steadily increasing in value from year to year, and that every clerk in the establishment gets a percentage above the amount paid him as wages. The Bon Marché was founded by the son of a hatter named Boucicault, who began in a small way, but who gradually built up the business into one of the greatest in all Paris. Boucicault married a working girl, and after he died his wife took the business. When she died, she made a will leaving it to her employees and assistants. All employees are fed free of charge. They have a luncheon at noon, which is much like our dinner. It consists of soup, meat, vegetables, and a dessert. There were 1,000 men at the tables the other day when I entered the dining room, and several hundred women at meals in the room adjoining. The dining hall, which is 600 feet long, covers about half an acre, and has 80 windows. I noticed that each clerk had a bottle of wine at his place, and that everyone had coffee at the close of the meal. From the dining rooms I was taken into the kitchens, where at least a score of cooks, scullions, and butchers were at work. When the whole store takes mutton chops for dinner, the meat is cooked in grills which open and shut just like a waffle iron. If you would take 2 iron-barred garden gates and hinge them together so that they could be laid on the coals, you might have something like one of these grills. Each will hold 100 chops, and 600 steaks or chops can be broiled in 12 minutes. 1,700 pounds of potatoes are fried at the same time, and 1,400 eggs can be boiled at once. Connected with the Bon Marché are lodging houses for the women employees, who are given rooms, linen, heat, and food free of charge. All employees after 5 years' service have an interest in what is called the Boucicault Provident Fund, consisting of a certain amount of the profits of the house proportionate to the salary received. 4% interest is paid on the accumulations of this kind, and this is added to the capital. After a woman has been employed for 15 years, or a man for 20, he or she can withdraw this capital, or the same right is given upon reaching 50 years of age. If a girl marries, however, she may draw the entire amount of her capital irrespective of the term of service. In addition to this, there is another fund which provides pensions for such employees as have worked in the store for 20 years or have reached old age. The wages paid are, I understand, about the same as those of other establishments, but the employees' receipts largely depend on the amount of their sales, regular commissions on such sales being given. In many respects, it seems to me that the merchants of Paris have poor business methods. The average store has neither cash register nor cash carrier, nor even a cash boy or girl. When one makes a purchase, the clerk must carry the article to the 3 or 4 bookkeepers who sit behind a counter at one end of the store. Here she shows the goods and her sales slip to a bookkeeper, who copies the items and prices in his ledger with pen and ink. Just yesterday I bought at the bazaar of the Hôtel de Ville a basket trunk as big as a writing desk. The frail girl who sold it to me bent half double as she shoved it along through the aisles over the floor of the room, which covered a quarter of an acre, till we arrived at the bookkeepers on the opposite side of the store. I took out my watch and found that it took me just 20 minutes to have the purchase recorded and order the goods sent to my hotel. There is always a long queue of customers about the bookkeepers, and this clogs the business. Indeed, it seems to me that Paris often uses 3 people to every one in New York or Boston, and that the stores make buying a good deal of a burden. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Paris Keeps House. Nearly all French city dwellers live in apartments. With few exceptions, there is no such thing as the individual house. Even the rich are mostly confined to one floor, although this may have gorgeous parlors, bedrooms, and all the other quarters of a fine residence. Such apartments have an infinite number of rooms equipped with large mirrors and walls decorated with stucco designs which often surround panels of satin or silk. The furniture is more elaborate and less substantial than ours. Indeed, I tremble whenever I sit down on one of those gilt-framed, spider-legged chairs for fear it will collapse and bring me to the floor. And then the upholstery. The colors are so delicate that I feel like spreading my handkerchief over the place where I sit. The French woman's ideal of a well-furnished parlor seems to be that it should have a great deal of furniture, including many lamps and bric-a-brac of all shapes and sizes, filling every inch of available space on piano, table, and mantel. As I look around me in one of these homes, I am reminded of the terrified darky who was out plowing when the Charleston earthquake occurred. He dropped on his knees and cried out, "Oh Lord, come quick, dis am no place for children." One of the difficulties in renting an apartment in Paris is having the proper record made of the furniture. Not only must every chair, sofa, and table, every bit of bed linen and china, and even the smallest kitchen utensil be listed, but one should note the bric-a-brac item by item and give the condition of each piece at the time of the renting. Taking an inventory of the smallest apartment usually lasts several hours, since every scratch on a chair, every worn space on the upholstery, and every spot on a cushion must be itemized. For upon expiration of the lease a heavy penalty is imposed for any damage done by the tenant. If the clock is in running order, it must be itemized as en marche, which means that it is going, and the same is true of every bit of machinery. A careful American housekeeper here has told me her troubles in settling with her landlord on leaving. She had rented a furnished apartment. Her servants were excellent, and consequently the agent could find practically no damage. He went over the inventory, examining every dish, knife, fork, plate, and spoon. He peered around under the furniture, running his fingers along the polished surface for scratches. Suddenly he spied a magazine lying on the sofa. "Ah," he said, as he threw up his hands and rushed across the room. He lifted the magazine, thinking he would find a big grease spot beneath it. Alas, there was nothing, and his face fell in despair. In fact, I am told some landlords look upon scratches and grease spots as financial assets. They are slurred over, and fines collected from succeeding tenants who have omitted to note them in making their leases. In addition to the rent, a fixed sum is charged for cleaning an apartment. This item is often left out of the lease, but it equals 5% of the rent and is a large part of the janitor's wages. Indeed, except for his lodging, the janitor gets very little out of the landlord. The French janitor is quite as powerful and dictatorial as his brother in the United States, and it is well to keep on his good side, for he can omit to deliver your letters and can say you are out when visitors come. Furthermore, you are obliged to have him turn on the light in the hall when you ring the bell upon coming in late. That matter of light is another economy. At night the lower front door of every French apartment building is as dark as a pocket, and electricity is so controlled by a mechanical device that the lights burn only long enough for you to get to your floor. This is about 3 or 4 minutes. The janitor turns them on at your ring. They go out of themselves. The electric current is weaker than in America. In many apartments one cannot use an electric iron and an electric heater at the same time. Among the surprising economies of the French apartment is the elevator, or the lack of it. The American Embassy is in a fashionable apartment house in an excellent location. The American who calls upon our ambassador is lifted from story to story in a tiny little elevator, not as big around as a hogshead, with 2 seats in the corners. It will not accommodate more than 2 persons at one time. My daughter rented last summer the apartment of a Bombay princess who lived in the suburbs of Paris. The princess had gone to a watering place for the health of her husband, and the flat was let furnished. It was on the 4th floor of a magnificent house, but the circular elevator was actually no bigger than a flour barrel. When 2 persons got in, they seemed to be almost embracing. I always looked twice before I entered. This elevator was operated by a push button, but that is nothing, for even at some Paris hotels, where they are charging $6 and upwards for a day for rooms, the elevators are run by push buttons and the guest does the pushing. In the ordinary apartment house, the elevators are used only in going up. You are supposed to walk down, for this saves the juice. In many apartment houses there are no elevators, and 6-story buildings are now being built with nothing but stairs to the various floors. I am on the 4th story of my hotel here in Paris, and I have timed the elevator going up. It takes just 2 minutes or 30 seconds per floor. At the same rate, it would take an hour to go to the top of the Woolworth building and back. Fuel is saved as carefully as electric current. There is no such thing as waste of wood or coal. Many of the railway companies run their engines with coal dust pressed into briquettes or bricks. Coal dust made into balls the size of eggs is used for cooking as well as for house heating and grate fires. In Paris, wood is sold by the bundle, and the ordinary wood yard is a little store about 8 or 10 feet wide, facing the street, the wood and kindling being piled up on shelves. It is estimated that France spends almost $70 million a year for wood. It is so costly that except for kindling, it is burned only by the rich. A great deal of gas is now being used for cooking, especially in the larger establishments. The people hardly know what it is to be warm in the American sense of the word, and the luxury of a fire is dispensed with except in the coldest weather. Other things which we take for granted in America are done here on a most stingy basis. For example, Americans claim that the pipes of the plumbing are too small and that they are usually out of order. That is certainly the case in this room where I am writing, which cost me $6 a day. And then the tips. There is a continual dribble of francs and sous. Every time your doorbell rings, you had best get ready a fee, for someone will expect it for the alleged service he has performed. The boy with the telegram or the postman with a special delivery letter will want at least 2.5 cents. The grocery man will expect a 10-cent tip, and the messenger from the big department store should have the same. At New Year's, everyone who has served one in any way during the year comes to the door of the house and frankly asks for a present. Moreover, they get it. The man who sweeps the street in front of the house, the mechanic who greases the elevator shaft, and the girl who delivers the milk, as well as the janitor and all his family connections. Every mechanic who makes repairs must have his tip, and the taxi driver is cross unless one adds 10% to the amount shown on the meter. There are many queer features in these French apartment houses. One is that the renters often install their own gas and electricity, the landlords insisting that the pipes be put outside the walls lest they leak. At the close of such a lease, the tenant takes the fixtures with him or sells them to the incoming tenant. In most cases, the heating arrangements are bad. Steam and hot water heat are unknown to many a French household, and some apartment houses are still built without electric lights. In comparison with ours, the cheaper dwellings are like pigeon coops. They are small flats in which cupboards have been built into the wall to save room. The door to the cupboard looks as if it leads into another room, but upon opening it one finds a bed within. There the children sleep. The floors of these apartments are good and often kept shining with iron shavings which look like excelsior. Just one more item about these French homes. I first saw this novelty at Lyons, but I am told it is quite common throughout the country. It has been nicknamed the Judas slit and is a little brass plate about the size of a playing card with slits 1/16 of an inch wide across it. This is tacked over a hole in the door in such a way that a person within can peep through and without being seen can tell who is knocking before she decides whether to be home or not. If she does not want to receive, she slips away and the servant at her side gives word that she is not at home. I do not know that this is less honest than the Judas kisses which our ladies give to unwelcome callers or the honeyed tones they send over the telephone wires. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Servant Problem in France. The servant problem hardly exists for an American housekeeper living in France. From her point of view, wages are not high, and moreover, the servants expect to work for what they get. The general servant is a live institution. She often does the cooking, cleaning, and bed making for a family of 3 or 4 persons. She blacks the shoes, mends the linen, and presses the suits of her master and mistress. She thinks she is well treated if she has a half day off every other Sunday, and she expects no time for herself during the week. The chambermaid does all the mending and sometimes makes dresses for the ladies of the family. She gets a commission on the clothes bought by her madam. One of these chambermaids may clean a whole house, serve the table, and take care of the children. Not uncommonly she will dress her mistress's hair and otherwise assist with the elaborate toilet the French madame considers the thing. The French cook does the marketing, and she counts upon it because of the commission she gets from the dealer, who may pay as much as 5 cents for every dollar spent in his shop. Here are some notes I made last Sunday morning while watching the servants going to market. The streets are full of women and girls, most of them without hats and all plainly dressed. Each has a basket and net bag in her hand. Wagons of green stuff move through the streets. The provision and grocery stores are open, and many of the streets are lined with stands surrounded by customers. The usual marketing time is from 9 to 11 o'clock, and even before 9 one sees some of the servants returning. The market is their chief meeting place. They like to go at the same time every day, for it is there that they chat with their friends. The quantities bought are small. A bunch of red carrots, a white cauliflower, a dozen potatoes, a little meat, and the inevitable bottle of ordinary wine may be all that fills the net bag of the buyer. The wages, though they are considered excessive just now, are nothing compared with those received in the United States. A cook gets from $14 to $30 a month. The latter wage is paid only by the rich, and the man or woman who runs the kitchen is expected to make fancy cakes, desserts, and elaborate dishes. In a household of 4 or 5 persons of moderate means, where there is some entertaining, the cook's wage is about $17 a month. The hours for meals are different from those in America. In France, business starts later and the people rise later. The average Parisian shop is not open before 9 or 10 o'clock, and most shops are closed from 12 until 1:30 or 2. This is for luncheon, a very important meal because the first breakfast of coffee and rolls is so light. The people say the long lunch hour gives them a chance to have a visit with their families, but the American residents here miss the long evenings and the time we have for exercise in the late afternoon. Almost every French business man of affairs goes home to lunch. He expects 2 hours off at that time, but when he comes back to his desk at 2:30, he stays there until well after 6. This makes the dining hour late, and even in modest homes, the family seldom eats dinner until 7:30 o'clock. Our help would consider this a hardship, but the French servants do not expect to be through with their work until around 10 o'clock. Some American housekeepers in Paris try to reform the habits of the French servants, but it is wiser to let them do things their own way. For instance, the dishes from the breakfast of coffee, rolls, and jam, which one has upon rising, are left to be washed with the lunch dishes of the middle of the day. It is hard to convince servants why they should be washed at once, and there are others of our customs which they will not adopt. They would rather get down on their knees and put superfluous elbow grease on the hardwood floors than stand up and use a long-handled polisher. They insist that the latter does not give a good finish. Many of the housekeeping details are different from ours. An important one is the lack of ice in summer. Only the very rich have ice boxes, and there are but few ice wagons making deliveries every day. The ice for my baby granddaughter is bought from the butcher, who charges 5 cents a pound. My daughter tells me that many French families keep the baby's milk fresh by leaving it in running water or in the cellar if they have one. All milk is boiled the moment it is brought into the house, and such a thing as giving a baby fresh, uncooked milk is unheard of. I am interested in the washing arrangements of Paris. Most of the people living in these apartment houses have such small quarters that there is no room for a laundry. For this reason they are forced to send out their soiled linen, and the prices are surprisingly high. For a family of two, the bills may be as much as $6 or $8 a week for a laundry, not including the fine things washed by the cook. The laundry of the baby is always done at home. The washing done outside looks well at first, but the washerwomen put a powder into their water that rots the clothes as it cleans them. For several years the cost of living has been steadily rising, and the large number of French families who are dependent upon fixed incomes from houses or bonds have great trouble to make ends meet, although they have cut their living expenditures in half. One sees types of this class everywhere on the boulevards. A man will carry a smart stick hooked over his arm, although his well-brushed clothes are shiny and his blackened shoes run down at the heel. Nevertheless, to use a common expression, he puts on a good front and buckles his belt a bit tighter. I heard a story today from an American woman who has a servant that came from a family which was well-to-do a few years ago. She gave up the place because she did not have enough food to keep soul and body together. The family has an elegant apartment in one of the most exclusive sections of Paris. The building is of white stone, and in the neighborhood are many of the nobility. They had leased the apartment at before the war rates, and the furniture of their better days enabled them to keep up appearances, but they lack money for food. Their meals are almost Barmecidal, and the menu never varies. For luncheon each person has a slice of meat about 2 inches wide and 3 inches long, and some rice or potatoes. For supper, or dinner as it is called here, they have a soup and a vegetable. There is no dessert. They never taste the bits of cheese of which the French are so fond, and rarely eat any of the better green vegetables. One daughter of the house, who is supposed to be anemic, is given a slice of meat in the evening, but the others have none. The girl said the servants had even less to eat and could not endure it. Nevertheless, this family dwells in surroundings as beautiful as those of people with 10 times its income. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of From France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Restaurants and Cafes. The Owl. Paris has more than 10,000 hotels, and there are restaurants in every block and cafes at almost every step. At nearly all the restaurants one is sure of good cooking, and he can dine well anywhere and at almost any price. In the high-class places the meals cost as much as in the best hotels of New York, and when one orders à la carte he can easily run up the bill for his dinner, even without wines, to $5. Half a fried chicken will cost him $3. I had a little side dish of asparagus yesterday at the Continental Hotel that cost 14 francs, and judging by the price of green peas on the menu, they ought to bring the French farmer $10 a bushel. A small section of a cantaloupe, 1/8 I should say, is priced at $1, and a fat rosy peach costs 50 cents. In this and similar places one can get a table d'hote meal for $2 or $3, but most Americans prefer to lunch and dine à la carte. In the cheaper restaurants one gets a good dinner for 50 or 75 cents, including a small bottle of red or white wine. At the cafes, which are really saloons without bars, where coffee, syrups, lemonade, beer, wines, and liqueurs are served upon tables, either inside or out on the sidewalk, the prices range from 10 cents upward per drink, and if one is a gentleman he will give 2 cents or more as a tip to the waiter. If he does not, the waiter may ask it. The usual tip is about 10% of each order. The cafes are one of the features of Paris. They are frequented by men and women and also by families. They are the clubs where friends meet day after day at the same hour and often at the same table. Here one reads his newspaper or chats or plays chess or checkers. The cafe is also a favorite meeting place where one can write a letter on paper provided by the establishment until his sweetheart or wife keeps her appointment. Many of them have music at certain hours, and some have songs and dances. They are to be found in every part of Paris, especially on the boulevards, near the railway stations, and on the main thoroughfares. The first breakfast, consisting of coffee or tea and bread and butter, is served in many cafes, and in some one can have a substantial meal. They are usually open as early as 7 o'clock in the morning, and many serve drinks until 2 hours after midnight. There is no city in Europe that eats more per person and has better food or such a variety of good things on its tables as Paris. The Parisians consume many millions of pounds of fish every year. They annually eat 11,000 tons of oysters and vegetables and about 30 million pounds of excellent butter. They consume 40 million pounds of fruit, a large part of which comes from Spain and Algeria, and they eat so much cheese, obtained from all parts of Europe, that it would take about 35,000 horses to haul it in wagons over one of the rough roads of the States. In order to see just how the French tables are provided, we shall spend this morning in the Halles Centrale, which comprise perhaps the largest market house in the world. Covent Garden in London does not cover half as much ground, and the markets of Berlin, New York, and Vienna are small in comparison. And still this is not the only market of Paris. There are smaller ones scattered here and there throughout the city. There are market stores everywhere, and outside the walls all sorts of eatables are displayed for sale at lower rates than inside, as the dealers there do not have to pay the octroi tax charged upon everything that comes in. The Halles Centrale are in the heart of the city, not far from the Seine, and within a stone's throw of the Louvre. They consist of 10 huge pavilions made of iron and glass, each large enough for a great exposition. They cover more than 22 acres and have more than 3,000 different stalls. Between the pavilions run covered streets, and under the halls are cellars for the storage of goods. The front pavilions are chiefly for retailers, while those behind are for the wholesale trade, which in the early morning overflows into the streets. The Congressional Library at Washington, one of the fine buildings of the world, cost $6 million, and our national Capitol, which covers half as much ground as the Halles, cost about 13 millions. The Halles are mere shells, but they cost $10 million when they were built, and it would take twice that to produce them today. They belong to the city, to which the market people pay rent for their stalls. The business of supplying the Halles begin at 9 or 10 o'clock every night, when heavily laden wagons, carts, and trucks containing all sorts of eatables begin coming into the city. Not so long ago many of the farmers brought in their produce in wheelbarrows and small donkey carts. They had also huge carts holding 1 or 2 tons and hauled by Percheron horses hitched tandem. The latter are still to be seen, though they are fast being replaced by motor trucks and by steam locomotives which haul box cars through the city. Our visit to the Halles is made at 5 o'clock in the morning. We get there in time to see the wholesale selling, which lasts only from 3 until 8 a.m. The sales are by auction, meat, vegetables, and fish being knocked down in lots to the highest bidders. As we enter the Halles, we pass men carrying all sorts of things in and out. Some have on hats as big around as a parasol, and resting upon them are crates of suckling pigs, fowls, and rabbits. Some carry a whole sheep or a hog on their backs. Most of these porters wear the red stocking caps of their profession, and also long butcher's aprons, once white but now stained and bloody. Others bring in great baskets of vegetables. Everyone is pushing this way and that, and we are hustled and jostled about as we make our way through. We stop first at the fowl hall, where chickens, ducks, and rabbits are sold by the crate. There are thousands of partridges and pheasants and other game of all sorts. About each auctioneer stands a crowd of French peasants, the men wearing short coats and long baggy corduroy trousers, and the women black shawls and long full black skirts. All bid loudly for the various lots. The auctioneers knock down the goods rapidly. It takes 30 seconds to sell a crate of suckling pigs, and less for one of chickens or ducks. In this part of the market butter and eggs are auctioned. The eggs come in great boxes which are stacked on the floor. Each box contains 1,000 eggs, and the stock on hand this morning totals millions. I stop later at one of the retail stands and ask the price of eggs. They bring 7 or 8 cents and upward apiece, or 70 or 80 cents a dozen. On a farm 80 miles from Paris, I recently bought some for half that amount. These French know how to use eggs. They make delicious egg dishes which are hardly known in America, and as a result the egg consumption of Paris is enormous. The eggs are usually good. I have yet to get a bad one, and most of them are open to the objection of the newsboy when he refused his first fresh egg served during a trip in the country. He said, "'Tain't right. It don't smell and it ain't got no taste." It is the same with the butter. It is made without salt and must therefore be good or it will not keep long. Here in the market it is sold at wholesale in 22-pound balls. What is that smell wafted to our nostrils from over the way? It has a cheesy nature, although it lacks the authority of Limburger. We cross over and enter another great pavilion, where the auctioneers are selling cheeses of every description. They have them made from sheep or goat's milk, Camembert, Roquefort, Gorgonzola, and Brie, and the little rolls of Petit Suisse, which are soft as unworked butter. There are also the white wagon wheels of Gruyere and the red balls of Edam cheese from Holland. Our next walk is among the fishwives, who have a whole pavilion. Each woman has marble counters about her on which are set out almost every eatable thing that swims in the sea or crawls on the land. The fish are laid out in neat rows, and fresh mackerel is sold at 25 cents a pound. There are great lobsters so displayed that they look like a regiment drawn up for review, and there are also vats of running water in which eels are squirming about. If you want to buy one, the woman will dip out a netful and let you take your choice. As we wait, the guide tells us that the eels are all caught outside of Paris, because the river Seine here is so winding they will not enter the city for fear of breaking their backs. You remember the old nursery rhyme? What are little boys made of? Frogs and snails and puppy dog tails? That's what little boys are made of. And what are little girls made of? Sugar and spice and everything nice. That's what little girls are made of. Well, about all these things are for sale in the Halles Centrale. I will not vouch for the puppy dog tails, although I know they are eaten in China, for I have seen them cooking over the fire in the restaurants of Canton on the ends of the dog carcasses being baked for the diners. But as to frogs and snails, nowhere are more eaten than right here in fastidious France. The frogs are brought to the market both dead and alive. In preparing them, the hind legs and a part of the back are cut off and skinned. The legs are then strung by the dozen on a wooden stick to be sold at so much a bunch. The frog industry is quite important to France. There are 117 different kinds of frogs, and the two especially edible ones are the green and the red. The green frog is the one most eaten. It is found wherever there are swamps or ponds, and on the margins of rivers and in bays that contain fresh or only slightly brackish water. It feeds on worms, flies, and insects, and especially on the spawn and small fry of fish. The Paris supply comes mostly from the neighborhood and from southwestern France and Lorraine. The red frog is of a reddish brown color mottled with green and brown spots. It lives mainly on the land and takes to the water only in winter and during the spawning season. It loves damp locations near ponds and water courses. The American bullfrog is not known here. It is larger than the French frog, and the French who have tasted it say it is superior to theirs. But come with me and look at the snails. Over there is a booth with a great golden snail hanging above it and boxes of live snails on the counter. The smaller ones bring 30 cents per hundred, but the fat ones sell for double that price. They do not look appetizing to me as they crawl about in their boxes, but the French think they are perfectly delicious when served hot with melted butter. The snails are served in the shell like oysters. They are picked out with tiny forks and well chewed before swallowing. I find them not bad to taste, but for me quite indigestible. Paris eats almost 2 million pounds of snails like these every year. Snail raising is a regular business, and I understand that 500,000 of the first quality can be grown on 1 acre of ground. They are fed once a day, usually in the evening. They are particularly hungry after a rain, when a bed of 100,000 snails will consume a wheelbarrow load of cabbage. Some of the best are fed also on wine dregs or bran soaked in wine to give them a special flavor, just as our best chickens have a milk diet, and our finest flavored hams are from peanut-fed hogs. The snails are kept in houses during the winter. There are farmers in the department of Jura who raise 2 million snails every year. I am told they ship them to the United States and to parts of Latin America. The snails usually cross the ocean alive in November or December, and must be carefully handled to withstand the voyage. Switzerland also is a famous snail market. It has its exporters and farmers, and its crop is especially popular. Leaving the snails, we go to the flower market, located between two of the largest pavilions. Here, flowers are sold at prices that the ordinary customer can pay. I see roses at 3 cents apiece, bouquets of sweet peas for 10 cents, and carnations for little more. The stalls have every kind of flower one can imagine, and they come in from all over the Republic. Many are raised in the gardens and hothouses near Paris, but during the winter a special train, popularly called the Cut Flower Limited Express, brings flowers from southern France to this city. It has 10 cars at the start, and some of these are switched off here to Frankfurt, Berlin, and Munich. One car goes to Brussels and another to Calais, where it crosses the Channel on a ferry to supply the markets of London and Manchester. A great many flowers are sent by parcel post from the same region. The total is more than 1 million packages of cut flowers per annum, and the value is in the neighborhood of $8 million. But how about hooch? Asks one of the bibulous men of our party, as he quotes from Bishop John Still, who lived at the time when the monks had great reputations as wine bibbers. I cannot eat but little meat, my stomach is not good, but sure I think that I can drink with him that wears a hood. In reply we are led to a great pavilion piled high with casks, barrels, and cases of wines and liquors of every variety. The soil of much of France is just right for grapes, and the wines excel any produced upon earth, since old Noah began to be a husbandman and planted a vineyard on the slopes of Mount Ararat. 1.5 million people are employed in grape growing, and the French vintage has for years brought in more than $250 million per year. In France, almost everyone drinks wine, and in employing a house servant, one must provide a bottle of ordinary wine per day as a part of his or her food. Before it is taken, the wine is usually mixed with water, and it is so light that it is claimed there is but little drunkenness in France. This is true with respect to intoxication of the rip-roaring stage. One seldom sees a man reeling along the street, as is common in some parts of London, and drunken women are nowhere in evidence. Nevertheless, the French peasants drink a great deal of wine, and often consume much stronger liquors. Some of them patronize the cafes and saloons to such an extent that they are sodden with liquor a great part of the time, and it is very much a question whether the use of light wines and beers is as conducive to temperance as some people claim. Until recently, France had practically a monopoly of the wine export trade. One of her chief markets was the United States, and our prohibition laws have seriously affected the industry. It has decreased the exports of France to America by something like $4 million a year, and now about the only wine exports are champagnes, which have been flowing into America to the value of about $100,000 per month on the grounds that they are needed for medicine. And this brings me to the champagne cellars of Reims, which sheltered so many people during the war, and which for generations have supplied most of the champagne consumed in the world. During the war, the buildings of the great wine factories were destroyed, but the cellars were unharmed, as the Germans occupied the city only a week, and their shells did no damage to the great cave-like excavations in the chalk rock. The result is that the cellars are practically intact, so that the industry did not suffer permanent injury. During my stay in Reims last week, I visited one of these wine catacombs, walking through mile after mile of the tunnels which cross each other this way and that, forming great avenues far under the ground, each walled with bottles of champagne. The establishment was that of the Pommery Company, whose champagne we all knew before a great drought began. It has 11,000,000 bottles now in the making, and the underground passages in which the wine lies curing are more than 10 miles in length. I went through the tunnels with the manager of the company, and as we inspected these long avenues of bottles, he told me a little about how champagne is made. His story explains the high cost of the wine. It is made of black grapes which came from 40 different vineyards in the Champagne country. The grapes are first pressed and the skins removed. The white juice is then blended in a mighty hogshead, or tun, which holds 20,000 gallons of liquor. As I stood beside it at the entrance to the caves, it towered above me like a house. Excepting the huge tun at Heidelberg, Germany, it is the world's largest wine pot. The blending continues 6 months, and after that the liquor takes from 4 to 6 years to run through the process that makes it into champagne. The fermentation goes on in the bottles, which are set in racks, and which after 4 or 5 years are shaken every day for 6 weeks to get the sediment down to the cork. The sediment is then artificially frozen and taken out as a small cake of ice. After that, some sweetening is added or some special liqueur put in to give the desired flavor. The bottle is then recorked under great pressure and packed away. 1 year later, it is ready for sale. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of From France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. A Ghost That Frightens the French. The ghost that frightens all France is a baby. Its first name is Hans, and it is marked Made in Germany. There are more babies born over the Rhine every year than in this land of the Seine, and 5 times more births than deaths. Moreover, the French birth rate is dropping. In the days of Napoleon, the average number was 4 to the family. It is now 2 or less, and the death of the 1.5 million young men killed in the war will make the babies still fewer. As it is now, there are nearly 2 million families which have no children at all, 3 million which have only 1 child, and 2.5 million each of which has but 2 children. The population of Germany is increasing 5 times as fast. In 1872, France had about 36 million people, and in the 50 years since then, she has gained only 4 millions, while Germany, starting with the population France has at present, has made a gain of 15 millions, and that in spite of her great emigration to America and other parts of the world. It is estimated that at the present rate, in 1975, France will have only 41 million people to Germany's 100 million. Even with the increased number of marriages following the war, the living children born number around 800,000 a year, as against 1 million for the year 1865. For a long time, the natural increase of the Germans has been more than 1 million per annum. You remember that General von Moltke once said that every year the Germans gained a battle over the French by the annual addition to their population of 1 million souls. A member of the French Institute said not long ago that France is losing 4 army corps every 15 years. Within recent years, more than 1/6 of all the babies born in the Republic have not reached the age of 12 months, and 1/3 of this sixth died during the first month after birth. The death rate of French infants their first year is from 15 to 20%, or 1 baby in every 5, 6, or 7. But let us look into some of the reasons of the small baby crop of France. In the first place, I would say that I do not believe that the lack of babies comes from any physical weakness in the Latin races. The Latins as a rule have fewer children than Anglo-Saxons, but when the French came to Canada, they brought forth as many children as the famous old woman who lived in a shoe, who had so many children she didn't know what to do. To give an illustration of the birth rate of the French Canadians, the government of Quebec some years ago offered 100 acres of land to every father of a family having 12 or more living children. On the day appointed, more than 700 claimants came forward to get the farms. As to celibacy among the Latins, from the earliest times it has been discouraged. The old Romans levied fines on bachelors and adopted measures to increase marriage. Louis XIV and Napoleon both granted special exemptions and favors to parents having more than 2 children. One of the great causes of the lack of babies in France today is the thrift of the people. Many feel too poor to marry, and some who are married do not want children on account of the high cost of living. Yesterday I talked with my taxi driver about existing conditions. He was bitter on the subject of poverty. Said he, "When I got married, I told my wife we would never have any children. I was one of a family of 8 in northern France. My father was poor, and my youth was all kicks and blows with little to eat. I ran away from home, and now, well, here I am driving a taxi. It's not much of a life. It is so uncertain. I earn about 900 francs a month, but that is hardly enough for myself and my wife. Anyway, I am not going to run the risk of making a little child suffer as I did when I was little, and there are a lot of us who feel the same way. Look at those men working in that ditch over there. They earn 20 francs a day. How can they support a family on that? The rich should have the large families now. We poor cannot afford them, and anyway, we know what the life of a poor child is like." Speaking of the rich and the poor reminds me of a French beggar who applied for aid to a pompous French philanthropist on the grounds that he had a large family of young children. The sanctimonious rich man replied, "The Lord never sends mouths, but that he sends bread to fill them." "That is true," answered the beggar, "but he has sent the mouths to my house and the bread to yours." The custom of giving a dowry to a daughter when she is married has an important effect on the birth rate of France. The girl who has no dot has great difficulty in getting a husband, and no couple wants to risk having more daughters than it can furnish with decent dowries. Indeed, financial questions play a large part in the matrimonial arrangements. The French draw a fine distinction between love and marriage. Most of them regard love more or less as a personal matter, whereas marriage is a social necessity. One should love his wife or her husband, but the happiness of the children and parents will be more sure if it is based upon certain rules of business and conduct. Love is a passion which may go as it came, but marriage must endure, and it should have enough to support it. For this reason, a French marriage depends largely upon the consent of the family and the state of the finances of the parties to the contract. If a man is an orphan, he must get the permission of his grandparents in order to marry. They will look into the social and financial situation of the girl, and the relatives of both parties will arrange the transaction. Indeed, such consent is absolutely necessary up to the age of 25. No man can marry until he is 17 years of age, but girls may marry when they have reached the age of 15 or 16. It is uncommon for a young man to get married until he has completed his term in the army. The French laws of inheritance form another obstruction to the fight of the storks bringing new babies to France. All children, boys and girls alike, must have equal shares of their parents' estates. The daughters often get their portions in their dowries when they are married, and the rest of the children have theirs at the death of the parents. The greater part of the land of France is in very small holdings, and such equal division makes the patches and scraps of which I have spoken already. Often each boy will want some of his land facing the road, and what is a large field of the father becomes mere ribbons when parceled out to the sons. In order to prevent such division, parents keep down the number of children and thus leave a sizable portion to each. The peasant loves his land, and his ideal is a single heir married to a single heiress. Therefore, he leaves only 1 or 2 children. Attempts have been made to change this inheritance law so as to give the father the right to will away his estate as he pleases. If this can be accomplished, it is claimed that the birth rate will increase. Some authorities suggest an inheritance tax of 30% on all estates when there are only 2 children, and of 60% when there is only 1. This means that the man with 1 child would leave to the government all but 40% of his savings. Another load on the wings of the bird that carries the babies is, it is asserted, the great amount of alcohol consumed by the French. The average per capita is about 14 quarts every year, and in certain cities of Normandy it is twice that much. Statistics show that a large percentage of the inmates of the French insane asylums and hospitals are drunkards, and the scientists claim that alcoholism is contributing to the weakening of the race in more ways than one. Some say it is lessening the number of births, but this is questionable, for many of the nations who drink much have a far higher birth rate. The British, for instance, who are great drinkers, have 1/3 more babies per thousand than the French, and the Russians, who are addicted to vodka, have a birth rate of 44 to the 1,000, while France has only 12. Other contributory causes are said to be the decline of religion, the employment of women in factories, and compulsory army service. The state watches the advent of every new infant, and as soon as it comes, a government doctor inspects it. If it is a boy, his name goes down at once as a future soldier of France. Indeed, there is no way for a boy born in France to escape. No matter if his parents be American or of any other nationality, into the army list he must go if he has been born on French soil. For this reason, foreign mothers often cross the Channel to England to have their babies born there. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of From France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Increasing the baby crop. All France is now planning new ways for saving the babies and increasing the crop. The facts I have given in the preceding chapter have stirred up the French government, the captains of industry, the intellectuals, and even the peasants, and all are at work on the problem. For years the government has been enacting laws with the view to increasing the French population. Some time ago it passed one which gave an annual allowance for every poor family which had more than 3 children. The amount of the allowance, which was fixed by the communes, ranged from $11 to $17 a head. Later on, bills were introduced into the French Senate making physical education compulsory for girls as well as for boys, and this included plans to acquire lands and buildings to be used for physical training. Another law sought to modify the marriage code so that one could marry without the consent of his parents and grandparents, and another proposed that the word obey be taken out of the woman's part of the marriage contract. To the latter, many of the women's journals were especially hostile, declaring that it would lead to anarchy in the home. The Department of Ardennes in northern France has adopted an ordinance which is being urged elsewhere in the country by the National Alliance for Increasing the Population of France. Under this measure, the unmarried mother may conceal her identity, for any woman may enter a public maternity hospital, have her baby, and leave the institution with her child without having revealed her name. The prospective mother need only fill out a form giving her name, address, place of birth, and age, together with the name and address of the person she wishes notified in case of her death. This is sealed up in a numbered envelope, and the hospital authorities know the woman only by her number. The association takes the ground that France needs babies too badly to neglect any mothers, whether married or unmarried. Other laws have been suggested. One is the taxation of bachelors, and another the taxation of married men who have not become fathers. There is a movement to curtail the taxes on the large families, and in some places gold medals are given for more babies. For some years, the Department of the Seine has been assisting poor mothers until their children reach the age of 3 years, and more recently has granted a premium of 200 francs per annum to such women as nurse their own babies. Almost half the illegitimate children of France are abandoned by their parents, and tens of thousands of legitimate babies die through preventable causes. For this reason, the Ministry of Health has opened one large maternity hospital and is providing funds for another. It is giving allowances for convalescent mothers and is doing much to safeguard babies against death and disease. France has some of the largest foundling asylums of the world. There is one in Paris which until now has been surpassed only by the great orphan asylum of Moscow. It has many thousand times more babies than were slaughtered by Herod at Bethlehem, and it costs several $1,000,000 a year to keep the little nobodies alive. The institution has been in existence for more than 2 centuries. It was once managed by the nuns, but is now under the government. There is a little Moses basket, a sort of revolving tray set in one of the windows opening on the street, on which a mother can lay her baby and by a whirl put it inside without herself being detected. The child is then taken as a member of the institution. It is given a name, and if in any way the place of birth or the name of its father and mother can be obtained, these are put on a tag, a strip of parchment which is tied around the child's arm. The babies are kept in the refuge no longer than is absolutely necessary, and then sent out to board, or given away to those who will take them. Nurses, who are in great demand, have their railroad fares paid into Paris. There are always more babies than nurses, and at one time every nurse was given a choice of 6 babies. Some of the babies are kept on one cow's milk, and goats and even donkeys add to the feeding supply. Since the war, boy babies are the most popular, and the orphan children of France have been more than ever carefully nourished. Private individuals are doing much to increase the baby supply. A notable instance is that of Monsieur and Madame Cognac, who some time ago gave $250,000 to establish 90 awards for every large family among the poor which has had at least 9 children. All the children must be living, or any who have died must have surrendered their lives for France. This man and his wife also gave another $100,000 to make 100 awards of $1,000 each to couples under 30 years of age who have as many as 5 children. I have heard of a landlord here in Paris who accepts as tenants only married couples with children, and gives the mother of every baby born in his house the sum of $2, a chicken, and a supply of coal for the winter. There is another patriot in the department of Haute-Saône who recently called the married men of his town together, promising each 20 francs for every child after the 4th. The mother had to bring out the children and show that all were her own. I am told that more than 100 mothers came forward to claim the reward, and that altogether they had 816 children. There are a number of industrial corporations which are contributing to increase the birth rate. One has a fund that gives every married man among its employees an average of 2 francs a day for each child. An association of linen manufacturers is paying a supplementary wage of about $2 a month to families having 1 child under 13 years of age, and $5 a month to families having 2 children. The extra wage goes on increasing until it reaches a maximum of $420 a year where there are 7 children or more. Since I came to France, I have occasionally bought some of the newspapers devoted to the increase of the baby crop. One of these, entitled Marriage, lies before me. It is issued twice a month. Of the shape of the ordinary magazine, it has 40 pages, of which more than 20 are taken up with advertisements sent in by the subscribers. While their subscription lasts, those who subscribe have the right to advertise for wives or husbands to the extent of 15 words in each issue. If they wish to use more space, they pay 5 cents for each additional word. The advertisements are numbered, and all correspondence goes on through numbers and not by names, the magazine being the mailbox. Since the current numbers run from 32,000 to 91,000, I judge some business is done. To show what the advertisements are like, I shall translate several chosen at random. Professor 28 has 3 adopted children. Would like to correspond with marriage in view with the person interested in pedagogy. Young nice girl, tall brunette, serious, likes housework. Would marry a serious, affectionate, hard-working man from 29 to 35. Colonel's widow without children, 50, young in spirit, earning 25,000 francs a year, will have 100,000. Would marry honorable man of position and fortune. The articles in the magazine, many of which are by prominent writers, relate to marriage in one form or another and to the necessity of increasing the French population. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Among the farmers. The Rhone Valley, where I am now, has furnished the answer to my question in Paris. Where do the market men get the vast quantities of foodstuffs I saw in their stalls? The land here is covered with luxuriant crops. There are no fences, and nature's great patchwork stretches out on every side as far as my eyes can reach. Just now we are driving past a wheat field in which blood-red poppies, as big around as a teacup, look out of the green. On the other side of the road is a hayfield where women and girls are working side by side with the men, and farther on is a great expanse of wheat with women bent half double pulling the weeds. The women here work as hard as the men. They do all sorts of field labor, and you see them scattered over every landscape. They are even more thrifty than the men, and are the great savers of the French people. The French are economical farmers. With them a penny saved is 2 pence earned, and they see that nothing goes to waste. They live as cheaply as any people of Europe. The average farmer starts out to work on black bread and vegetable soup, or he may have only bread and cheese and a glass of wine. At noon he will have a vegetable soup and perhaps fried potatoes, and in the evening the same. He has wine at every meal, for it is one of the cheapest of drinks. Nearly everyone keeps a goat, although but few drink the milk, for goat's milk will make cheese. The work among the farmers goes on throughout the week and often on Sunday as well. The fields are full of Sunday workers. While the church bells are ringing, mechanics are plying their trades, and the ordinary stores and workshops are open. There are 2 million more farm owners in this little republic than in our big one over the water. The average holding is less than 6 acres, and thousands own little tracts upon which they live, working a part of the year for someone else. The roads and streams and little canals of France are lined with poplars. I can see long lines of them cutting the landscape in every direction. Some of the trees are 100 feet tall. They are bare of branches, with only a tassel left on the top. Others are full-limbed, and some are just sprouting new growth on all sides. These poplars are grown for their branches and are finally cut down for wood or for furniture. The branches grow rapidly. They are cut off year after year, put up into bundles, and sold to the bakers to make the hot fires necessary for the crisp crust on the French bread. There is such a demand that raising them is a national industry. The poplars are planted in places which are good for nothing else, and after 5 years each will annually yield an appreciable sum. Willows are grown in the same way, and their sprouts are used for baskets. The French make money out of chestnuts. They grow varieties from 2 to 3 times as large as the American chestnut and sell them to the fruit stands and groceries. The nuts are used to dress turkeys, geese, chickens, and game, and also for desserts. The confectioners make candy of them, and the best candied chestnuts bring high prices. There are large establishments in France which do nothing else. One at Lyon handles 25 million pounds of chestnuts a year. In southern France, Spain, and Italy, chestnuts are ground into a meal and used for bread. The French have 1 million acres devoted to gardens and fruits, and in riding over the country one passes fields of hot beds and sees glass frames propped over plants outside the beds. In many places glass bells are used to cover the individual plants, and there are some sections which raise potatoes under glass for export to London. The people have studied the soil and the sun, and they coax as much work as possible from both. They feed the growing things and sometimes get 3 crops a year through intensive cultivation. Near Cherbourg, cabbage is raised early in February. After it is taken off, a crop of potatoes is planted, and a 3rd crop comes on in the autumn. This is on land that has been used for generations. And still we Americans talk of old Mother Earth's being worn out. Nothing of the kind. The old lady has all the possibilities of perpetual youth, but Coquette that she is, she must be petted and fed with the dainties she loves to make her yield her best crops. This is especially true of the vineyards which have been cultivated for centuries. The French vines are cut back every year, and every vine has its own stake to grow on. One of the odd features of fruit growing here is the method of training the trees against stone walls, which when warmed by the sun act as radiators and make the fruit ripen earlier. I have seen garden after garden outside big French cities walled in this way. It is estimated that there are 400 miles of such walls in the suburbs of Paris, and that they annually yield 12 million peaches. The peaches are sold singly and bring fancy prices. Indeed, I have seen peaches sell for $1 each, but they were raised under glass. Suburban Paris has pear orchards that produce as much as $300 per acre, and there is one 5-acre orchard noted for its early pears, which brings more than $2,000 a year. Every French country community has its clubs where the farmers meet and discuss how to market their crops. The farmers combine and buy their fertilizer at wholesale and appeal to the railroads for low freight rates. Not only the farmers, but the railroad officials, the bankers, and the merchants come to these club meetings. The railroad men are asked to advise the farmers as to what they should do about transportation and markets, and the bankers and merchants give their counsel about money matters. In America, the farmer usually has but little to do with the city man and seems to be jealous and afraid of him. The French farmer is willing to say there may be some brains outside his own class, and he is glad to take advantage of them. Most of the farmers in France belong to agricultural syndicates, of which there are altogether several thousand. These syndicates are for the general furthering of the farming and commercial interests of the members. They are established under a national law and are organized into unions which work together for the interests of their class. They have a head office at Paris, which negotiates with the railroads as to freight rates and also pushes agricultural interests before the French Parliament. Among other thrifty organizations are the Workmen's Aid Societies, formed to give their members money in their old age. The members enter when young, and at 55 expect to have enough saved to be able to retire and live on their pensions. The amount of pension is in proportion to the length and amount of saving, and the members range all the way from 3 to 60 years old. Hundreds of school children belong to such associations, and the government itself aids in their support. The societies are under the control of the Department of the Interior, and the officials believe that they help to prevent strikes and divert the members from communistic and socialistic tendencies. These associations were created just after the French Revolution and are in a thriving condition today. They can be organized by any group of workmen or employees. Some of them are composed of clerks, some of sales girls, and many of factory hands. The members are required to pay monthly dues, and the money is invested in government bonds at 3%, which interest goes on at a compound rate and accumulates the vast amounts which are given out as old age pensions. There are also accident societies and associations formed by the different railroad companies and other large corporations for their employees. It is wonderful how the money grows out of these small savings. 2 cents a day laid aside for 16 years gives an income of about $2.50 a month from that time on, and large sums produce money in the same proportion. Such societies can be formed in any community, and deposits can be made wherever there is a post office. The smallest deposit is a franc, but postage stamps are accepted, and many poor people buy savings stamps and paste away a cent at a time until they can make up the deposit for a month. I have before me figures showing the savings of the French people during the first 6 months of a typical year. They amount to more than 1 billion gold dollars. Of this, more than half has gone to the purchase of shares and bonds, which directly or indirectly will help in the rebuilding of France. A great part of it has been invested in short-term treasury bonds at 4.5% interest. Deposits in the savings banks have increased, and also the number of depositors. We have in the United States a little more than 11 million men, women, and children who have deposits in our savings banks. At the end of the war, France had less than 8 million depositors, but 4 years later she had more than 15,600,000. In other words, the number of savings depositors had almost doubled. The depositors include all classes of people and persons of all ages. There are almost as many women as men among them. Many are farm hands, and tens of thousands are employees in the mills and factories. There are thousands of school children who have savings accounts, and they are encouraged by the teachers to open them. In every common school, a child can deposit with his teacher amounts of 1 cent and upward, and the agent of the postal savings banks comes around once a month and collects the sums. When the child makes his first deposit, he gets a bank book, and when his deposits have reached a franc, a bigger one is supplied. Parents often lay aside money in these banks so that their children may have capital with which to begin life when they reach manhood or womanhood. Mothers lay aside money for their daughters' dowries, and girls thus save for their wedding trousseaux. No wonder de Lesseps believed he could build a great canal from the woolen stockings of the French people, and no wonder France has made such rapid recovery from the disasters of war. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The City of Silk. I am in Lyons, the silk center of Europe, where for more than 4 centuries the finest stuffs for the belles of all nations have been turned out by the French. This city makes about $120 million worth of silks and silk goods every year, and its satins and velvets go all over the world. Lyons is situated in the rich valley of the Rhone, 5 hours south of Paris. It lies at the confluence of that river and the Saône. On the other side of the Saône are the heights of Fourvière, with a great tower upon them up which we shall climb for the view. We walk through the town, passing the site of a palace in which the most cruel of the Roman emperors, Claudius and Caligula, were born. We go over one of the Saône bridges and take a cable railroad up the heights to the foot of the tower. Another elevator takes us to the top, where we are 300 feet above the river and high over the city. Behind us are the golden mountains of Lyons, and beyond them, across a valley filled with gardens and trees, are the mighty Alps, their snowy peaks forming a ragged silver mass against the clouds. The day is clear, and we can see the white cap of Mont Blanc 100 miles away. Turn about now and look down into the valley. There is the Rhone, fresh from its glacier cradle high in the Alps, and nearer still, flowing almost at our feet, is the Saône, winding about through the town side by side with its twin sister. Between the two is the greater part of Lyons, and as we look we see the silvery streams girdling the municipal maiden in her silken clothes before they go winding on together to the sea. We are in the heart of one of the oldest parts of Europe, and on the site of one of the most famous cities of France. This Rhone Valley was a trade route in the days of Julius Caesar, and in the Middle Ages great fairs were held here, to which merchants from Amsterdam to Venice came to buy and sell. 600 years before Christ was born, the Gauls had a town on this site, and at the time Jesus lived, there was a Roman city here. On this very hill, one Roman emperor caused 20,000 Christians to be massacred, while in the days of the French Revolution, the tribunal, finding that the guillotine would not kill the Lyons aristocrats fast enough, tied them together with ropes in rows of 60 and mowed them down by wholesale with grape shot. The Lyons of today, however, is a great manufacturing center with almost as many people as Pittsburgh. Standing here on the tower, we can see the smokestacks of its car shops, tanneries, and chemical works, and there across the valley on the other side is the famous Croix Rousse, the hill where the silk makers live, where the shining, costly patterns of generations have been woven, and where some of the most beautiful fabrics of the world are produced. The hill looks but little like a manufacturing center. It has no vast brick buildings walled with windows, such as one sees in the factory towns of our country. It has no smokestacks pouring volumes of black into the clouds, and it looks more like a residential section than an industrial one. Still, Lyon has hundreds of silk factories, and most of them are situated upon that hill. Suppose we visit it. We descend to the Saône, cross the bridge, and take the trolley car through the city to the cable station at the foot of the Croix Rousse. Entering a boxcar where a score of silk workers are standing, in a moment we find ourselves riding to the top of the hill. A few steps from the station above take us into the heart of the silk industry of Lyon. We can tell it by the click, 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 which is heard on every street and in every hallway. The houses are lean, five-story structures built along alley-like streets with narrow entrance doors. They look like tenement buildings and are indeed little more than great beehives filled with laborers, and every cell in them is a small factory. We enter one of the older buildings and walk up the narrow stone stairs. As we mount from story to story, we hear the clicking going steadily on. The building is rudely constructed and without modern conveniences. We knock at a door, pounding loudly to overcome the noise of the weaving. A shirt-sleeved Frenchman with a cap on his head opens the door and asks us to enter. He has just left his loom, but at our request he goes to work again. The loom is old-fashioned and he works it with his feet, throwing the shuttle from one side to the other through the threads by hand. He is making a pattern of dress goods which may eventually enhance the beauty of an American belle at a White House reception. Going on, we enter room after room. Each has one or more looms with bare-armed and bare-headed men and women turning out all kinds of silk. Though the wages are 4 times what they were in pre-war days, we should consider them low. Some of the finest silk and velvet weaving in Lyon is done on the old-fashioned hand looms. Even where electrically run looms are used, much of the weaving is a house industry. Sometimes several weavers will club together in one room, each having his own loom and paying a low rate for the electric current. This is furnished so cheaply that a man gets what he wants at a few cents a day and pays for his loom in installments. Moreover, by this plan, he can weave in the same room in which his father and his grandfather worked before him. I visited this afternoon the biggest silk mill in France. The workers are bare-armed, bare-headed girls, well-dressed, and in many cases good-looking. They are the daughters of the men who work on the house looms and are the descendants of many generations of silk weavers. The mill is like a great cotton factory, save that much brighter colors are used. In the reeling room, the threads are of all the hues of the rainbow, and the thousands of spools make a maze of brilliant tints and shades. I was interested in the velvet works. The finest of such goods are made by home workers, although power looms are generally used. Much of the hand-woven velvet made in Lyon is brocaded, and that in most beautiful patterns. Some of the silk and velvet curtains turned out bring as much as $800 a pair. I saw velvets today which sell for $70 a yard, and was shown curtains which require 4 months to weave. The velvet is woven upon wires. When the weaving is finished, the threads are cut through to the wires with a knife, and the wires are taken out. As each line of looped threads must be cut separately, a slip of the knife would ruin the cloth. I was shown specimens of furniture coverings made at a cost of $42 a yard. Think of paying $42 for a chair seat, and this is what the stuff costs in France. The price will be doubled by the time it gets into one of the Fifth Avenue palaces and is fitted on its luxurious furniture. Every time one sits down upon it, he will cover a yard of it. It would make me uncomfortable to sit down on $84 at one time. The royal families of Europe were the principal consumers of these expensive hand-woven materials, and now that royalty is out of fashion, the demand has greatly diminished. I have gone through some of the largest of the Lyon silk stores. They are to be found in buildings not unlike the factories. Entering by an unpretentious stairway to the 2nd or 3rd floor, you first find a door with a little brass sign marked with the name of the merchant. You come into large rooms with long counters running through them. There is no silk on view, for the goods are stored away in cases or drawers until brought out for the customers. The rooms are walled with mirrors in order that the colors may be shown by reflected, as well as by direct light. Some of the oldest patterns are the most beautiful, and these are repeated from generation to generation, but new ones are continually being designed. The French are noted for their creative artistic ability, and they have schools here at Lyons where designing is taught. Some of the factories make pictures in silk, both for decoration and for wall covering. Lyons is doing all it can to foster its silk industry. It has its technical schools which teach all branches of silk manufacture. Young men come here from all parts of the world to study how to make silk, and many work in the mills for that purpose. There is one school which charges from $160 to $280 a year for tuition. The lower sum is the charge for Frenchmen, and the higher that for foreigners. In this school the best of modern silk weaving machinery is used, and a great part of it bears the mark of American manufacturers. An American sewing machine stitches the pattern cards together, and American methods of weaving are employed. All kinds of silks, velvets, and plain and figured goods are made here under the superintendence of the most skilled workmen. The boys do the work themselves, with the professional silk men as overseers. I visited the Lyons Municipal Silk School on the Croix Rousse. Upon the payment of a small sum, any boy of Lyons who has reached the age of 15 can enter and learn all about silk weaving, designing, and pattern making. The course of day study is 10 months, and there is in addition a night school, in which a 3-year course is offered. Every boy has to keep a diary of his work, with the patterns of the silks he has made and copies of his designs. The school gives instruction in the breeding of silkworms, as well as in all kinds of weaving and designing. The professor in charge, a kind-looking old Frenchman wearing a skull cap and rough clothes, took me through one department after another. He introduced me to some of the students and had them work at the looms before my eyes. It was not until the 15th century that much silk weaving was done in France. Before that time the best of the silks came from Italy. Lyons, however, was even then a great fair city, and many Italian silks were brought there for sale. Louis XI imported Italian weavers, and about 40 years after the discovery of America, Francis I induced many of them to settle at Lyons by guaranteeing them exemption from taxation, free lodgings, and the right to carry swords, as well as immunity from imprisonment for debt. He brought silk weavers from Genoa, Florence, Lucca, and Venice, and thus founded this business, which has done much to make France rich. The industry prospered until the persecution of the Huguenots drove more than 300,000 of the most skillful of the French artisans out of the country, and in a few years reduced the number of looms from 40,000 to 10,000. The Protestant weavers escaped to England, Germany, and Switzerland, and started the silk manufacture of those countries. Silk is no longer the dress of the rich and fashionable exclusively. A greater proportion of the people of the United States wear silk than do those of any other country, and year by year the demand for it grows steadily all over the world. In other countries, and especially in the United States, every effort has been made to obtain more efficient quantity production at lower cost. But at Lyons, the mills have been slow to adopt the improved methods. During and immediately after the World War, when German competition hardly existed, the French failed to make the most of their opportunity to capture new markets. The manufacturers are intensely individualistic and dislike to combine. They seem each to prefer to keep up their own standards of high quality rather than get together to turn out cheaper grades in quantity production. The beautiful silk from the German mills at Krefeld and the fine silks of Milan in Italy have won away some of the old customers of Lyons. The Italians are rapidly regaining the place they held in the Middle Ages among the chief silk manufacturing peoples of the world. It used to be that most of the raw silk brought from China came to Marseille. A large part of it now goes to Genoa and other Italian ports, and the output of Italian silk goods has grown so rapidly that Milan is already second only to Lyons as the silk center of Europe, and bids fair to outstrip the French metropolis. The United States is now the leading silk-making country of the world. In the last few years, the value of the silk produced in our mills has increased by nearly 200%, At one time, we annually contributed about $30 million to the Lyon silk weavers. Now we make almost all the silk we consume, besides exporting millions of dollars worth annually. The French claim that the falling off in their trade is due to our protective tariff, which has built up the silk industry of Paterson and other American cities. In these places, the silk is made in large mills, and the cost is so reduced by up-to-date labor-saving machinery and by proper organization that American commercial travelers can now sell American silks in Europe. Some of the French manufacturers have already removed their plants to the United States, and others have remodeled their mills on the American plan. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. No sluggards need apply. "'Tis the voice of the sluggard," I heard him complain. "You have waked me too soon. I must slumber again." I walked by his garden and saw the wild briar. The thorn and the thistle grew broader and higher. If the ghost of Isaac Watts could be with me in Belgium today, he would quickly agree that the lines of his poem, "The Sluggard," which I have quoted, do not apply to this kingdom. Indeed, I am amazed at the thrift I see all around me, and wish that more of my countrymen would adopt the work-slave gospel that seems the rule here. At the close of the World War, Belgium was in a situation quite different from that of France, England, or the United States. The industrial machinery in both of the last two countries, as well as what was left of that in France, was in full swing. It had been speeded up by the war, and the foreign markets were open. Belgium, owing to the German occupation, had lost all its markets. The war had taken a large part of its workers. Some had been killed, some deported by the Germans, and many educated to idleness by the doles of their own government and the charities from the United States and other parts of the world. Before the war, Belgium had depended largely on German capital to finance her industries. After the armistice, the little kingdom awoke to find herself out of money, short of men, and with most of her industrial equipment either destroyed or carried away. What did she do? Did she play the part of the sluggard? No. She rolled up her sleeves, took her spade and hoe in hand, bent her back, dug her bare toes into the rich alluvial soil under her feet, and went to work. She borrowed money from her own people at home and got more from abroad, on the security of the peace treaty provision that Germany should pay Belgium's damages in advance of those due France and the rest of the Allies. She instituted new taxes and surtaxes, and a year after the war was over, found that her national revenues were $20 million more than had been estimated. Meanwhile, she had got back the bulk of her workers and had stopped the drift toward pauperism that charity had started. She raised wages, put her laborers to work on the highways and railroads, organized a combination of 300 cooperative building societies, and sent men to scour Germany and bring back the machinery that had been taken away. Nearly 8,000 tons of stolen material and 90,000 tons of machinery were recovered from Germany. Today, the industries of Belgium have been practically restored and the country is on its feet. But first, let me say a few words of the Belgians. They are about the busiest of all the peoples on earth. They have here a country 1/14 the size of California, but so thickly populated that if California could have the same number for every square mile, it would contain more people than we have in the Union. If the main body of the United States were as thickly settled as Belgium, it would have 200 million more people than are in the world today. The population here is 658 per square mile, or more than twice the density of the population of Germany, and just twice that of Great Britain and Ireland. The only country that approaches Belgium in density is Holland, which has 122 fewer people for every 640 acres inside its boundaries. Most of the Belgians live in villages and work on the land. There are only 4 cities of more than 100,000 inhabitants. With its suburbs, Brussels, the largest and finest, is almost as big as St. Louis. Antwerp is the size of Cincinnati, and Ghent and Liege have each about the same population as Memphis. Malines has 60,000, Bruges is a bit smaller, and Ostend and Louvain are smaller still. In comparison with most of humanity, these people, so crowded together, are rich. Before the war they put in their savings bank every year several $100 million. Today more than half of the school children have their own bank books, and the deposits of the primary students amount to upward of $5 each. The people are well clad, and however lean they may have been during the war, they look well fed now. These Belgian farms yield twice as much grain to the acre as ours. There are patches which produce 2 tons of tobacco or 800 bushels of carrots per acre. I am told that prior to 1914, a farmer was able to support himself, his wife, and 3 children on less than 3 acres, and any surplus of land brought in clear profit. Belgium also has coal and iron. Before the war, it was selling iron and steel to all parts of the world, and its production of pig iron was half that of France. Liege was not hurt in the first military attack, but later the Germans shipped off to Germany first the copper, then the machine tools, and finally the full equipment of whole plants and factories whose owners and operators refused to work them for the enemy. Before the war, Belgium had 54 blast furnaces, and at its close only 4 remained intact. Yet a good part of them are now again in operation, and through a combination in the steel industry, the country is prepared for a greater export trade than ever before. Belgium is making steel rails for Great Britain, China, South America, and the Dutch East Indies, at prices much lower than those of competing mills in England. I have traveled all over the world, but I have never been able to get out of sight of Belgian goods, nor to find a country where Belgium did not have a part of its trade. Belgium has a great textile industry, which, before the Germans overran her, made goods for export to the amount of almost $80 million per annum. It had a big flax industry, including 25 factories making linen thread, or tow. The linen spindles numbered 375,000, and the cotton spindles more than 1.5 million. These industries were much injured during the war, but both have made a rapid recovery. A great deal more flax has been planted on account of the loss of the Russian product, and the acreage has steadily increased. The woolen mills of Belgium were famous during the Middle Ages, and before the war, the country had 110 weaving mills, from which the Germans took a great part of the machinery. Much of this was brought back, and the industry is now handling more wool than ever. There are certain streams along which the mills are located whose waters give the Belgian wool a peculiar brilliancy and softness not found elsewhere on the continent. Before the Germans invaded Belgium, she was exporting glass of all kinds to nearly every part of the world. Liege was making more than 60 million pounds of table glass per annum, and it had one factory that produced on the average 250,000 pieces of glass every day. This factory began working again on the day of the armistice, and the industry as a whole has since practically equaled its former production. In plate glass, especially, Belgium was far ahead of the other countries of Europe. Most of its output went to England, Holland, and the United States. Not only has all this business been recovered, but the present exports exceed those antedating the German invasion. There are but a few straws which show how the winds of prosperity are blowing in Belgium. Nearly every industry is improving its plants, and there are combinations of capital and movements to develop foreign trade, which make the outlook better than ever. There is one other factor in the comeback of Belgium which deserves mention here. That is the Belgian dog. He is a live institution and must be, I am sure, responsible for the expression to work like a dog. The dogs are worked harder than any other animals. I see them hauling vegetable carts, pulling between shafts, or hitched to the axle. Sometimes they toil along side by side with a woman, and sometimes they do all the pulling themselves. Every man who runs a push cart has a dog to help him, and the milk cart is always drawn by one or more dogs. It is wonderful what the dogs pull and how well they work. I tested one at a dog market in Brussels. The owner wanted to sell him, and upon my asking a trial, he loaded 1,500 pounds upon the wagon, and the dog dragged it along the cobbled streets without overexertion. He said it could pull a ton. The Belgian dogs are usually in good condition. They are so valuable that they are often fed while their owners go hungry. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of From France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Automobiling through Belgium. Step into my car and take a look at this little land as we spin over the roads. The highways are often stone paved. We can make 30 miles every hour and easily cover 200 a day. Belgium is not much longer than from Baltimore to New York, and not much wider than the distance between Philadelphia and Baltimore. It has an area about 1/4 that of Pennsylvania. It is less than 1/3 the size of Indiana and only a little larger than Massachusetts, with Delaware added thereto. For the most part the land is flat, although the Ardennes Mountains at the southeast rise in places to the height of the Blue Ridge of Virginia. Belgium, like Holland, is made up largely of the rich earth washings brought down by rivers and streams from the highlands, and it is cut up by canals. We crossed a canal every few miles. These necessitate bridges, which in most cases are of stone or concrete. There are more than 1,000 miles of canals and 5 rivers that are used as commercial waterways. The Scheldt, which would not be considered a large stream in the United States, has on its banks 3 cities, Antwerp, Ghent, and Tournai. It has been a water highway for centuries, and boats were paying toll upon it as far back as 1000 A.D. The freight now carried by water runs annually into the hundreds of millions of tons, and in some years to more than 1 billion. There are 5 ship canals having a combined length 16 miles greater than that of our big ditch at Panama. The country is one vast truck garden cut into small fields now covered with the richest of crops. There are no fences, and the grass, grain, and vegetables extend on, with green trees lining the roads as far as our eyes can reach. The crops are even heavier than those we saw in France. The shocks in the wheat fields are so thick that they stand out like soldiers dressed in the yellow uniform of Belgium. In places they have been carried to the sides of the fields so as not to interfere with the plowing, which often results here in 2 crops a year. See how well kept everything is. There are no weeds anywhere. There are no tools lying about, and the grain is protected in shock and in stack. Those oat shocks on our right are each made up of 8 sheaves with cap sheaves on top. The cap is so made that it looks almost like thatch and is tied on with straw ropes. The wheat shocks on our left are capped in the same way. The sheaves are small and the straw is long. Each sheaf is as big around as a 3-gallon bucket, and when I lean one against my knees, it reaches as high as my waist. The grain is exceedingly heavy, for the production per acre of wheat, oats, barley, rye, and potatoes exceeds that of any other civilized country. The wheat yield is 37 bushels per acre, while our average is only 14. Before the war, Belgium imported about 3/4 of her wheat, but her production of other foodstuffs, including meat, was sufficient for the whole population, and she exported beet sugar, potatoes, draft horses, fruit, and vegetables. She now produces more than 500 million pounds of beet sugar a year. We see also flax, another great crop of Belgium, whose linen industry is famous the world over. The flax is cut with sickles, and the little stalks, not much bigger than knitting needles, are propped up against each other so that they look like so many yellow dunce caps. After drying, they are put up in double-story sheaves, all carefully capped like the wheat and oats, and later carried in huge carts to the mills near the streams in which the flax must be rotted to get out the fiber. Besides manufacturing quantities of linen, Belgium exports more than $10 million worth of flax in 1 year. As we go on, we pass fields of potatoes, which are growing 300 bushels per acre. patches of barley which yield 50 bushels, and great quantities of green hops trained on tall poles. This is a land of good beer, which now costs about 10 cents a pint. It is greedily drunk, for so far prohibition has not corked up the thirsty Belgian throat. Our automobile has stopped at the side of the road to allow a caravan of teams dragging huge wagons of wheat to pass by. Each wagon holds from 3 to 5 tons, but 2 horses pull it with ease over these smooth Belgian blocks. Some teams haul 2 loaded wagons, the tongue of the second tied to the rear of the first. The wagons themselves weigh half a ton, and some are so heavily loaded that an American team could not budge them on one of the rough country roads of the States. The horses are enormous. They look like elephants in horsehide, and some of the best will weigh a ton each. I have seen even bigger horses pulling drays in the cities and ports, where they still compete with the motor trucks. Draft stallions to the value of millions of dollars a year are imported. Oxen also are used, and even cows, donkeys, and some American mules. There are but few tractors, although they are gradually coming into those parts of the country where the soil is heavy, and on farms of 100 acres or more. They are employed chiefly in deep plowing. One of the surprising features of our travel through Belgium is the multitude of small farms. Out of less than 7.5 million acres of total area, about 5 million acres are tilled. Much of the ground is worked with the hoe and the spade, and no less than 1/6 of the people are classified as agricultural laborers. Out of every 100 persons employed on the farms, only 16 are paid wages. The others are proprietors or members of the farm families. Most of the farmers live in villages of 1 or 2-story brick houses, whence they go out to work their small patches of land. As to the size of the holdings, the average tract is only 4 acres, whereas in other countries it is from 30 to 100 acres. As time goes on, these farms will grow smaller and smaller, unless there is a change in the inheritance laws. I have discussed this subject with one of the leading real estate lawyers of Brussels. He tells me that a man must leave 1/4 of his property to his wife, and that the rest must be divided equitably among his children. He may will away as he pleases only a fixed portion. The result is that farmlands are being continually redivided, but this does not matter so much with a people accustomed to till every inch of their soil and make it produce. As we go on in our automobile, we are surprised at the scarcity of motor transportation in Europe. The United States has a car or truck of some kind for every 2 families. France has only 1 for every 40, and Belgium has even fewer. Most of the cars here are of light weight and low horsepower, for the upkeep far exceeds that of our cars at home. In France, gasoline sells for from 60 to 75 cents a gallon. On our motor trips there, we sometimes filled our car from square cans as long as a stick of stove wood, each holding a little more than a gallon. It took 10 of these cans to fill our tank, and the man or woman who sold them brought them out to the car and poured them in one by one. Sometimes we found gasoline pumps like those used in the States, most of which were imported from America. Gasoline is called essence in France, the name coming from the essence of petroleum, which is just what it is. Many of the French cars are so small that if you put one in the tonneau of an American 7-passenger machine, it would rattle around. In some of the smaller cars, the body hangs down to within 8 or 10 inches of the roadway, and the car runs on only 2 or 3 horsepower. The most popular of the cheap machines has from 5 to 10 horsepower, and the largest and best seldom have more than 30 or 40. The speed of the motor cars of France is beyond conception, and the recklessness of drivers amazing. There are plenty of traffic rules, but no one observes them, and the brass-buttoned traffic policeman with his white club seems not such a czar as he is with us. Unless he causes an accident, no one is punished for fast driving. Even the person who is run over, if he is so fortunate as to escape death, is arrested for obstructing the traffic. Here the bicycle takes the place of our flivver, and Belgium has more than 1 for every 2 families. The number is 900,000. They are used by men, women, and children, by the rich and the poor, for work and for pleasure. They are the chief picnic vehicle, and the boys and girls riding tandem bring youth to my eyes. They make me think of the popular song of our own bicycle craze. It won't be a stylish marriage, we can't afford a carriage, but you'll look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of From France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. From Liege to Ypres. For the last few days I have been motoring in my Benz limousine from town to town and from battlefield to battlefield, making notes of the rebuilding that has been going on here since the war. It began the moment the guns ceased firing and has so transformed the country that some of the tourist organizations have stopped taking their parties through the different salients because the signs of devastation have almost passed away. You all know how roughly Belgium was dealt with during the World War. She incurred the anger of the Germans by holding back their armies when they were preparing to pounce down upon Paris. In July 1914, they had 1 million men massed on the western frontier, and on August 4th they invaded the country. On August 5th they bombarded the forts of Liege with the biggest guns ever known up to that time, and within a week 3 of these forts had surrendered. Meanwhile, the British had waked up and were pouring in soldiers. The French had concentrated along their frontier, and the 5 German armies were so delayed by little Belgium that Paris was saved and the war eventually won for the Allies. After entering Belgium, the German forces divided. Some came on and occupied Brussels, and thence made their way to Malines and Louvain to begin the short siege of Antwerp. Another force successfully bombarded Namur in the valley of the Meuse, and on the 22nd of August came the great battle of Mons, where the British, with much inferior forces, engaged 300,000 Germans and were gradually driven back step by step until they reached the Marne. But that is a part of the story of France. After the Battle of Mons, most of Belgium was evacuated by the British and the French. Brussels had been taken over by the Germans 2 days before. Malines had been destroyed by big guns, the Cathedral of Louvain had been battered, and its library of valuable manuscripts and 300,000 volumes had been burned. The Kaiser's troops were besieging Antwerp, which was held by the Belgians under King Albert. During the bombardment of Malines and Louvain, hundreds of business buildings and private dwellings were reduced to dust. A like fate came upon several hundred structures in Antwerp itself. During my travels I have visited each of these cities. Most of the buildings have been restored, and in some cases much better ones have been put up. The new private buildings are artistic. Many of them are of white stone and some have their walls decorated with carvings. All are in harmony with the old surroundings. Louvain's new $1 million library, built by the funds raised by 640 colleges and universities in the United States, is not on the site of the old one, but faces the Place du Peuple, which is filled with old forest trees. The design is by Whitney Warren, an American architect who planned it to harmonize with the typical architecture of Belgium. The inscription selected to run across the front in great sunken letters reads, Furore Teutonica deruta dona Americano restituta, which means destroyed by Teutonic fury, restored by America's gift. The building covers a full square of ground on the highest land in the city. On my way to Antwerp, I saw the place upon which were mounted the guns which sent shells as tall as I am a distance of 10 miles into that city. The site, I am told, had been fixed by the Germans before the war. The guns were set up on the foundation of a wooden villa which covered a bed of reinforced concrete of great thickness. The villa was taken away and these huge 17-inch guns, whose enormous size astounded the world, were placed here. The bombardment lasted 36 hours, and during a part of this time a shell was dropped every minute. A gun could fire only a limited number of shells before it had to be allowed to cool. The damage done to Antwerp was small, for the Germans expected to maintain the port as one of their great war stations of the future, and to use it as Napoleon did when he said, "Antwerp is a loaded pistol that I hold against England's throat." Fortunately for the world, the famous cathedral was unharmed. In all, only 700 buildings were destroyed, and some of them were so dilapidated anyhow that the city was glad to have them removed. On October 9th, when Antwerp was surrendered by the mayor, the Belgians and the British had left the city and fallen back upon Ghent, from which they retired 2 days later. The Germans went on to take Ghent and Bruges, and within less than a week had reached Ostend, at which time the Belgian army was on the river Ypres. You may remember the great battle of Ypres, which lasted 10 days, and was fought upon the land, upon the sea, and in the air. That was the first battle in which aviators were successfully employed, and it was the one in which the Belgians shot holes in the raised banks of the river, so that its waters, increased by the inflowing tide, spread over the country and inflicted severe losses upon their enemies. It was about the same time that the Battle of Ypres, or as the British Tommies called it, Ypres, began. The first shell descended on that town on October 7th, and 2 days later 20,000 Germans passed through it. 6 days after that the first British soldiers came in, and on October 19th the British met the Germans in a contest that lasted 3 weeks and resulted in the Germans losing 250,000 men and the Allies more than 100,000. Another battle took place there in 1915 and a third in 1917, when the British advanced and pushed back the Germans. In each of these battles there was fighting throughout the surrounding country, which wiped out towns and villages and caused about the worst destruction that Belgium suffered during the war. To understand the devastation, one must recall Ypres of the past. More than 2 centuries before America was discovered, the city had 200,000 inhabitants and was one of the richest industrial towns of the world. Its people wove woolen cloth, silks, and velvets, and, excepting the cathedrals, the Cloth Hall of Ypres was the finest building of the Middle Ages. It was used by the Drapers' Guild as its warehouse and exchange. Another great structure was the cathedral, built about the same time, and connected with the Cloth Hall was the new work, begun the same year that the Mayflower came to anchor near Plymouth Rock. All of these buildings and others were rich in carvings, paintings, stained glass windows, and valuable archives. The city itself, reduced to less than 1/10 of its former size, was a beautiful relic of artistic antiquity, proud of its history, but famous chiefly for its produce market, in which on Saturdays more than 40,000 pounds of butter changed hands. At the close of the war the city was deader than Sodom after Lot, and his 2 loving daughters ran off to Zoar. The Cloth Hall and the cathedral were masses of ruins. The houses had vanished, and the town was a shell-swept graveyard. There are now 400 cemeteries scattered over the salient, and they contain 250,000 graves. The other day I rode by the cemetery of Poel Capelle, where are buried 4,000 bodies found in shell holes. On 3,000 of the crosses above them are printed the words, "In memory of an unknown British soldier." Immediately after the armistice, the work of reconstructing Ypres was commenced. The first thing was to create a bright spot in the wilderness. This was done by clearing the public square and filling it with flowers, shrubs, and grass, and planting 2 rows of trees along the Boulevard Malon, which leads from it. At the same time the people came back. More than 12,000 wooden structures of different types, from single-room sheds to temporary town halls, sprang up overnight. Meantime, brick and other materials became available, and the construction of substantial houses commenced. During the war, something like 4,000 houses in Ypres were destroyed. Most of these have now been rebuilt. Yet our hearts burn as we pass the ruined cathedral and the Halles with their acres of still falling walls. Parts of them are surrounded by scaffolding, and the masons are trying to make restorations, but it seems impossible that they can succeed. The ruins look like those of Timgad or Pompeii, and in places no better than the remains of old Carthage, which was wiped again and again from the face of the earth. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Snapshots in Flanders. We have left Ypres and are riding about over the country through villages which at the time of the armistice were in ruins. The landscape is spotted with patches of red, each patch the tiled roof of a new farmhouse or new village. Every old house has a new roof, and on some of them I see the figures of the year of rebuilding painted or worked in with other tiles of black or blue. Red in China is the sign of good luck. Here in Belgium it is the sign of reconstruction, and it means that prosperity has come back to the people. Most of the houses are of brick or stone. Nearly all have but one story with ridged roofs ending close to the walls. It is only in the larger towns that one can see 2- and 3-story buildings. The evidences of the devastation of war have practically disappeared. The railroads have been reconstructed, the roadways rebuilt and improved, and transportation facilities generally are perhaps better than ever before. Belgium was the first country in continental Europe to build a railway. That was in 1834, and ever since then she has been noted for her excellent railway construction. The Germans took over a total of trackage as long as the distance between New York and San Francisco, or more railroads to the square mile than exist in any other country on earth. In addition, there were narrow gauge lines which formed a network covering the kingdom. There were 2,400 miles of them running from village to village and acting as feeders to the standard gauge railroads. Of all this, the invaders completely destroyed more than 700 miles and damaged so much more that altogether over 1,200 miles were put out of operation. They destroyed in the neighborhood of 1,500 bridges, and when they retreated, the country had less than 300 locomotives and only 3,000 cars in good working order. After the armistice, orders were placed in America and Great Britain for new rolling stock. The only ones promptly delivered were those from America. Gradually, the roads have come back, and although they are operating at greatly increased fares and at a loss to the government, the service in many respects is equal to any we have at home. This is true also in France. In my railway rides there I frequently had express trains which made more than 60 miles an hour. I went over an excellent roadbed from Paris to Reims, a distance of 100 miles, in 2 hours, and made the 188 miles between Lille and Paris in 4 hours, or at the rate of 47 miles per hour, including 3 stops. Our best trains from New York to Washington make the 227 miles in 5 hours, which is only a little more than 45 miles per hour. The French train was brand new. The first-class cars were exceedingly comfortable, and the fare was only about 2 1/2 cents a mile. The trip cost me $4.28, whereas, if I remember correctly, the fare from Washington to New York on the Congressional Limited is a little over $10, or more than twice as much, although the distance is only 35 miles greater. My dinner in the French dining car cost 85 cents and was better than the meals on our trains at home. Everything was served piping hot. We began with an excellent soup served in large cups, after which came fish with potatoes, followed by a course of roast beef with green beans. The meal ended with a dessert of cheese and ripe grapes. We were charged 10 cents extra for coffee, and I could have had a bottle of excellent wine for 25 cents. The dining car prices are about the same here in Belgium. In both France and Belgium there is much discussion of electrification of the railways. The French scheme is associated with the harnessing of the water power of the Rhone River, an excellent report upon which has been made by Dr. William C. Huntington, former commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Paris. He says that the Rhone Basin is theoretically capable of producing 1,700,000 horsepower, and that it could actually give 800,000 horsepower all the year round, which is equal to the importation of 5 million tons of coal per annum. France has a program to electrify more than 5,000 miles of railway, covering a large part of the most important French systems. The total expense is estimated at more than 2 1/2 billion francs. Belgium proposes to begin electrification with the Brussels-Antwerp line and to go on from there to the Luxembourg line. It will have both self-propelling trains and trains drawn by electric tractors. The speed made will be 45 or 50 miles per hour. But Jules has stopped our automobile at Lungenboom, a little village near Moor, and motions to us to get out. We do so and follow him to a turnstile where by paying a franc we enter a wood and follow a trail to Longmax of Moor, a little brother of the Big Bertha that sent shells 75 miles into Paris. This German gun was used to fire upon Dunkirk on the English Channel 28 miles away. It is 14 inches in diameter and its barrel is so large that when I offered a boy of 12 a franc to crawl in that I might photograph him looking out, he had no trouble in doing so. The barrel is 42 inches in circumference and its long shell was, I venture, much taller than the boy. Long Max is mounted on a great concrete foundation with a sunken pit walled with iron beneath it. He can be raised and lowered and swung around as though on a pivot. Close by was a dummy gun which was used with a smoke and flash apparatus to draw the British fire. In a dugout, probably used for storing ammunition, I found a Belgian selling lace. He had beautiful tablecloths at a low price and lace collars of fine work which cost only $2 or $3. He brought out the pillow on which he himself had made much of his stock, telling us that the finest of his wares had required weeks of work. Returning to our automobile, we go past windmills, tall white towers of brick or wood, throwing their red arms about. They make me think of Don Quixote and his fight with the windmill. He succeeded almost as well as the Germans. The windmills here are used to grind grain and are operated from the farmsteads nearby. See that stack of stumps and logs near those houses of bright yellow bricks? They came from trees along the roadside cut off by the shells. We ride on between rows of young trees newly planted. During their occupation of Belgium, the Germans cut down timber worth several hundred millions of dollars. They cut old and young trees, and in some places even the orchards were ruined. In Hainaut, Liege, and Namur, large wooded areas were entirely destroyed. Riding on to the northeast, we go through the ancient city of Bruges. It once vied with Ypres, having 150,000 inhabitants, although now it is not more than one-third of that size. It is a city of canals. It is nearly surrounded by them, and the waterways run through the town. A new ship canal 6 miles long, connecting it with Zeebrugge, was opened some years ago. You will remember that the latter port on the North Sea was a German submarine base during the war. It was badly damaged by the bombardment of the Allied airmen, and the Germans sank large cranes in the docks, as well as 12 ships and other small craft in the basin. In order to clear the harbor, the canal was blocked and the water pumped out. Another great canal city is Ghent, through which we pass on our ride back to Brussels. It is cut up by waterways which divide it into 13 islands connected by 58 bridges. This is a quaint old Flemish town whose medieval buildings, great cathedral and belfry, and many museums are the delight of the tourist. About the time of Columbus it was the most important city in Flanders, and again it has on its 7-league boots and is rapidly growing. With its suburbs, its population is now in excess of 200,000, and it is more than 16 miles in circumference. A wide ship canal, deep enough for all ocean-going merchant vessels, connects the town with the Scheldt. Ghent stands next to Antwerp as the chief port of Belgium. It is noted for its imports of cotton, which comes from the United States by the tens of thousands of tons, and it has great cotton and linen mills which have more than 1,500,000 spindles and about 50,000 looms. It is the Manchester of Belgium, and its people have always been noted as spinners and weavers. Besides its cotton manufactures, it has one of the largest linen mills of the world, while in the country nearby fine lace is made, much of it by women working by hand. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. A visit to the coal pits. I am at Wasmes, in the heart of one of the richest coal mining regions of Europe. Belgium's deposits of coal and iron make it hub, and with its many iron and steel mills, it is one of the busiest workshops of the continent. Its annual production of coal amounts to more than 20 million tons. It uses the greater part of this at home and also imports fuel from Germany and England. Only one of the mines was destroyed by the Germans during the war. The mining conditions of Belgium are entirely different from those of our country. Most of our mines are near the surface, and it costs but little to get the coal to the cars. Those of Belgium are far down under the earth, and every ton has to be lifted out by machinery. Some of the mines which I visited today are more than half a mile deep. The water has to be fought at every turn, and mighty pumps are employed to keep the works dry. There are tunnels cutting the earth this way and that at a depth of 2,000 feet. Over them are other tunnels, and the whole region has been turned into catacombs in the deep delving after the black diamonds. The mines have to be timbered. The wood is cut from the forests nearby, but most of it is not over 6 inches thick, and as it comes to the mines, it looks like telegraph poles, each 50 feet long and tapering to a point at the end. Such timber stands in great stacks about each mine. Much of it is unloaded from the cars by women who handle the poles like so many Amazons. The work in our coal mines is done altogether by men. Here much of the labor above the surface is performed by women. And such women! Lusty young girls of from 16 to 20. Pretty girls, rosy-cheeked, round-armed and plump, their faces smutted but at the same time comely. Their eyes are bright and their beauty is accentuated by the coal dust on their faces, through which the red shows like that of the dark moss rose. This coal region looks far different from those of Pennsylvania, Ohio, or Tennessee. There it is mountainous. Here at Wasmes the land is flat, and the only elevations are made by the dumps of the mines. The coal is filled with waste. It has to be sorted, and the refuse is carried out upon cars. There is so much of it that a pyramidal mountain soon rises up beside each mine, standing out like a black cone against the blue sky. There are such pyramids everywhere in this part of Belgium. Some of them are dead, the mines which produced them having been worked out and abandoned. Others have ladders up their backs and a framework on the top where women push the cars along and, with a rattling sound, empty them. Some of the pyramids are smoking. There is much sulfur in the coal, and spontaneous combustion often starts a fire which burns on for years. Instances are known of people going to sleep on the dumps and being suffocated by the fumes and gases. Take your stand with me on one of these coal mountains just outside Wasmes and look about you. See the farms covered with rich crops, with these coal mounds rising above them. There is one at our right with great bug-like bags crawling over it. Take my field glass and look at them. They are not bags. They are women who are picking up the coal that has been left in the waste. There comes a car along the coal mountain. 2 women are pushing it, and with the glass you can almost see the muscles in their bare arms swell as they cast it on the dump. Now look at that mound at the left. It is hundreds of feet high, and, like the others about it, it is an evidence of the enormous waste that the miners have to deal with. Every bit of coal that is brought to the surface has to be picked over, and the amount of waste is evidently greater than the quantity of the coal itself. Let us visit one of the mines. At the mouth of the opening stand a half-dozen Belgian girls, their heads done up in blue and white handkerchief turbans, their sleeves rolled up high above the elbows, and their shapely ankles plainly showing above their white wooden clogs. See them grasp that car as the engine stops and shove it over the rails to where it is to be dumped for the sorters. As they do so, a second gang of girls takes their places to handle the next car, and others shoot the empties back to the farther side of the shaft. There is no fooling about this. The women work like bees and with the strength of horses. They do as much as the men, and they are, I am told, more conscientious in their work. Leaving the shaft, we go to the sorters. The coal rolls down a chute into the cars. Women stand at the side of the chute and help it onward with hose. Girls sit farther down picking the refuse and slate out of the coal with their hands. Still farther on there are more turbaned, bare-armed maidens, sooty and dirty, and in the railroad car, into which the coal drops, there are other women hoeing the coal this way and that, sorting out waste. Girls and women work as fast as fingers and arms can move, for they are paid on a piecework basis. The women miners of Belgium are far better off today than they have ever been in the past. Their condition has been notoriously bad. For a long time little children were employed in the mines. They were harnessed to carts and coal cars with straps and chains so that they crawled along on their hands and knees, dragging the coal to the mouth of the shaft. Women over 21 used to be permitted to work underground for a 12-hour day, but this has now been forbidden by law. The work was hard and degrading. It unsexed the women and in time broke them down like so many draft animals. Indeed, in old age, they became little better than the horses and donkeys with which they worked in the darkness of the underground tunnels. The girls I saw at work on the surface were not bent and broken, but quite as well developed physically as the athletic young women of the United States. And still they were toiling like so many horses, pushing the cars this way and that. Some were lifting great lumps of coal weighing from 15 to 20 pounds each, and others were doing all sorts of work which in America would be done by men. In one place a ditch was being dug and lined with brick and cement. A girl was mixing the mortar with a hoe, and a little farther on at a brick pile 3 sturdy girls were loading bricks upon a wheelbarrow which a 4th girl pushed onto the car when it was full. They were working hard and the perspiration stood out in white beads on their dusty faces. I took a photograph of them and my heart came into my throat as they smiled. I have been interested in the life of the people. Every great mine has its dwellings about it, a collection of little 2-story brick houses built together in blocks. Each house has 5 rooms, 2 on the ground floor, 2 above, and a little attic under the roof. The families are large and the average number of children is 6 or 7. The miners are miserably poor, for they spend much of their wages for drink. I am surprised at the number of saloons. They are known as estaminets, and one sees them everywhere. There is hardly a block in the city without one or more, and they are scattered along the country roads. Many of the workmen get drunk on Saturday and lay off over Monday. End of section 21. Chapter 22 of France and Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Antwerp and Brussels. At Antwerp, I am in the chief gateway of the center of industrial Europe. This port has more commerce than ever before and is today one of the leaders of the world, being in constant rivalry with Hamburg. She outranks London, and now with more than 13 million tonnage of shipping using her harbor, she has even exceeded the port of New York. She not only has the bulk of the commerce of Belgium, but is an important transfer station for Western Germany, Switzerland, and France, as well as a national trading center. Come down to the port and stand beside me on the wide concrete promenade that hangs over the Scheldt, and see what God did for Antwerp. We are at a level with the smokestacks of huge ocean liners loading and unloading goods, above warehouses and railways, in sight of hundreds of electric and hydraulic cranes, and near barge elevators which are sucking grain out of the ships by the thousands of bushels per hour. The vessels extend on for miles, and looking upstream we can see a very thicket of smokestacks. The river before us is only about as wide as the Potomac at Washington, but it is from 25 to 50 feet deep, and at high tide often 19 feet deeper. It is so wide and so deep in the 54 miles of its winding to the North Sea that the biggest of the ocean greyhounds can come right up to our feet and land their freight on the quays extending the miles above and below us. Now stop and think where we are. We are opposite the mouth of the Thames, the gateway to London. We are just above the end of the English Channel on the direct route to New York, and within a short distance of Rotterdam, Bremen, and Hamburg, where ships may stop on their way to the Baltic, that great inland sea of North Europe. Steamers can go from here south through the English Channel, tapping its industrial wealth on each side, and moving on to Gibraltar, enter the Mediterranean, and have all southern Europe and northern Africa of easy access. They can go on to the Suez Canal and down through the Red Sea to the Indian Ocean, and take in the great trade of South and East Asia. Those Japanese vessels we see moving out of the harbor are on their way there. Or the ships can steam down the east and west coasts of Africa, calling at the trade centers, including Boma at the mouth of the Congo, whence the two large vessels at our left have just come. There are also regular lines from Antwerp to Rio de Janeiro and Buenos Aires. A steamer with a cargo of frozen meat is now coming in from the Argentine port. There are many ships from the United States in the harbor, and the familiar red, white, and blue at their mastheads is a delight to our eyes. From where we stand, it is just 3,325 miles to New York, and that big tramp from New Orleans has come only 1,500 miles farther. The vessel loaded with lumber nearby is from San Francisco. It came south on the Pacific through the Panama Canal and thence across the Atlantic, making a voyage of more than 8,000 miles. But quite as important as these many sea routes are the canals, rivers, and railways over which streams of raw materials are continually flowing from all nations through Antwerp and into these workshops of Western Europe. These in turn send back over the waterways manufactured products for England, North America, South America, and Asia. Belgium has enough interior waterways connected with her ports to make a continuous stream around the world at the equator. Its canals alone, if joined end to end, would reach from Philadelphia to the Mississippi River, and some of the enormous barges below us, now taking on cotton, grain, and other produce, will travel inland by water to the Rhine and by a canal to the Danube, and on that stream past port after port almost to the Black Sea. There are canals from the Scheldt and other rivers into France, so that goods can be carried to Tournai, Lille, and Paris, and there is now talk of a complete inland waterway system from Antwerp to Marseille. The plan is to make it wide and deep enough to permit the passage of boats of 10,000 tons and 14 feet draft. A part of this system is provided for in the Peace Treaty of Versailles. It includes the making of a canal from Antwerp to the Rhine, the deepening of the Rhine from Cologne to Strasbourg, and the reconstruction of old French waterways from there to the Mediterranean. The Antwerp-Rhine Canal awaits only money to start its construction. There is talk also of a big ship canal from Antwerp to the North Sea, to avoid the necessity of using the Scheldt, whose passage through Holland is the cause of some friction between the Dutch and the Belgians. In addition to these canals, Antwerp has railways that connect her with all parts of Central and Western Europe. She has 3 lines to Germany and several to France, one of which goes via Alsace-Lorraine to Switzerland and Italy. By the St. Gothard Tunnel, passengers are carried from Switzerland to Milan and on down to Brindisi at the heel of the Italian boot, where begins the short water route to Asia and the Far East. Milan is more convenient of access to Antwerp than to any other great port of Europe. Do you wonder that a city so situated has become a center of trade? The people here say its original discoverer was Antigonus, a giant twice as tall as Goliath, who, as I figure it, was just short of 10 feet. Antigonus selected this spot to prey on the traders whose ships passed in and out, cutting off the right hands of his victims and throwing them into the Scheldt. From this came hand and werpen, to throw, the two forming Antwerpen, the Flemish name for Antwerp. The coat of arms of the city still has 2 hands upon it. Whatever may be the truth about the giant, we know that Antwerp was a rich commercial center when all America belonged to the Indians. In the Middle Ages, it is recorded that 500 wagons passed in and out of it daily carrying goods, and that 500 ships sailed up the Scheldt every 24 hours, while 2,500 might be seen there at anchor at the same time. Later, Antwerp surpassed Venice and Genoa, holding fairs that attracted merchants from Europe and Asia. About 75 years after John Cabot had discovered North America, among the city's annual imports were $3 million worth of grain from the Baltic and goods from England worth several times that amount. They included also more than $4 million worth of spices and sugar and twice as much in silk and gold embroideries from Italy. Antwerp then had 1,000 foreign firms doing business inside her walls, among them the Fuggers of Augsburg, who were the Rockefellers of that time, and one of whom left a fortune equal to about $5 million, then an almost inconceivable sum. Such were the conditions when the Spaniards under the Duke of Alva, the hangman of Philip II, tried to rule the land. They ruined the country, and within less than a generation its population dropped more than 50%. In 1790, Antwerp had only 40,000 souls. Later, Napoleon saw the commercial and strategic possibilities of the port and selected it as the water gateway of his future ambitions. He built docks at a cost of something like $10 million, and the city was rapidly regaining its place as the commercial capital of Northern Europe when her progress was stopped by the revolutions that followed his death. A generation or so later, when Belgium separated from Holland, Antwerp again pulled on her 7-league boots, and she is now bigger than ever. She has today more than 400,000 people, and with such harbor improvements and such natural advantages, she will inevitably continue her growth. But we have our motor car waiting for us at the foot of the promenade, with a former soldier as a chauffeur and guide. For 2 hours he drives us through the streets and paved roadways that wind about through the shipping and great basins on the banks of the river, until we are miles above the promenade from where we started. We are now on the opposite side of the Scheldt, where it is planned to build new docks and quays that will double the capacity of the port. We drive past acres of warehouses, by mountains of barrels of oil, in and out among long-armed cranes, and by yard after yard filled with freight of every description. The river has already more than 18 miles of anchorages 40 or 50 feet deep at high tide, and when the present plans are completed, it will have more than 40 miles with 1,500 acres of docks and 42,000 acres of railway sidings and warehouses. It will then be able to handle 40 million tons of freight every year. We pass railway stations and yards, covering about 500 acres, in which 12,000 cars can be accommodated. We stop now and then to see floating cranes and enormous pneumatic grain elevators, each of which handles 5,000 bushels of wheat in 1 hour, or 83 bushels a minute. Antwerp has 12 of these grain elevators, and steamers of 8,000 tons are unloaded within the space of 2 days. The port has 310 hydraulic cranes handling up to 2 tons, 80 electric cranes, each of 2 tons capacity, and larger cranes that will pick up 40 tons at a load. It has some 120-ton shear legs, a coal tipple that will lift a car to the height of a 5-story house, and pipes and tanks for loading petroleum. There are a half-dozen dry docks here, and a new one has just been completed. In each, a great steamer is being repaired. We end our ride at the zoo, which is again filled with animals brought in from the Congo and other parts of the world. When it was bombarded during the war, almost all of the wild beasts were killed. One reason for this slaughter was to increase the meat supply of the city, and another the fear that the shells might break the enclosure of the elephants and allow them to roam through the streets. The Antwerp of today shows no signs of the war. The Germans entered the city October 9, 1914, and it was on November 19, 1918, that King Albert and the Queen came back. During the 4 years of their stay, the Germans levied a monthly war tax of about $12 million, or $400,000 per day. A motor ride of less than an hour will take us from Antwerp to Brussels, the financial center of the country and the seat of the king and the government. Brussels is not among the largest of the capitals of Europe, but it surpasses most in gaiety, beauty, and art. It is bigger than Washington, and with its suburbs equals Boston in size. It has many fine parks, including the Forest of Soignies of 10,000 acres, through which one rides on his way to the site of the Battle of Waterloo, and the Bois de la Combre, reached by an avenue as wide as Commonwealth Avenue in Boston, and more than a mile and a half long. The street is lined with sumptuous mansions, for Brussels is a city of magnificent homes. The town is divided into two sections, one of which is high above the other. It is in the upper part that the King's Palace and the government buildings are situated, and here too most of the foreigners live. I like Brussels. The fine old buildings of the lower town, many of them decorated with carvings, are a delight to the eye, and the great Palais de Justice in the upper compares with our capital as one of the finest of national structures. It is much like the capital, almost as large and far more ornate. Its cost was over 10 millions of dollars. If I remember correctly, the capital at Washington cost 13 millions. Not far away are other public buildings, including the famous art gallery and National Palace. I like the statues of Brussels. Their name is Legion, and they are all sizes, from giants in marble to a little green bronze naked boy about as long as my arm, known as the Mannequin Fountain. The little fellow is one of the greatest of attractions to tourists who are daily taken in parties to see him. He is loved by the people, who call him the oldest citizen of Brussels, from the fact that he was erected in 1619. I like the lace shops of Brussels. The city is a lace center of the world, and one can buy most beautiful creations in linen thread, from the size of the butterflies which the ladies now wear on their heads, their shoulders, or somewhere else on their dresses, to the fine wedding gowns that cost almost a king's ransom. I like the patriotism of the Belgians. They are proud of their country and show this in the flagstaffs, which on holidays fly the national colors from every second story, not only in the capital, but throughout the country. This patriotism was the one thing the Germans could not destroy. A notable instance of this occurred in 1916 on what might be called the Belgians' 4th of July, which they were forbidden to celebrate as a holiday. The Germans ordered business as usual and that all the shops be kept open. This ordinance was observed in the letter, but not in the spirit. The shops were open, but the windows were empty, except where cartoons or other things ridiculing the invaders were displayed. There were crowds on the streets all dressed in green, the color of hope. The men wore green ties and flirted green handkerchiefs. They had knots of green ribbon in their buttonholes and green bands round their hats. Many of the women came out in green gowns, and some wore green hats and carried green parasols. The people came by thousands to the cathedral, where Cardinal Mercier preached a sermon denouncing the Germans, and this was followed by the singing of the national anthem to the accompaniment of the great organ. The German officials could hardly contain themselves, and retaliated next day by fining Brussels 1,000,000 marks, which at that time represented a value of almost $250,000. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Holland from an airplane. Take a seat beside me in the airplane of your imagination while we fly over Holland. We are high up in the skies and so near Amsterdam that should we drop a stone overboard, it might hit one of those canal boats entering the city. We left Brussels 2 hours ago and passed Rotterdam within 20 minutes. We could see The Hague, Leiden, and Haarlem on our left as we flew. The air trip from London to Amsterdam takes 3½ hours, and that from Paris takes 4. We can fly from here on to Denmark in 80 minutes, and, as we have chartered the plane, shall keep on our way through the skies, moving this way and that to get a bird's eye view of the country. It is a big job, this cramming a kingdom into the eye of your mind in time that might be numbered by minutes. But one can fly across Holland from the North Sea to Germany in a little more than an hour, and from Denmark to Belgium in less than two. The longest distance across Holland from east to west is only a little greater than that from Philadelphia to Washington, and from northeast to southwest is not much farther than that from Baltimore to New York. All Holland, including the fresh waters inside its borders, is only about as large as Massachusetts and New Jersey combined. It is equal to 1/3 of Pennsylvania or 1/2 of South Carolina, and if you could cut California into 10 equal parts, each would be only a little larger than the great flat land below us. Nevertheless, this country supports as many people as we have in New England, and next to Belgium, it is the most thickly populated country of Europe. It has an average of 542 persons per square mile. As we have come north, we have flown over all the big cities. Rotterdam on the river Maas, which forms one of the mouths of the Rhine, is about as big as Buffalo, San Francisco, or Washington. The Hague is in the same class as Cincinnati, Kansas City, or New Orleans, and Amsterdam is nearly the size of Pittsburgh or Los Angeles. We shall see many small cities as we fly over the country. 2 out of every 5 Dutchmen live in big towns, and the homes of the others are in villages, in farmhouses, or in houseboats and barges on the canals. Holland is like Bangkok, Siam, in that it has tens of thousands who spend their lives on the water. We now take our field glasses and look far and wide over the country. We can see the waves of the North Sea rolling in against the sand dunes and dikes at the west, and on the east pick out villages which we know belong to the Germans. Almost everywhere between there is water. Those 3 great rivers at the south filled with shipping are the Rhine, the Maas, and the Scheldt. We spy lakes here and there and look down upon great sheets of silver such as the Zuider Zee, where the ocean runs in at the north. As we look, we are reminded of the saying that Holland is a kingdom afloat, yet at anchor. In the time of Julius Caesar, it was a swamp, and today 1/3 of the land is so low that if it were not for the embankments and dikes, it would again belong to the ocean. The fight with the sea continues day and night and every day throughout the year. The annual cost of patching the dikes is $6 or $7 million. The government has a department known as the Waterstaat, devoted to the care of the dikes, and a corps of engineers is kept busy superintending them. The Dutch say, "God made the sea, we made the shore." This statement is physically true. More than 1/2 of Holland has been reclaimed from the rivers and ocean by embankments and works of one kind or another. The Dutch began to build dikes more than 10 centuries ago, and they are still building them. All along the North Sea, the sand hills have been connected by walls of earth that keep old Neptune out, and the government is now planning a great wall with gates across the Zuider Zee, which will reclaim 500,000 acres of arable land. It is proposed to divide the Zuider Zee into 2 parts by a heavy dike, and then make 4 great ponds ranging in size from 54,000 to 269,000 acres. These will be pumped out and turned into farms. The job will take 70 years and will cost over $70 million. This seems a long time, but a decade in the sight of these Dutch is but as yesterday when it is past, and as a watch in the night. The proposed dam includes Wieringen, the island where the Dutch interned the Crown Prince of Germany, and will make the southern part of the Zee a vast lake, with the polders or reclaimed lands in 4 great blocks around it. There will be a passage through the dam by locks to Amsterdam, but that city already has a short cut to the coast at IJmuiden by the North Sea. This canal, when completed some years ago, was large enough and deep enough to admit the biggest ocean-going ships of that day. It is now far too small, and only second-class steamers can pass through it. The canal is to be widened and deepened, and a new lock 300 feet longer than the longest one at Panama is to be built. Now the great ocean liners which come into Holland make Rotterdam their port of call. When the North Sea Canal has these improvements, Amsterdam shipping will revive, and the port will contend with Antwerp and Hamburg for transatlantic and other oceanic trade. All my life I have been reading about the wonderful dikes of the Dutch. As a schoolboy I cried over the oft-quoted story of the little lad who, when a hole broke in the sea wall, thrust in his arm half up to the elbow and stayed there all night, keeping out the great ocean and thus saving his country until his people woke up and repaired the damage. This is one of the many misleading fairy stories on which much of our education is based. It did not come from the Dutch. The dikes are not built in that way. Most of those along the ocean are walls of stones brought in ships from other lands and dumped into the sea, or laid up carefully like the wall of a house, except that they are sloping. Other dikes are of concrete, and others of stone banked with earth enclosed in a network of willows which take the place of the iron rods in reinforced concrete. In some places great beds of woven basket work are stretched along the sides of rivers and canals to hold the land, and mats of willows are sunk on the sides of the waterways to be filled in with the silt, in the same way as in the jetties that border the passage from the Gulf of Mexico to New Orleans. I have used the word polder. This is a term employed by the Dutch for land redeemed from the water. There are two classes of polders, sea polders and pond polders. The sea polders comprise the lands which have been reclaimed from the sea by the embankments that keep out the ocean. 1/3 of all Holland is of this character. If you could cut down the sand dunes and break up the dikes, something like 5,000 square miles, a tract of land 1/8 the size of Ohio, would disappear under the billows. To see these lands we must leave our airplane, and to keep our feet dry we must even put on wooden clogs which in some places are still the footgear of the peasant. We shall find most of the polders, however, as dry as a bone. They are kept so by continual pumping, some by hundreds of windmills and some by the most modern centrifugal steam pumps. The pumping goes on day and night all the year through. In making a sea polder, after the dikes have been built, the water must be pumped out into basins and canals and carried away. More water will keep on seeping in, and this must be taken out right along while the land is being built up. It is the same with pond polders, which are the reclaimed lands of the swamps and small streams and rivers, building embankments around the spaces to be reclaimed and keeping the water pumped out. But the making of a polder, its division into farms so that each will be at the right level to carry the water into the basin or canal, from which it goes by 2 or 3 pumpings into higher canals and finally gets off to the sea, the transformation of the mud into arable soil, and the building up of live agricultural and municipal communities into a kingdom like this forms a story that would take volumes to tell. I can only say that the Dutch understand this science better perhaps than any other people. What they have done well deserves the respect of the world and the study of those of our own people who are concerned with problems of irrigation and drainage. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Through the Canals to Rotterdam. Holland has more canals than any region I know, except the Yangtze Kiang Valley about Shanghai, Hangzhou, and Suzhou in China. It has enough to make a navigable stream from New York to Denver, and other waterways sufficient to extend it 3,000 miles farther. Include the mouths of the Maas, the Scheldt, and the Rhine, and also the Zuider Zee and other places where the North Sea runs into the land. On a trip by boat from Antwerp to Rotterdam, we steamed across the Belgian boundary and through the province of Zeeland, where most of the land lies below the sea level and is walled by dikes to keep out the waves of the ocean. It is composed of 9 islands, all protected by great embankments. We started on the river Scheldt, which, as we approached the Dutch frontier, was walled with stone held between piles. We were high above the rest of the country, and the roofs of the barns and the houses were even with the top of the dikes. There were storks nesting on some of the roofs or standing on one leg on the chimneys. On the other side of the river, the top branches of the tallest trees showed out like bushes even with the banks, and at times we could look down into the fields under the walls and see the cattle feeding upon them. Every field has its little waterway around it, separating it from the others, and the long lines of trees marking the roads make one think of the lines in Macbeth about Birnam Wood marching to Dunsinane. Leaving the Scheldt, we came to the locks leading into the great canal of South Beveland. Many of these are still operated by hand by quaint Dutchmen in caps, roundabouts, and fat pantaloons, and at every stop picturesque Dutch girls still bring out fruits and knickknacks to sell to passengers. The girls wear short skirts, white clogs, and black stockings. Some have on bright vests, and there are horns coming out of their foreheads. The horns are spirals of gold wire twisted about after the style of an old-fashioned bed spring. One of these little horns stands out over each eye, being fastened to a gold or silver helmet fitted tight over the hair and showing out through the lace cap. I tried to buy one of the metal headdresses, but the owner would not sell. Some of the craft on the canals are towed by tugs, and others are pulled by men and women who walk on the banks harnessed to ropes. Some are hauled along by horses. Now and then we also passed a sailing vessel, and with my glass I could see schools of black seals on the sand flats. In the fields hundreds of black and white Holstein cattle were lying out in the sun, grazing or eating chop feed out of big yellow tubs. It seemed strange to see gates standing alone in the fields without fences or anything to show why they were there. As we came closer, however, I found that each gate was built on a little bridge that crossed a canal, and that the water was the only thing that fenced in the fields, the gardens, the farms, and even the houses. Many of the canals are crossed by drawbridges which are raised after the cattle go in and let down again when they are driven home to the barns. Some of the fields had wheat, oats, and flax, others were covered with potatoes or turnips, while along the roads there were lines of poplars, their trunks often trimmed so that the sprouts at the top branched out like those of a palm tree. Here, there, and everywhere I saw willows bordering the canals and stretching out in long rows until they met the horizon. The willow trees are like nothing we have at home. Their trunks are as big around as a 2-gallon crock. They are often not so high as your shoulder, but at the top they bulge out into gigantic drum major caps of hundreds of sprouts. If you will put a green hogshead on the top of a gatepost, and imagine the hogshead a green porcupine showing all of his quills, you may have some idea of how a Dutch willow tree looks. There are millions of such willows all over the Netherlands. Their roots aid in holding together the banks of the canals, and the sprouts are cut off year after year for weaving the mats and other material used in reinforcing the dikes. The farms lying below the level of the sea and the canals make up a large part of the country. In many places the fish in the canals and the rivers swim about above the level of the chimneys. The whole of Holland is flat except for the southeastern portion, which slopes upward to an altitude in places twice as high as the Washington Monument. But even this section is cut up by the great rivers on their way down to the North Sea. The remainder is so gently sloping that from an airplane one can see no elevations except the embankments which surround the polders or join the sand dunes or carry the highways and railroads across country. The whole is a network of silvery waterways shining like diamonds under the sun, and enclosing great patches of emerald fields and farms. The Dutch canals are almost as thickly populated as the waterways of China. Every barge we passed had its family upon it. Thousands of Dutch families live and die upon boats. Babies are born upon them, and many have no other homes. We frequently saw children trotting up and down the roofs of the barges within 6 inches of drowning, and now and then a little one tied with a rope to the mast. On many of the boats the women were cooking. On some they were hanging out the washing, and on one a little Dutch girl held up her doll baby and laughed as we went by. Usually the cargo is carried in front, and the owner and his family live in the stern. In winter the canal boats are frozen in tight, but in summer they move about all the time. Every village along the canal has its own boats tied to the banks, and the larger towns are cut up by canals so that boats from the main canals can be taken into them by means of locks. At one of them, Dordrecht, I stopped for a time. In the Middle Ages this place was one of the richest of all the Dutch cities. It had palaces then, and today its buildings are medieval and extremely quaint. Everyone has heard of the windmills of Holland. They are to be seen everywhere and give a great charm to the landscape. Along some of the canals there are hundreds of them. They spot the farms, and one sees them on the edge of the towns, where they grind flour, saw lumber, and do all sorts of things. They look so alive that I don't wonder Don Quixote took one for a giant and wanted to fight it. These mills are all old, and it must have cost many millions of dollars to build them. Their day, however, is past, and but few new ones are being built. The gas engine and the steam engine have taken their places, and the time may yet come when we shall have a Holland without windmills. Leaving the South Beveland Canal, we entered the Oosterschelde, a sort of branch of the sea, and then went on between the islands of Dulveland and Tholen into the Maas Canal. The waters of the Oosterschelde are wide and spotted with islands. We passed into the Hollandisch Diep, and then into the canals and mouths of the Maas, now going by villages on the banks, and now seeing the second stories of other village houses, which were apparently looking over the dikes and watching us go by. Finally, we came to anchor in the midst of the great canal city of Rotterdam. I have explored the wide waterways of Rotterdam, the gateway to the Rhine, the Maas, and the Scheldt, where the huge ocean liners come to anchor in the midst of the city, and something like 6 million tons of shipping go in and out every year. I have crossed its many bridges, 1,000 times busier than was the Rialto of Venice in the days of Antonio and Shylock, and have watched the crowd going over them, including 14,000 bicycles and 60,000 pedestrians each day. I have seen its great harbor and its shipbuilding works, which made millionaires just after the armistice. I have also gone out to the municipal aviation field, from which Rotterdam expects to compete for the trade of the air, as on the Maas she competes for that of the water. Rotterdam is a city of canals and canalized rivers. The Maas has been so dredged that it now permits the largest of ocean ships to come into Rotterdam, and its connections with the Rhine and other parts of Europe have made the city one of the chief ports on the continent. Thousands of tons of goods are here transshipped into huge barges from 200 to 300 feet long, in which they are carried up the Rhine. The river freights are exceedingly low, and the Rhine trade is enormous. There are canals connecting the Rhine with the Seine and the Elbe, and Rotterdam is the focus of a network of waterways which embraces almost all Central Europe. The city is about 16 miles back from the sea and is built upon piles on both banks of the Maas. The piles are driven as much as 50 feet into the soil, and upon them have been constructed miles of stone quays and enormous warehouses. Rotterdam is one of the quaintest cities of Europe, and at the same time one of the most businesslike. It is somewhat like Venice, but more like Venice in the height of its prosperity in the Middle Ages. Almost the whole city is a quay or dock. It is cut up by canals which lead in and out through the Maas, and one wanders through street after street of tall, lean buildings, finding barges, launches, and sailing boats almost everywhere. Along the quay and in the islands of the Maas are enormous ships of every description, and in the canals smaller vessels abound. Venice is a town of gondolas. Rotterdam is one of business craft. The canals have big drawbridges and swinging bridges, and when you are walking or driving along, you frequently find yourself suddenly in front of a blank wall of boards 20 feet high. The whole street, car track and all, has noiselessly risen in front of you to let a string of boats or barges pass through the canal over which you are going. Some of the bridges swing upon pivots, some divide in the middle and rise upward. Others are stationary or suspension bridges, in passing under which the smokestacks, masts, and spars of the barges swing back upon hinges. What a jargon the Dutch tongue seems to an American! It is not English, it is not German or French, and it seems to be a mixture of all. For instance, when I arrived in Rotterdam and wanted my trunks brought to the hotel, I was advised to get a man from the Nederlandsche Maatschappij Algemeen Dienstverrichting. I was almost stunned when the policeman rattled out the name, and was surprised to learn that it meant only a porter with a pushcart, and that notwithstanding his title, his charges were but 15 cents for the service. About an hour later I wanted to go to see a factory making machinery, and was told that the Nederlandsche voor Scheeps on Werktuig Boo Fijenoord was one of the largest. Some of the store signs look like English on a spree, and I have to study to make out what they mean, and am proud of myself when I guess some of the easiest ones. Over a jewelry store are the words New Zilver Metalwaren, and a grocery store sign may read Boter on Kaas. Any one can see that the first sign means silver, and it is not hard to translate the second as butter and cheese. It is more difficult when you spell drugstore Drogeregen, but any one could tell that Shoewaren means shoes, coffee, coffee, and sigaren, cigars. A most interesting feature of this Dutch city are the Judas glasses, or mirrors about as big as a sheet of notepaper, hung to the wall just outside the windows, so that one can sit within and see all who pass up and down the street. These mirrors are usually at such an angle that they show the front door, and unwelcome callers can therefore be seen, and the servant told to say that the hostess is not at home. Rotterdam has the tallest building in Holland. It is known as the American skyscraper, and is actually 7 stories. It is built of porcelain tiles and stands upon piles. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Where the Mayflower Pilgrims prayed. At Delfshaven, a village on the Maas near Rotterdam, I visited the church where Elder Brewster, Miles Standish, John Alden, Priscilla, and the rest of the Pilgrims worshipped before they left Holland for their voyage to the New World. You will recall how they sailed from Holland on the Speedwell to Southampton, where they got the Mayflower, which landed them at Plymouth and on its famous rock. They had been driven from England to Holland, where they settled at Leyden and lived for 12 years. The Dutch treated them well, but they wanted a land of their own. They bought a vessel at Delfshaven, and upon it made their start for America. They remained at Delfshaven some time before sailing, and during that time worshipped in this old church. Delft was, a few centuries ago, one of the important cities of Holland, but is now almost forgotten except for its blue porcelain dishes and tiles. Delfshaven is the port of the old city of Delft, and has today but a few hundred people. It is composed of 2- and 3-story Dutch houses, old and black and quaint in the extreme. The roofs are steep and ridge-shaped, with the little dormer windows poking their heads out here and there. The houses are flush with the sidewalks. A canal running through the chief street is filled with barges and fishing boats, upon which the boat families were cooking their suppers at the time of my visit. The old church stands facing the canal just below the drawbridge which crosses it. There are old houses on each side of it, and the street looks as though it were a slice taken out of the Middle Ages and dropped down into the present. The church is made of well-burnt brown bricks, with door and window frames painted white. The windows are arched and have many panes. The church has a clock tower and a cupola, and in its day it must have been considered a fine building. The sexton lives in a little house next door. She is a kind old Dutch lady who would be good looking if it were not that she has lost her front teeth. She has the whitest of caps, the rosiest of cheeks, and a most pleasant smile. She took me through the church and showed me its treasures, including the pulpit Bible, which dates back to 1628, or 8 years after the Pilgrims left Holland. She pointed out a stone in the wall which was sent to the church by some of the people of Chicago, and said that the Chicagoans had taken away in exchange a stone from the floor. She said that 2 of the gravestones had been bought by a Philadelphia man for the New England Society of Pennsylvania, and that this society also had the old alms box. This old church has been used ever since the Pilgrims left. It has seats for about 200 people, quaint oak benches with reading desks in front of them, upon which lie many Bibles. The Bibles are printed in Dutch and look as old as the church itself. Underneath each bench is a little square, box-like footstool with auger holes in the top. These stools are the only heating arrangement of the building. Before service, the sexton puts a little pot of glowing charcoal or peat in each stool, and the women put their feet on the top of the stools and thus keep them warm during the long sermon. The peat must be well lighted and glowing, or it will smoke, making one think that the church is on fire. When I went up into the pulpit, I noticed there were holes in its floor, and was told that boxes of burning charcoal or peat were placed below it to keep the dominie comfortable. The collections are taken up in little black bags fastened to long poles, which the elders carry about during each service. There are always two collections, one for the poor and the other for the church and the elders. The elders have seats of honor not far from the pew of the parson. The poor are given the least desirable seats, being shoved away on benches behind the preacher. I took a look at the records of the church, some of which chronicle the leaving of the Pilgrims on July 22nd, 1620, and then wrote my name in the signature book as all Americans who honor the Pilgrim Fathers and appreciate the hospitality of the Hollanders are requested to do, with a donation. I also gave the donation. As regards church going, the Dutch are very much like other nations. The country people attend more regularly than those of the city. The village churches are full in the morning, and notwithstanding the long sermons, the people usually sit out the service. The first chapter is read by the schoolmaster, and in some churches a part of the collection is given to him. The offerings are more often copper than silver, and in the poorer villages a penny is a common donation. The preachers are not very well paid, especially where they depend upon the people for their salaries. The government gives certain yearly allowances to the different churches. The Protestants, who are in the majority, get a little over $500,000 a year. The Roman Catholics not half so much, and the Jews only about $5,000. All religions are tolerated, but the royal family and most of the people belong to the Dutch Reformed Church, which is organized rather like the Presbyterian Church. Holland was one of the first countries to separate its schools from the church. As early as 1806, secular schools were established, and since then, public instruction has been fostered by the government, and private instruction is paid for from public funds if approved by the state. The Dutch are noted for their intelligence and learning. Between the ages of 6 and 13, education is compulsory. Holland has 5 universities with more than 5,000 students in attendance. Its classical schools have 5,000 students, and there are academies and schools of all kinds. It has a National Academy of Art, a Royal School of Music, a horticultural school, and a National Normal College for drawing teachers. There are also night schools for the working classes, industrial schools for women, and in Amsterdam there is a school for the training of women chemists. Women are admitted to every profession. The Dutch feminist movement is well advanced. The Dutch have housekeeping schools for girls, schools for butter and cheese making, fruit growing, horse doctoring, and horseshoeing. In short, schools for almost everything under the sun. Lectures on agriculture are given to the farmers at the expense of the government, and in Utrecht, the night schools have classes for carpenters, bricklayers, stonecutters, goldsmiths, sculptors, painters, and lithographers. Holland has also schools for the training of boys who expect to enter the government service, especially in the colonial branches. In these schools, the languages of Sumatra, Java, and others of the Dutch East Indies are taught. The boys learn all about the chief religions of the natives. They study their laws, their prejudices, and customs, so that when they are sent out to govern them, they are able to do so intelligently. I doubt, in fact, whether any government service has men so well educated and so efficient as that of the Dutch East Indies. Take, for instance, a retired colonel official who was with me during this trip to Delfshaven. As we were riding back to Rotterdam, he told me that he spoke German, French, and English, as well as Dutch, and that he could write and speak two of the languages of Java. He had to pass an examination in these languages before he was sent out to the East Indies, and this is the case with every man who represents Holland in her Asiatic colonies. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Queen and Her Realm. I am enjoying a week in The Hague, the most beautiful capital in Europe, where the Dutch government has its headquarters, and where Andrew Carnegie's red brick and white stone palace points its crimson finger toward heaven, crying out as did Jeremiah the prophet, "Peace, peace, when there is no peace in all the world." Many of the richest merchants and bankers of Rotterdam and Amsterdam have homes here and go daily to their places of business by train. It is only a half hour from Rotterdam and about an hour from Amsterdam, and the railroad service is excellent. This city has no factories to speak of and is much like Washington, a residence, social, and official center. It has been called the largest village of Europe, but it is growing like a green bay tree, and it now has almost as many people as Minneapolis. The Hague has wide canals running through it, and many of its public buildings face on a great expanse of water covering several acres and known as the Fish Pond. It is within 2 miles of Scheveningen, the famous Dutch seaside resort, and so situated as to get the benefit of the tonic breezes from the North Sea. Holland is nominally a monarchy governed by a queen, but it is practically a republic with a Congress much like ours. This Congress, known as the States General, has an upper and a lower branch and makes all the laws just as our Congress does. The States General sits at The Hague in the Binnenhof, a great building looking out on the fish pond. I went through the 2 houses today. The first chamber, which corresponds to our Senate, has 50 members elected by the provincial states. The second chamber, corresponding to our House of Representatives, is elected by the people. It has just twice as many members as the Senate. All citizens, both men and women, 25 years of age or over, can vote for members of the lower house. Only the ministers and the members of the second chamber can introduce new measures. The upper house can reject or approve, and is not the privilege our Senate abuses of adding amendments to bills that come in from the popular body. It is considered a great honor to sit in the Dutch Congress, and as far as I can see, the members get little more than honor out of it. The senators receive about $4 a day while they are in session, and the representatives have $2,000 a year and their traveling expenses. The senators are elected for 9 years, and the elections are held so that 1/3 of the body goes out every 3 years. The representatives are elected for 4 years. Women are eligible for election to both houses. The Queen can dissolve either house at will, but must then call new elections within 40 days. The executive branch of the government consists of the Queen with her cabinet. The Queen is rather a figurehead, and the cabinet of 11 ministers, each of whom is paid $7,500 a year, does the work. You have all heard of the burgomasters. They have a part in nearly every Dutch story. The usual idea of them is that they are old fellows in long coats, full pantaloons, short vests, and quaint hats, with pipes a yard long in their mouths. It is supposed that they preside over the cities or villages rather than the country districts, as they actually do. The real burgomaster or mayor of today is more likely to be a man of 30 or 40 than 60 or 70 years of age, and dresses like any American business man. The burgomasters are appointed by the Queen, although they are paid by the localities which they govern. They do not make the laws, but merely aid in carrying them out. The real local government of Holland is much the same as that of the United States. The country is divided up into communes, or local districts, according to population. Sometimes a commune will be only a part of a city, like one of our city wards, or it may be a village, and again it may be village and surrounding country combined. There are more than 1,100 such communes, each of which has its own council elected by its citizens. These councils have to do with certain classes of taxes. They issue licenses and levy petty dues. They control the streets and the roads, and for the uses of the commune can add to the taxes on property and on rents or on the number of chimneys or the number of servants a man has, as well as on the many other things for which the Dutch are taxed. There are also provincial or state councils. Holland has 11 provinces, each with its own representative body to deal with provincial matters. Thus you have in Holland a Congress much like ours, a set of provincial assemblies much like our state legislatures, and a set of communal councils much like our city councils, all elected by the people. Holland seems to be very well governed. One finds perfect order everywhere. There are no beggars and few poorhouses. Vagabondage is treated as an offense, and persons convicted of vagrancy are placed in some of the state workhouses. The government runs the railroads, the telegraphs, and the telephones, and it makes money out of them, giving good service at comparatively low cost. The state railway receipts are steadily increasing. The Dutch are a nation of patriots. They are a free people governing themselves, although they love and respect their queen, the good Wilhelmina. I have called her the good. I might also call her the pious, for it is said that she now and then opens her cabinet councils with prayer. At any rate, the people adore her. Her birthday occurred during my stay, and every town and village was covered with flags. The people went about wearing orange-colored buttons, and everywhere there were processions of school children carrying flags and singing songs in praise of the queen. That day I had the good luck to be in Volendam and Marken on the Zuider Zee, where I photographed the little ones in their gala day costumes. The love of the people for Wilhelmina began when she was a baby, and increased when, at the age of 10, upon the death of her popular father, William III, she became queen, although her great mother, Queen Emma, directed the government for 8 years thereafter. Even as a girl, Wilhelmina was democratic. They tell how at 5 years of age, when she was rolling a hoop over the paths of the park which surrounds her palace just outside The Hague, she met another little girl in clogs trundling a hoop. The two were soon busy chatting, and they rolled their hoops together, although neither had any idea with whom she was playing. At another time one of her ministers was lecturing her on some matter of conduct. She had a doll in her hand at the time. She listened to the great man's complaint and then showed him the doll, saying, "Sir, you had better take care. My doll has the measles." I am told that the queen has great personal magnetism and that she knows just how to do the right thing at the right time. Her Majesty speaks English, German, French, and Italian. She is well read in history and knows all about her country, including the Dutch East Indies, where she has about 7 times as many subjects as in Holland itself. I first saw Wilhelmina just after her marriage. As the fruit of the wedding she had had only one child, the Princess Juliana Louise Emma Marie Wilhelmina, or as she is sometimes familiarly called, Juliana Lou. She is said to be quite as democratic as her mother and full of the common sense characteristic of her family. She is greatly beloved by the people, and at the time of her birth celebrations took place throughout Holland and in the Dutch colonies. We have in the United States villages named Juliana in honor of the future Queen of the Netherlands, and I may be pardoned for quoting this little poem from one of our newspapers published at the time of her birth. It is entitled The Queen and Her Realm, Juliana Lou. The Holland folk are tickled much because they've got a Princess Dutch, a brand new blue-eyed baby girl to keep their loyal hearts a-whirl, an heiress for their little throne that they can call their very own, who soon will rule them as she likes, as little Princess of the Dykes, and for her name, this very same, is christened by her subjects true, as Juliana, Juliana, Juliana Lou. O Juliana Lou, we doff our caps to you, a princess fair you truly air, O Juliana Lou. Some day you'll come into your place as ruler of the Holland race, and as a queen serenely calm, you'll rule over giddy Amsterdam, and Rotterdam and Potterdam, and all the other doms there be, along the beauteous dams and sea. And as you walk your regal ways, may all your sauce be Hollandaise, and may you never use a crutch because somebody's beat the Dutch, but rule serene, a happy queen, your days all through. O Juliana, Juliana, Juliana Lou. O Juliana Lou, we doff our caps to you. A princess fair, you truly air, O Juliana Lou. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Around about the Zuider Zee. The man on the street thinks it takes a whole bolt of cloth to make a pair of Dutch trousers, and that all the men here wear short jackets and wooden clogs. The truth is the Hollanders of the cities dress just as we do, and they are so like us that an Amsterdam or Hague crowd dropped down in New York would not be out of place. The men are tall, big-boned, and husky, and the women especially large and fine-looking. The people look capable and are most intelligent. The quaint Dutch characters shown in the advertisements and pictured so widely in all travel books are confined largely to the fishing villages along the ocean, and in the islands of the Zuider Zee, where the customs change but little from generation to generation. I have visited most of these places during my stay. Each village has its own costumes, and a common headdress is a helmet of thin beaten silver or gold that fits over the hair and comes out to the front of the ears. To this, in some districts, are added gold corkscrews or spirals that fasten the lace cap on each side of the eyes, and also high collars of coral beads and great silver or gold brooches at the neck and sometimes at the waist. They are very similar to the headgear I have described in the story of my trip from Antwerp to Rotterdam. Along the Zuider Zee, the girls wear short and very full skirts coming halfway down the calf, below which are woolen stockings and great wooden shoes. The skirts are often numerous, reminding one of the song in Miss Hook of Holland. I have one little petty from Peter, and another little petty from John, and another bright yellow from some other fellow, and one that I haven't got on. On the island of Marken, where I spent some time, the men wear bloomers so full at the hips that a dress skirt could be made out of one pair of them. Men and boys have roundabouts, or short waistcoats of black wool, with silver buttons as big as the saucer of an after-dinner coffee cup. The trousers stop just above the ankles, and below are woolen stockings and clogs. As to clogs, they are worn very generally by both the poor and the well-to-do outside of the cities. I bought a pair the other day for 40 cents and expect to take them home to use as flower pots. They are made of light wood cut out by a carpenter and whitened with chalk. The Dutch tell me that clogs are warmer than boots, and as they are perfectly waterproof, they are especially desirable in a country below the level of the sea, where the earth is often moist and spongy. The clogs are clumsy and noisy, and therefore are not worn in the house. They are slipped off on the doorsteps, and the people walk over the spotless floors of the kitchen and other rooms in their stockings. School children leave their clogs in the hall and sit at their desks in their stocking feet. It is wonderful how the boys and girls play in these wooden shoes. I have seen them riding bicycles in them and racing each other on foot along the canals. Just yesterday I saw one climbing a pole in his clogs. These wooden shoes do not mean that the Dutch peasant is poor. He is rich. Holland has more than 2.5 million savings accounts, which means that more than 1 in every 3 of the whole population is laying up money. Our proportion is not 1 in 9. The accounts in the Dutch Postal Savings Bank alone equal more than $100 million. The national debt is less than $1 billion, whereas Belgium, of about the same size and not many more people, owes 4 times as much, and France staggers along loaded with bonds that exceed 50 billions. In other words, we Americans owe just about $240, the Belgians about $533, and the French $1,250 for every man, woman, and child in their country. The debt of little Holland is not quite $123 per capita. It is 1/10 as much as that of France, 1/4 that of the Belgians, and only a little more than 1/2 as much as our own. The houses of Marken are low, 1½ story buildings with ridge roofs painted black, built along narrow streets in little villages here and there over the island. I entered one at the invitation of the owner, an old Dutchman who wore a pair of trousers each leg of which was as big as a 2-bushel bag. His whole house, which was not more than 24 feet square, was so clean that you could see your face in everything in it. The floors were scrubbed like a kitchen table on Saturday night, and the plates on the walls fairly shone. About the room were cupboards, each containing a bed with the whitest of pillows and quilts beautifully embroidered. The kitchen utensils were of copper, and 2 brass candlesticks, which shone like gold, stood on a shelf under the plates. On my way to Marken I stopped at Breck, a little farming town in the midst of the meadows, to see a cheese factory. The factory was house, stable, and cheese-making establishment combined, which is characteristic of the dairy regions of Holland. The hay was stowed away in the garret, and 1/2 of the house was given up to the cows, which are brought indoors during the winter. The stable part of the house had accommodation for 30 cows, 2 for each stall, and it was cleaner than the average American kitchen. The cows were out during my visit, but I walked with clean feet from stall to stall, making notes of the arrangements. The walls of the stalls were painted black to the height of the cows and white above that. In front of each stall there was a window with lace curtains over it, and at the back a drain 6 inches deep, which was flooded daily with water, and kept so clean that there was little odor perceptible. But as for that, the Dutch say that cow smells are healthful, and the farmers do not mind them at all. Every Dutch cow is well bedded and has a rope the size of a clothesline with a strap loop at its end to hold up its tail. One end of the rope is fastened to the rafters just over the cow, so raising the tail that there is no danger of its being flirted through the milk or into the eye of the milker. Adjoining the stable was the cheese room, with 100 balls of fresh Edam cheese on the racks. The cheese was of a rich yellow color and more delicious than any we get in the United States. The cheeses are painted red before they are exported. More than half of the farmers of Holland own the lands which they farm, but the holdings are comparatively small. There are not in the whole country 200 farms of more than 250 acres. Indeed, a large part of Holland is made up of tracts of heath or of swamp and water which are good for nothing. There are 2½ million acres in pasture and more than 600,000 acres in forests, so that the land actually cultivated does not comprise more than 1/3 of the country. The people are more interested in stock farming and dairying than in tilling the soil. The country raises excellent grass, and there are now here something like 1.5 million cattle, chiefly Holsteins. There are 1.25 million hogs, more than 500,000 horses, and 750,000 sheep. Some of the chief dairy regions are in the north, and at Alkmaar is a famous cheese market, to which the people from 70 or 80 villages bring in their cheese for sale. Each cheese is marked with the initials of its maker. The stock is spread out on waxed cloths and is bought by wholesale merchants who ship it to all parts of the world. Thousands of tons are sold at Alkmaar, the cheeses being brought in wagons, on barges up the canals, and by the small farmers in dog carts. The price of cheese makes good or bad times in the dairy regions, and the rise or fall of a cent or so a pound makes the farmer happy or miserable. The farmers are everywhere thrifty. Nothing goes to waste. The haystacks are roofed with boards or thatched in such a way that the thatch can be lowered as the hay is fed out. All woodwork is painted, and rot and rust are nowhere to be seen. The Dutch make money out of gardening, and especially flower gardening. They raise vegetables and fruits for England, but their peaches and pears lack flavor, though they are full of juice. They taste to me much like the fruits of Japan, which has about the same climate. There are parts of Holland, however, where the earth laughs in flowers more splendid than Solomon in his glory. In the region about Haarlem, more bulbs are raised than in any other place in the world, and 50,000,000 of them are sent every year to England and the United States. The Dutch are competing with the greenhouses of Brussels, Paris, and London, and they now send cut flowers by airplane, reaching those cities each morning in time for sale side by side with the blossoms clipped from the gardens hard by. The soil around Haarlem is a mixture of sand and loam, just fitted for the best tulips, hyacinths, and gladioli. There are syndicates and individuals at Haarlem who do a big business in bulb raising. They have fields of tulips, hyacinths, and other bulbs, acres in extent. The hyacinths load the air with their perfume, and, at certain times of the year, passing through the fields on the railroad is like traveling over a crazy quilt more gorgeous than any ever put together in reality. There are in all about 2,000 different kinds of tulips raised here, 2,000 varieties of gladioli, and 1,700 hyacinths. The bulbs are planted in trenches, with the large plants in the center and the small ones at the side. The varieties are kept separate, and each row is labeled. It was at Haarlem that the best tulips were raised when the great craze for them swept the country, and many bulbs brought their weight in gold. That was about the only time that the Dutch lost their heads and went wild over speculation. During the tulip mania, which came along about the time when Boston was started, one Haarlem tulip bulb brought $1,500, with a team of gray horses and a carriage thrown in, and an Amsterdam bulb was sold for 12 acres of land. Both of these bulbs were of the variety known as the Semper Augustus, of which there were only two in existence. At the same time, other varieties brought enormous sums. Tulip buying was a regular business, and men grew rich or poor from the trade. Some Dutchmen mortgaged their houses to buy tulips, and the loss of a peck of bulbs caused one man's ruin. The Dutch tulips now sell for ordinary prices, but they are still handled on business principles, and both cultivation and marketing have been reduced to a science. The bulbs are set out in September and October. They are carefully cultivated by skilled workmen, many of the farms employing hundreds of hands. They are well packed for the market and are shipped to seed and flower dealers all over the world. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Diamond cutting in Amsterdam. Amsterdam is one of the richest cities of Europe. It has some of the chief banking firms of the world, and its stock investments are almost as varied as those of New York or London. The foundation of the wealth of this city was laid when the Dutch gained control of the spice trade with the East Indies, and today the bulk of the stocks of the great corporations developing the riches of Netherlands India are held here. The Dutch are also making fortunes out of diamonds. They buy them in the rough and cut and polish them for jewelers in every country on earth. They have been doing this for generations and have made Amsterdam the chief diamond market of the world. This is a matter of much interest to us, for the United States buys more diamonds than any other nation. Before the World War, our purchases of diamonds ranged from $20 to $30 million a year, but following the peace they went up enormously. In a single year we bought $65 million worth of diamonds from Amsterdam alone, exclusive of those imported from the dealers in Antwerp. Though the big diamond firms here look on America as their probable best customer for some years to come, our purchases fluctuate with good and bad times, and in periods of depression shrink to a fraction of those of fat years. The war, which sent the prices of everything else to the heavens, flooded the market with precious stones. It impoverished the stable old families of Paris, Berlin, and Vienna, and their heirlooms found the way to the pawnshops. It threw kings, queens, and princes out of a job, and they pledged their crown jewels to keep soul and body together. More than all else, the Bolsheviks stole the great store of diamonds from the palaces and churches of Russia and surreptitiously scattered them far and wide over the earth. But the flood from these various fountains finally ran its course, and just now the demand again exceeds the supply. Moreover, there is serious talk of a combination of the cut diamond dealers into a trust like the great rough diamond syndicate, which for decades has controlled the output of the mines of South Africa and other diamond fields of the world. This information comes to me from the diamond magnates of Amsterdam and Antwerp, the two great centers where the finest and most costly stones are cut for the principal markets. It was at Amsterdam that the great Cullinan diamond, the largest ever discovered, was cut up and polished, and I have had the good fortune to meet the man who did the work on the magnificent stone. Also, when in South Africa, I had a talk with the Irish laborer, Wells, who found the Cullinan diamond in the Pretoria mine. I met too Mr. Cullinan, the owner of the mine. The gem was found shortly before the time of my visit. The miners were just ending their work for the day, and the last rays of the sun were shining on the side of one of the excavations when Wells saw a ball of fire as big as his fist in the midst of the stones. He rushed across the great hole where he was standing, climbed up, and grabbed the huge crystal in his two hands. He then ran with it to the office of the company and gave it to Mr. Cullinan. It was weighed and pulled the beam at 3,025 carats. Mr. Cullinan told me that they sent the diamond to Europe through the mails. It was registered and arrived safely. The next thing in order was the cutting of the huge stone. This was done here at Amsterdam by the firm of I.J. Asher Company, who have perhaps the largest and best known diamond factory in the world. It was first split into two large and several smaller stones. The largest was polished first, and from then the work went steadily on, the several pieces being sawed and ground and polished into the shapes they now have in the collection of the crown jewels of Old England. The splitting was performed by Joseph Asher himself, whom I met today, and it was with his brother that I went through their establishment and saw scores of experts at work transforming rough stones into gems for the market. Before starting, I was shown a model of the Cullinan diamond as it came from South Africa. The stone was about the size of a large dinner goblet. It was of the color of frosted glass and had a rather greasy appearance. But Mr. Asher said that one could see the fire shining out through the rough surface. He says the model is a fair representation of the diamond when found. It seems strange to think of sawing and splitting diamonds like so much stove wood, but that is what they really do here in the Asher factory. At least they saw and split the rough stones, which all agree are the hardest things known to man. I watched the whole process today, from the making of the saws and axes to the cutting of the diamonds. The saw is circular in shape. It is a disc as thick as a playing card and about 4 inches in diameter. The metal is phosphor bronze and looks just like copper. This thin saw is fastened between two round metal plates, beyond which the disc extends perhaps 1/4 of an inch. There is a hole in the center of the saw, and when put on the wheel it flies around at the rate of over 3,000 revolutions a minute, or more than 50 times between watch ticks. But only a diamond will cut a diamond. It is the prince of gems and can be cut only by a member of its own royal family. One must have a diamond saw to cut a diamond, and the bronze disc must have a diamond edge before it can cut. This is put on by dipping it into diamond dust mixed with oil. The diamond to be sawed is embedded in wax on the end of a stick as thick as a broom handle, and pushed against the revolving cutting edge until the saw gradually works its way through. This may take hours or even several days, depending on the size of the stone. I watched the saws working. They went so fast that I could see no motion whatever, and was tempted to touch one to see if it were actually moving. Mr. Asher warned me, however, that if I acted on this impulse, I would lose my finger. It surprised me to learn that diamonds are like wood, in that the grain runs but one way, and that the sawing is done across the grain and the splitting is done with the grain. Any boy who has had to split kindling for the family fire knows what splitting with the grain means. Diamonds, as they come from the mine, are more or less irregular in shape. They often have flaws and must be divided into 2 or more parts to make the beautiful regularly shaped gems sold by the trade. It is necessary first to study the diamonds to see how each can be cut to the greatest advantage. The stone must be divided at the flaws so that they may be cut out. After flaws are split off, the diamond is shaped and polished. It may be again sawed or cleft. The artist who studies the stone draws the dividing lines upon it with black ink. The splitting is done through the flaws and with the diamond axe, or at least the axe makes the notch by which, with a soft metal chisel, the diamond is split. The axe used for cutting the notch has a blade on a wood handle. The blade is a diamond stuck in cement on the end of a stick, which is not unlike the handle of a shoemaker's awl. The stone is so inserted as to leave a sharp surface exposed. As the cement hardens, the diamond axe is firmly held. The rough diamond to be split is next fixed into a similar tool, and the cutter scratches the latter again and again at the flaw, making a noise as though sharpening a gritty slate pencil. Within a moment or so a notch is cut. The man then sets the stick with the rough diamond on it into a hole in a lead plate on the table before him. He picks up a blade of steel about an inch wide and about 3 inches long and fits its blunt edge into the notch. He gives the blade a slight tap with a steel bar about a foot long, and the wedge splits the diamond in two. After a diamond has been split, it must be cut or rubbed into facets so that it may have the greatest brilliancy when the light strikes it. Here again one diamond is made to cut another, the polishing being done on a flat round plate covered with oil and diamond powder. This plate is a sort of grindstone. It flies around more than 33 times in a second, and the diamonds are fixed in frames so that they rest just at the right angle upon it. The stones are so inclined that they are ground by the diamond dust into the shapes best adapted to each individual gem. Some are cut into rose diamonds, some into square or irregular cubes, and some into the emerald cut. A normal stone, even one of infinitesimal size, has 58 sides or facets. About half the weight of each stone is lost in the cutting and polishing. During my stay I handled some great diamonds as thick as the thumb of a giant, and others down to the size of the point of a pin. Mr. Asher told me that their value ranged from $350 to $7,000 a carat. He laid before me a small teaspoonful of diamonds, each no bigger than the smallest crystal of sugar. Looking at them through a strong microscope, I saw that they had been accurately and symmetrically cut. I was shown cube diamonds no larger than the head of the smallest pin you have in your cushion, but nevertheless each had 58 sides. Some of these cubes are so small that it takes 200 of them to weigh 1 carat. After the stones are cut and polished, they must be marketed. This brings buyers from all parts of the world to Amsterdam to look over the stock of gems and consult experts in making their purchases. Some of the experts tell me that diamonds are as different as apples, potatoes, or even human beings. There are no two alike. Each stone has its own value, its own characteristics, its own color, and its own points of excellence. The experts are like the tea tasters, who can tell at a sip just where the tea comes from and what it is worth. They know diamonds as the tea men know tea. They are called in by buyers and sellers, and one of them presides at every transaction. He is supposed to protect both parties and to answer any questions either may ask. He gets 1% commission from each party, or 2% of all the money that passes. The diamond cutters of Amsterdam are much more trusted than the men who work in the mines of South Africa. Of course, great care is taken in admitting strangers to the factory, but the cutter himself gives only a receipt for such diamonds as he is to handle during the day, and this must be checked up when he leaves. The factories are not surrounded by guards day and night, as are the floors or great fields in South Africa where the diamond-studded clay lies out under the sun. The cutters are not compelled to live in the works as in the Kimberley diggings, nor are they stripped to the skin and searched from toes to crown when they leave. In fact, thefts of diamonds by the men and women who cut and polish these valuable stones amount to less on the average than the losses through the clerks of our banks. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. A Sane Nation in the Madhouse of Europe. The Danes are one of the few sane peoples in the great madhouse of Europe. The Russians seem stark crazy, the Germans but little better, and almost every other nation is cutting fantastic pranks before high heaven. Here in Denmark the people are buying and selling and getting gain from their farming, manufacturing, shipping, and merchandising as they have done in the past. They are taxed a bit more and have had to raise their wage level to meet the high cost of living, but are paying their debts in good golden kronen. They are still thrifty and cheerful and expect to continue upon the wonderful course of prosperity they have pursued during the last 2 generations. The story of this country's rise from the ashes should bring hope to every people in the dumps of despair. At the close of our Civil War, the condition of Denmark was so desperate that no nation in Europe was poor enough to do her reverence. Like the Germany of today, she had long since fallen from her place as one of the richest and most powerful nations of the world. More than 100 years before Columbus discovered America, Denmark had swallowed Norway, which she kept until she sided with Napoleon, and the Battle of Waterloo sounded what seemed to be her death knell. In the revolution that followed, Norway was taken from her and given to Sweden. The wars had ruined her trade, and her debt was enormous. Then her people were half slaves, as were the peasants all over Europe, and the kings and nobility ruled. As time went on, matters grew worse, and in 1864 Prussia, that glutton of kingdoms, gobbled Schleswig-Holstein, part of which, by the Treaty of Versailles, she has had to disgorge. The country grew poorer and poorer, and at the time of the Franco-Prussian War it seemed hopelessly bankrupt. The land was suited to nothing but farming, and the United States was supplying Europe with great quantities of its farm products at cheap prices. Germany had shut out Danish exports by a high protective tariff, and even God seemed to frown, for he sent droughts and floods and cattle diseases. The condition of Denmark then was really almost as bad as that of Austria and Hungary after the peace. Indeed, it was worse, for these countries are naturally rich in good soil and other resources. Now, look at the Danes of today. They are among the richest, healthiest, and happiest people of the whole world. They stand high in education and culture. Their women have equal rights with the men and hold a place in every profession and are a part of every university. Their king has lost his power and become a figurehead, and the people have a democracy as free as that of our Union, although their country is only a patch compared to ours. It would take 200 Denmarks to equal the United States, including the lands of Schleswig brought back by the plebiscite. It is half the size of Indiana and a little more than twice that of Massachusetts. It exceeds Belgium and Holland by only a state or so as large as Rhode Island, and it has less available good soil than either. The country is low and flat. It floats, as it were, on the sea, almost blocking the entrance to the Baltic. Geographically, Denmark belongs to Norway. 9 or 10,000 years ago, at the time of the glacial period, the site of Copenhagen was a part of the great reef of chalk and lime upon which now stands the Kingdom of Denmark. Then the whole country lay under the sea, but the huge ice sheets, as thick as those that cover the Greenland of today, moved down from Norway, carrying earth and stones with them. They were several miles thick, and when they struck this chalk reef, they dropped the earth and stones upon it and thus built up the land. Today the scientists can follow the furrows plowed by the rocks in the beds of the glaciers all the way from Norway to Germany. And in my motor travels across country I have looked down through the green waters of many of the lakes and seen the original white chalk of that mighty reef of the past. A land formed in that way could not have very good soil, and were it not for the fertilization and intensive cultivation practiced by the Danes, many of their farms would be producing as little as the worst patches of our Rocky Mountain highlands. For a long time much of the country was like the marshes between New York and Newark, and it was about the worst of all the starved crow farms of continental Europe. Much of the soil was too poor to grow trees, and even now only about 1/12 of the country is wooded. Yet the great success of the Danes has come from the land. They are a nation of intensive farmers who, like the good servants in the parable of the talents, have taken what the master has given them and by brains, industry, and business efficiency have multiplied it many-fold. They have thrown off the shackles of the nobles, reduced the great estates to small holdings, and by scientific farming and stock raising have made every one of their 250,000 farms produce exports which equal $50 a month all the year through. The land not only supports the farmers and gives the country its food, but yields a surplus worth $17 per annum for every farm acre. This the Danes have done by teamwork in which the whole nation has gone into the harness and labored together. They have studied their land and the markets and have raised only the things they could produce at a profit. When Denmark found that with her limitation of soil and area she could not compete with the United States and other lands in the production of oats, wheat, rye, barley, and such crops, she did not sit down and whine and ask other countries to help her, but only buckled in her waist belt to make her stomach the smaller, counted her assets, and figured out what she could do. Her people did not even ask the government to help them by protective tariffs, but every one did his part and all worked together. She had several great thinkers, and with them, in time, she planned out a scheme of agricultural production that has made the whole country rich. She looked at her location. It was just across the North Sea from London, the biggest city on earth, and from Great Britain, full of factory workers who for years have been spoon-fed by outsiders. It was just over the border from Germany, with its vast standing army that needed horses and its many industrial laborers who were consuming far more foodstuffs than the German farms could supply. Denmark studied the wants of these neighbors. She enriched the soil with the gray matter in the heads of her farmers and decided she could make a living in supplying Great Britain with bacon and butter and eggs, and Germany with cattle and horses. She at once sent out commissions to these and other countries to study the markets and the methods of producing these commodities, and at the same time began to reorganize the country on the new basis. The commissions reported that England was getting breakfast supplies largely from Ireland. They looked into the Irish production and suggested new methods, with the result that in a short time the Danes were offering better bacon, better butter, and better eggs than the Irish. It was the same with the Germans and other markets all over the world. Denmark, in proportion to her size and population, is now selling more and better bacon, butter, and eggs than any other country. Within less than a generation, she has increased her annual exports of farm products from a value of about $25 million to more than $380 million, of which nearly half go to England. I have not yet tried the bacon, although I have visited the piggeries and the slaughterhouse where it is killed, but I eat a lot of the butter with the 2 eggs that I get for my early breakfast each morning. This is the first country I have visited in my tour where I have been given enough butter to supply the appetite of even the daintiest American girl. Here in Europe the hotels serve one's first meal in his bedroom. This consists of a little pot of coffee and some bread and butter, with eggs upon order for an extra charge. In Paris, my butter consisted of 3 or 4 shavings no bigger than the corkscrew curls with which some of our girls adorn their foreheads, or instead, as many balls of butter, each as big as the end of my middle finger. This, it must be remembered, was at the high-priced hotels, where one's room and meals cost as much as in the first-class hotels of New York. They do it far better in Denmark. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Copenhagen, the gate to the Baltic. The sea is a big factor in the success of the Danes, the descendants of the Vikings. For more than 1,000 years they have been going down to the sea in ships and doing business in great waters. Turn to the map in this book and see just where Denmark lies. It consists of a long narrow tongue known as Jutland, extending out from the northwestern part of the continent, almost blocking the entrance to the Baltic, that great Mediterranean Sea of the north, and licking with its tip the gulf into which one steams up to Christiania, the capital of Norway. In addition to this tongue, the country consists of about 500 islands, on one of the largest of which stands the capital, Copenhagen. There are straits around the tongue through which all ships must go in entering the Baltic, except the few that pass through the Kaiser Wilhelm Canal. Thus they pass right by Copenhagen, making it the natural stopping place for the shipping of Scandinavia, Finland, Russia, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, and North Germany. Copenhagen is a port of call for all these countries, and it does an enormous business in transferring goods. It has weekly sailings to and from the United States, and I have seen ship after ship from New York discharging passengers and freight, which are here transferred to other ships for the lands farther east. Denmark itself has nearly 4,000 vessels, and she owns steamships that go regularly to North and South America, Asia, and Africa, and to most of the ports of this continent of Europe. Every year more than 23,000 vessels from foreign countries come here. I drove for several hours along the quays yesterday and saw everywhere quantities of United States goods. The ships were unloading grain, cotton seed oil, raw materials of many kinds, farming machinery, automobiles, automobile parts, in fact, nearly everything we make or produce. More than 1,000 tons of automobile parts come from New York to Copenhagen each week. They are sent by the company that makes the flivver and are assembled here before transshipment to the lands of the Baltic. Its Copenhagen factory puts together one car every 6 minutes all the day through. This is done in the free port, which allows the selling and transfer of goods without payment of duty, an arrangement by which Copenhagen hopes to compete with Hamburg. The free port is a great factory and warehouse, as well as an international merchandising district. It includes almost 130 acres of land and 83 acres of anchorage, and has scores of electric cranes and other modern equipment for loading and unloading goods. There are grain elevators which cover acres, and factories making goods for both domestic and foreign consumption. Copenhagen is one of the liveliest cities of Northern Europe. Most of its 500,000 people are as well dressed as any you will find on the continent. It has some magnificent buildings and the cleanest streets outside of Holland. Every man here has to see that the street and the pavement in front of his house is kept clean. The asphalt is brushed several times every day, and a regiment of able-bodied paupers is always at work on the squares. The capital of Denmark is full of red blood and the vigor of youth. The people on the streets go about with a smile and seem to be prosperous. I have been here for a week and have not yet seen a beggar. There are no blind men on the corners peddling matches and notions, and no haggard old women selling newspapers. The shops of Copenhagen are full of fine goods, and their window dressing compares with that of our principal cities. Walking through the chief business centers is like visiting an exposition, and moreover, all of the prices are marked in plain figures. I spent this afternoon in one of the big department stores here. It reminds me of those of Boston, Philadelphia, Detroit, Cleveland, and other American cities of the same size. It has an abundance of everything, and the finest wares from all over the world are displayed. It has a book section with books in all languages, and especially English, including poetry, fiction, economics, and travel. The Thorwaldsen Museum is one of the finest on the continent, and singularly enough, it is devoted to the works of one sculptor. Thorwaldsen was educated at the Academy of Copenhagen and later on in Rome. He soon developed into a great sculptor. His works, which are of wonderful beauty, are famous all the world over. Among the exhibits in the museum here is a model of the Swiss lion, which he carved out of the rock at Lucerne in memory of the Swiss Guards' defense of the Tuileries. Another great man of Copenhagen was Hans Christian Andersen, whose fairy stories delight every child. There is a monument to him in the heart of the city, on one side of the pedestal of which is engraved a picture from the Ugly Duckling, and on another side is the figure of a little child riding on the back of a stork. Andersen was born in the small Danish town of Odense. His father was a shoemaker, and his mother wanted to make her boy a tailor. Young Hans, however, had a bookish bent, and his ambition was to become famous by writing. He left home with $5 in his pocket, and with that as a start worked his way through school in Copenhagen. He had some talent for singing and hoped to make a place for himself on the stage. He tried for one of the theaters of Copenhagen, but was rejected. His talent was brought to the notice of the king, through whom he was placed in an advanced school at public expense. Later on his poems and stories became noted, and during his latter years he received an annuity from the Danish government. The people here are very proud of him and tell many stories of his simplicity and kindness. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Where the Farmer is King. In the reference books, Denmark is recorded as under the sovereignty of Christian X. This is a mistake. Christian X is only a figurehead. The real ruler of Denmark is the farmer. He owns the country. He elects the Congress. He makes the laws. The Germans call the United States a monarchic democracy. This land is a farmer's democracy. Denmark does not bow down to the farmer, for the farmer is Denmark. His union is stronger than any labor organization of our country or England. He combines for everything, and all of his class work as one. There is no country in the world so built upon agriculture as this, and none in which the science and ethics of farming have so firm a foundation. The people worship three gods. Like Jeroboam, the king of the Jews, they have erected 2 golden calves at each end of their country, and like the ancient Egyptians, they worship the cow. They bow down also to the chicken. The cock whose 3rd crow made Peter weep had not a greater place in the conscience of that saint than that which the Danish hen occupies in the minds of the thrifty poultrymen of Denmark. The 3rd and last god is the pig, a Yorkshire of the bacon variety, for it is his streak of lean and streak of fat, produced largely from the skimmed milk of the cow, that brings much of the money which supports the Danes. Danish bacon and butter and eggs bring in annually hundreds of millions of dollars, and from England in 1 year alone, Denmark has received $38 million for bacon, $40 million for butter, and $35 million for eggs. The land, in fact, is one great factory devoted to turning out these 3 special products. This factory has more than 250,000 owners, each running a little branch independent of the others. Yet all are joined together in 4,000 cooperative agencies and other cooperative societies, the whole being better organized than any system of chain stores in the United States. By this I mean that every farm is a plant that works according to rules made by the farmers themselves. They buy and sell only in combination, and have such common standards of production that all of the output is equally good. In short, they operate as though the whole country were a single big farm. The Danes have often been called a nation of farmers. Their little country is divided up into 250,000 farms, or 1 farm for every 12 persons. If the United States were apportioned according to its area in the same ratio, it would have about 50 million farms instead of a little more than 6 million as now. 9 out of every 10 farms in Denmark are owned and operated by the men who live on them, and most of the owners have no other means of support. There are 70,000 holdings of less than 2 acres, and I have seen statements that a man can live and support his family on 3 or 4 acres. This I believe to be a mistake. My information from the government officials and from farmers, large and small, is that he needs 2 or 3 times this amount of land, but all agree that 10 acres is quite enough to enable a man to make a decent living and educate his children. They say that the farmer who has 30 acres is well to do, while one who has from 50 to 100 may be called almost rich. The men who live on the very small holdings, say of 2 acres, thrive by raising several cows, a dozen pigs, and a good flock of chickens, but they must work also for their neighbors to piece out their incomes. More than half the farms are of less than 13 acres, and comprise about 3/5 of the land. There are more than 100,000 farms which range between 13 acres and 150 acres, the owners of which might be called the backbone of the country. Most of them are scientific agriculturists. They know all about plants and plant breeding. They are skilled mechanics and often good chemists. Many of them are graduates of agricultural schools, and socially and politically they are of a higher grade perhaps than any other farmers on earth. They are usually men of some means. They are interested in the savings and credit associations, and to a large extent run the cooperative societies. They control the politics of the sections in which they live. It is through the farmers that the railroads are operated in the interest of the farmers, not to make money, but to haul passengers and freight as cheaply as possible. It is through the farmers that the land has been broken up into small holdings, that credit banks have been established, that only 2 in 1,000 of the people are unable to read and write, and that most of the homes, even out in the country, have telephones and electric lights. The climate and soil are such that only a small part of the feed of the livestock can be raised on the land. For 5 months of every year the cattle can sometimes be grazed in the fields, and for the other 7 they must be kept all the time in the barns and stall fed. The country is so thickly settled that there is not enough land to raise hay or grain for the animals, and a great part of the feed is brought in from the United States and other countries. Every week ships from New York bring grain, especially corn and cottonseed meal cakes, as food for the cattle, and in addition there must be tank food, bone dust, and other articles which help in the production of eggs. Every farmer knows the feeding value of all he buys, while through the cooperative associations the purchases are made at wholesale prices and so distributed that the farmers practically eliminate the middleman and have all the profits themselves. It is the same with the sales. There are cooperative egg societies, cooperative butter societies, and cooperative bacon societies, through which almost all the selling is done. These associations have their agencies and branch houses scattered over Denmark and their representatives in London and all the chief markets. In this way farmers get the highest prices for everything, while their rules require that the products be standardized and of a high quality throughout. There are about 4,000 cooperative associations, and of the 250,000 farmers, more than 244,000 belong to these selling societies. There are 15 cooperatives devoted to the purchase of goods, and they have 70,000 members. There are 1,700 breeding societies interested in the various kinds of stock, from chickens to cattle. The net business of the cooperative societies of the country amounts to $250 million a year, and there is a baker's dozen of credit associations which have outstanding loans to the amount of more than $500 million. The farmers buy all their goods through the wholesale associations, and the goods are distributed through retail cooperative societies in such a way that the farmers get the profit made on all their own purchases. There are stores with a total membership of 300,000. This means that there is 1 store membership to every 2 families, or twice as many as in England, and 3 times as many as in Germany, in proportion to the population. There is one of these cooperative stores in every village. The Cooperative Wholesale Society in Copenhagen sells in the neighborhood of $25 million worth of goods per year. It has acres of warehouses and factories. The business of its factories amounts to $5 million per annum, and it makes a net profit of 5% and a gross profit of 7 or 8%. This wholesale organization is made up of representatives elected by the retail cooperative associations. It has no individual or personal owners, and its profits all go to the retail societies. So far, as I am told, none of the stockholders has had to put up any money for shares in this wholesale association. Each retail association, after careful investigation, is allowed to subscribe for a certain amount of stock, and the subscription is carried on the books until the profits pay for it. Since I have been in Denmark, I have gone through the buildings of this big wholesale cooperative association at Copenhagen. They are situated near the wharves, and the railroad cars come right to the factory, so that freight is most economically handled. This association sells no feeding stuffs, grain, or farm tools, which are dealt in by other associations. The establishment is much like a wholesale department store and serves about 1,600 local stores scattered over Denmark. In the sample rooms, I was shown every sort of household utensil and all kinds of things in wood, china, and glass. There were ready-to-wear goods of every sort, dolls and toys for the Christmas tree, and even cameras and opera glasses. A large building is devoted to seeds of everything from clover to wheat, rye, and oats, and especially to rutabagas and mangel-wurzel beets, both of which form a large part of the food for the cattle. Another great building is filled with coffee and tea, for the establishment has its own coffee roasters, and a third has a large force making shoes. The latter covers about an acre and is equipped with American machinery. The shoes turned out are of every grade and style, from those of coarse hide to fine high-heeled shoes for women. The workmanship is excellent, and the prices are considerably lower than in the United States. The society has factories for making candy and chocolate, tobacco, cigars, and cigarettes. It has chemical works. It makes hosiery and ready-made clothing, as well as bicycles and soap. One of the most important factories of this wholesale association is devoted to margarine, an article which takes the place of butter for most of the people of Denmark. Although the Danes make about the best butter on earth and export tens of millions of dollars worth, the farmers eat margarine that they may have more butter to sell. One of the officials tells me he estimates that 98% of the dairy farmers sell all the butter they make. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. How They Do It in Denmark. This morning I invite you to join me in a trip into the country to see how the Danish farmer gets fat on 40 acres. Valdemar Hansen, who was brought up on a farm, will be our chauffeur. We ride out of Copenhagen over a brick-paved road with a bicycle path on each side. There's also a car line and a way for foot passengers. We pass many beautiful villas and on the edge of the city see great tracts of truck gardens, each having a shack put up by the municipality for the poor people to come out and live in during the summer. Every family has its garden and house free, and thousands are accommodated in this way. Going on, we drive through the suburbs of the capital and finally reach the country where there are farmsteads large and small, with grain fields and pastures covering the landscape. The buildings are all painted white. Many of the houses and barns are covered with a straw thatch turned velvety brown by the weather. The thatched roofs, which are often a foot thick, extend out over the white walls below. The brick chimneys, which come up through the thatch, are white. The barns are all built around yards. They often consist of a single, long, low building with wings at each end. Most of the barns are but one story and cover a great deal of ground. Others are smaller, but all are well kept and scientifically arranged. Let us visit one of these farmsteads, a place of 40 acres. The owner keeps 9 cows in full milk and has 5 calves growing up. He also has chickens and pigs and is laying by money. We go with him first into the cow stable. Like thousands in Denmark, it has large windows and most of it is floored with thick concrete. The cows stand upon boards with their heads in stanchions, and behind runs a drain that saves every bit of the manure. The stalls are washed out every morning and the water and dirt go into the farm cistern, whence the contents are pumped out and taken directly to the fields. Over each stall is a blackboard about as big as a school slate, on which we see in chalk the cow's diary. It is a record of the amount of milk she gave the previous day, together with the butter fat it contained. This is kept for every cow, and each one must earn her living. If she falls off, the farmer may change her feed, and if she does not come up, she goes to the scrap heap, by which is meant she is sold. The authorities tell me that the average life work of a cow in Denmark covers only 5 years. At the end of that time she is sold and probably goes off to Germany. Fully 10% of all the dairy cows are disposed of in that way every year. Our next visit is to the piggery. This is of concrete and kept so well drained that the pig pens are dry. Like the stable, and indeed all the other buildings on the farmstead, it is lighted by electricity, the current coming over a long transmission line from Sweden. The pigs are Yorkshires, clean, fat, and roseate white, with the complexion of a newly washed baby shining through the silvery bristles. When Denmark started in the dairy business and began to raise pigs for export, she was selling less than 2,000,000 pounds per annum outside her own country. Now her exports of bacon and ham amount to nearly 200,000,000 pounds, and her hogs number about 1,500,000. Nevertheless, she raises no corn or other hog food to speak of, and the pigs are fattened on skim milk and chop. We are the greatest hog food producing country on earth, and have on our farms just now 60 or 70 millions of swine. If, in proportion to our area, we had as many hogs as has Denmark, the number would be 300 millions, and we could probably produce many more. Leaving the piggery, we go to the barn proper, where are stored the grain and other produce raised by the farmer. This building has a thick roof of gray thatch, and although of but one story, in most parts it is filled to the roof with food of one kind or another. At the side of the door is what might be called a baby threshing machine, with a portable electric motor in a box by its side. The motor is run by electric current generated in Sweden, and as it is raining and he cannot work outside, the farm hand is threshing wheat. He stands at one end of the machine and feeds in the sheaves which he has pulled down from the loft. The electricity does the work, and the clean brown wheat rolls out of the funnel into a sack below. Before leaving, I took a picture of the farmer and his wife standing in front of their dwelling. It was a picturesque white one-story cottage with a roof of red tiles looking out on the barns. There were lace curtains in the windows, flowers in the yard, and ivy which had crept up hugging each side of the door. When I went in, I found the house well furnished and equipped with books and magazines and many farm journals. It seemed a most comfortable home, and far better than that of the average 40-acre farmer of the United States. It is no wonder that the Danish farmer and his wife do so well on 40 acres, for both have been specially trained for their jobs. The Danes go to school more than any other people in Europe, and, as I have said, there are only 2 in 1,000 of them who cannot read and write. This is a better showing than in England, Germany, France, or Switzerland, and much better than in the United States, where 77 in every 1,000 are illiterate. The Dane is a good farmer because he has studied the expert production of the thing he sells. In the words of Pope, he holds the eel of science by the tail. The country has schools of every kind. All children are compelled to go to school until they are 14 years of age, and their teachers are better paid and more respected than with us. The average farm boy has a course in an agricultural college after he leaves the common schools, and there are also the People's High Schools for the grown-ups. The People's High Schools are a special institution of Denmark. They are attended by the men in the winter when the farm work is light, and during the summer by women and girls. The winter term is from November to May. Most of the pupils live in or near the schools, and may have rooms and board in the establishments at very low rates. About 3/4 of the students are middle-class farmers and small landholders. 4/5 of the students are from 19 to 25 years of age, but there is no age limit. A farmer can start in at any time and take a special course in almost any branch he chooses. There are more than 100 of these high schools in Denmark, and in addition there are 19 agricultural schools. There are also schools for wives, or schools of household economics. These are attended largely by girls preparatory to or in anticipation of marriage. They are taught everything connected with housekeeping and the purchase of domestic supplies. The schools are, in fact, somewhat like the domestic science schools and colleges of the United States. They are large and small, and public and private. I have visited several during my motor car tours. One, situated about 20 miles from Copenhagen, is surrounded by a beautiful garden. It consists of a large 2-story house divided up into living rooms, classrooms, and a large number of bedrooms. It has a commodious and well-lighted kitchen in which at the time of my call 30 young Danish girls of from 18 to 21 years of age were engaged in the preparation of dishes of one kind or another. Some of them had their sleeves rolled up above their elbows, and the faces of others were rosy from hanging over the stoves. 3 were cleaning fish, a half dozen were peeling potatoes, and others were compounding the ingredients of sweetmeats and cakes with meticulous care. One of the teachers took me through the house and showed me the rooms of the girls. Every one was exquisitely kept, and all were beautifully furnished and without the knickknacks and crazy bric-a-brac affected by the American college girl. Indeed, it seemed to me that a man must be very particular if he could not be satisfied with such housekeeping, and, when I think again of how the girls looked, with such sweet, good housekeeping wives. Upon leaving, my young secretary took a photograph of the kitchen class on the front door steps, and he would not be contented until the teacher allowed him to pose one maiden especially attractive with her bread mixing bowl in her hands. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Helpful Hen and the Cooperative Cow. In the little town of Hillerød, in the heart of the island of Zealand, under the shadow of the mighty castle of Frederiksborg, erected by a king of Denmark when the Pilgrims were climbing out of the Mayflower onto Plymouth Rock, I write of an egg. It is a big egg, a fresh egg, and moreover an egg of pure gold. It is not, however, the golden egg celebrated in fiction by that Danish creator of fairies, Hans Christian Andersen. That egg was laid by a goose. This one is laid by a hen. I do not know whether she is a black Langshan, a Minorca, a Leghorn, or a white Wyandotte, but she is one of the 18 million hens, each of which keeps dropping into the pockets of the Danes from 200 to 250 eggs every year. The Helpful Hen lays in 1 year more than 600 million eggs for export in addition to those consumed in Denmark, and she has increased her annual product more than 1/3 in the last decade. There are now something like 60,000 chicken farmers belonging to the Egg Export Association, who raise their chickens according to rule and ship the product in common. They are combined into more than 500 local societies, to which they must deliver every egg laid except those used on their tables, and to which each pays a fine of $1.38 every time he lets a bad one slip in. The constitution of every society provides that the members collect the eggs daily from the nests and deliver them weekly, and that no egg delivered shall be more than 7 days old. Each society is numbered, and the number must be stamped on each egg so that every bad egg can be traced back to the farm and almost to the nest in which it was laid. The result is that the eggs sold are uniformly good and command the highest price on the market. Along about 2 generations ago, one could buy 2 eggs for a cent here all the year through. A little later, steamers began to run direct from Copenhagen to England, and these cheap Danish eggs found favor there. Shortly after our Civil War, 1 million eggs were exported, and they brought $8,000. Within 20 years, the number had multiplied 100 times, and now the figure is around 625 million eggs, bringing 7 or 8 cents apiece. Today, Danish eggs are used all over England, and millions go to other countries as well. During my motor trips over Denmark, I have visited the egg farms. The chickens are kept in yards surrounded by high fences of wire closely woven. Each pen is about 50 feet square. It is carpeted with grass, and in its center is a little red hen house made of boards about 6 feet in height, 6 feet wide, and 8 feet long. This contains roosts and nests. It has a number upon it, and by this number the chickens within are recorded in the stock books of the farm. Each pen contains a rooster and perhaps 1 dozen hens, and every hen has a little metal anklet about her right leg upon which is stamped her number, so that the farmer can tell exactly to what extent she is earning her living. The chickens are fed on grain and chopped feed. They have also cooked potatoes and tankage and just the right proportion of crushed bone to supply the lime for eggshells. The business is carefully studied and the best breeds are chosen. One of the farmers I visited tells me his best layers are the White Leghorn, although he keeps also Plymouth Rocks, White Wyandottes, Black Langshan's, and Minorcas. Here at Hillerød I have visited the packing establishment of one of the egg export societies. It is a long, low, one-story building filled with cases of eggs, each egg in its little pasteboard compartment like those used for shipping eggs in the United States. These cases come in from the farms. As soon as they arrive, the eggs are taken out by young women and laid on a network of woven wire fitted into the top of a barrel over two incandescent light globes of 100 candle power. Except for these globes, the room is dark, and as the powerful light shines through the eggs, it shows the least age or defect. Every egg which has not a translucent red color is taken out, and those which are not perfect are set aside by themselves. If they are bad, they are destroyed, and the farmer must pay his fine. Some of the imperfect eggs are used for pickling, which means that they are packed away in vats of lime water, which serves the same purpose as cold storage, enabling them to be sold as pickled eggs during the winter. After candling, the good eggs are sorted according to size and packed in excelsior. First comes a layer of excelsior and then a layer of eggs, followed by another of excelsior and another of eggs until they fill the box, which is about 2 feet wide, 1 foot high, and perhaps 5 feet in length. The eggs are sold by the pound or by the score, and not by the dozen as with us. They are sometimes packed in small cases of 16 pounds each. They are then ready for shipment to England. The manager of the society tells me he can easily decide the approximate age of an egg by its appearance over the electric light. He showed me how, in a perfectly fresh egg, the yolk lies in the center, and how each egg contains a little pocket of air, which he says is placed there by the Lord to give breath to the baby chicken before it expands its lungs in the open. After the egg attains an age of a week or so, the yolk is apt to leave the center and drop down to the side of the shell, and there are other indications which show the number of days since the egg left the hen. It was just after 12 today when Valdemar Hansen shut off the gas and put on the brakes of our automobile in front of one of the Danish cooperative creameries. The employees, several men and a half dozen women, were seated on the grass outside eating their lunch. We photographed them and then went with the manager inside to look at the separators, in which the cream is taken out of the milk, and at the great churns, each of which makes 400 pounds of butter in about 25 minutes. The cream is chemically soured and churned the same day it is received. The manager tells me he handles milk brought in by 330 farmers, and that the amount he received this morning was just 20,627 pounds. The milk is paid for according to the butter fat it contains, and most of the farmers test their own milk, and some even keep a record of the percentage of butter fat in the milk of each cow. After separating, the skim milk is taken home to be fed to the hogs, which later are sold to the cooperative bacon societies for export to England. Leaving the churning room, we went into the steaming compartment, in which cream, after sterilization, is put up in half-pint and pint bottles for export. By this time, the women had come back to work, and we could see how the packing was done. Everything was exquisitely clean. The concrete floors are flooded and scrubbed every morning. The manager and the employees wear wooden soled shoes. There are more than 1,200 cooperative dairy associations in Denmark, and the farmers belonging to them number about 200,000. They produce in a year more than 200 million pounds of butter, which is sold through the cooperative societies. It brings in over $2 million a week, or more than $100 million a year. Nevertheless, it is only a few decades since Danish butter had the nickname 40 Rod. This came from the fact that it was so bad that the smell could be detected a city block away from where it was kept. The butter was not then known as Danish butter. It was sold to German middlemen of Kiel and Hamburg, who exported it under the name of Kiel butter to England, where it brought about 12 cents a pound. Today, except for New Zealand, No land exports butter so uniformly good as Denmark, and none has cows that produce so much all the year round. The Danes pride themselves on the high average production of all of their cows rather than on that of any individual animal. Everything is measured by butter fat, and the average yield of all these cows entered on the official records is now about 440 pounds per cow for every 12 months. The average proportion of butter fat exceeds 4%. Still, Denmark has some good record cows. I have before me the reports of two which competed for a silver cup prize some years ago. Each of these gave more than 40,000 gallons in the first 3 years of her milk-producing life, and one named Silke yielded 2 pounds of butter a day for every one of the 365 days of her third year, with 33 pounds to spare. If they are out in the fields, the cattle of Denmark wear overcoats when it rains or the weather is cold. I have mentioned how they are kept in the stables day and night for 7 months every year, and fed occasionally out of doors during the day in the other 5 months of the year. In their grazing they are not allowed to run wild. As in France, each cow has her halter, to which is attached a chain 8 feet in length fastened to a stake in the ground, so that she can feed only to the length of her chain. After she has cropped her circle as clean as though the grass had been cut by a lawnmower, she moos loudly, and I am told that the farmer knows from this signal that it is time to change her location. At any rate, he then comes out with a maul like that with which one drives steel wedges in splitting logs. He pulls up the stake and leads the cow to a fresh feeding ground, where he pounds the pin down into the ground again. I took photographs today of 10 cows and 1 bull feeding that way in an unfenced meadow. Each animal had a blanket of canvas covering all of its body but its head, neck, tail, and legs below the knees. The cows mooed as we photographed them, thinking, I suppose, that we might be about to give them new circles of pasture. The chief breeds of cattle here are the Red Danish and a black and white breed especially adapted to Jutland. The first is the better. There are also a few Jerseys and some milking Shorthorns. I saw some of the best Danish cows this afternoon during a visit to the Kol farm within 10 miles or so of Copenhagen. There were perhaps 100 in the stable, and each weighed, I judge, under 1,200 pounds. I saw there also some high pedigreed Danish bulls. None of them was half as heavy as the $10,000 Shorthorn bulls on the Carpenter Ross farm near Mansfield, Ohio. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Alaska of Europe. I have come from Copenhagen to Christiania to write of the Alaska of Europe. Away up here at the northwestern end of the continent, hanging down like a bulbous nose over the cold face of the new Republic of Finland, is a peninsula that corresponds to the territory nicknamed by Secretary Seward's opponents the Icebox of America. This peninsula includes Norway and Sweden, and with Denmark is called Scandinavia. It lies in about the same latitude as Alaska. If I should take an airplane and fly west round the world at just the same distance from the North Pole as where I am now, I could look down upon Juneau. Stockholm in Sweden is not far above Skagway, while Trondheim in Norway, a few hundred miles above Christiania, is almost as far north as Nome. Hammerfest, the city of Europe nearest the pole, has a location corresponding to Point Barrow on our Arctic coast of Alaska, and Scandinavia has proportionately about as much land north of the Arctic Circle as we. Our government has bragged of its new line from Seward to Fairbanks as the Railway of the North Pole. Scandinavia has a steel road hundreds of miles farther north. It crosses the head of this peninsula, tapping great iron mines inside the Arctic Circle, and ending at Narvik, a Norwegian port, which, although much nearer the pole than Bering Strait, has open water all the year round. This Alaska of Europe is only half the size of the Alaska of America. Still, it is 4 times as large as New England. It is so long that if it were laid upon the United States, it would reach from the Gulf of Mexico nearly to Canada, and its southern part is as wide in some places as the distance from New York to Pittsburgh. Sweden alone is more than 4 times as big as the state of Ohio, with Massachusetts added thereto, and Norway only a bit smaller than Minnesota and Iowa taken together. It is as far from Vardo on the Arctic coast of Norway to Lindesnes on the south coast as the latter port is distant from Rome, and the trip around the Norwegian coast takes as long as to cross the Atlantic. This great body of land is a mass of some of the oldest rocks known to man, with patches of earth here and there, and with many lakes and rivers and a vast area of forests. The Norwegian port is mostly a stony plateau cut by long fjords, or arms of the sea, and the Swedish part is a plain sloping down from this plateau to the Gulf of Bothnia and the Baltic. The 2 countries, including Denmark, which consists of the islands and a patch of land at the foot of the peninsula, have about 11 million people, making up what might be called the Scandinavians of today. Compared with Alaska, Scandinavia is thickly populated. It has 20,000 people where Alaska has 1, and although it is in the same latitude, it supports them all and gives them a good living. Our Alaskans belong to one of the youngest races on earth. These European Alaskans have come down from the oldest. According to some archaeologists, their ancestors were in northern Europe when Cheops built the Great Pyramid. They were alive on this spot in the Stone Age, and in the Iron Age that followed they sold their wares in other countries of Europe. It was only shortly after Christ came that Scandinavian ships were trading with the Romans and the Caliph of Baghdad. They exchanged amber for bronze at just about the time the Chinese began to make literature. They were sowing grain, weaving cloth, and making weapons of metal when Queen Dido laid out her ancient city of Carthage, and centuries before Romulus and Remus, fed by the wolf, had started Rome. They were old when Solomon built the temple and when Confucius first saw the light on the hills of Shantung. There are scientists who claim, indeed, that the Scandinavian race, which pure and undefiled we have with us still, dates back to more than 10,000 years before Christ. Some even believe that the Aryan race started here on the shores of the Baltic, and that this, rather than Asia, was the first home of the whites. At any rate, we have very definite records of what the people have done since the days of the Middle Ages. More than 1,000 years ago, the Vikings, who lived in the coves along the Scandinavian coast, went out in their ships to trade and fight with the other nations of Europe, and sailed as far south as Gibraltar. They were converted to Christianity before the year 1000 AD, when they had their first Christian king. And what is of more importance to us, it was at about that time that a Norwegian crossed the Atlantic and discovered America, beating Columbus by 500 years. The man who made the discovery was a Viking named Leif, the son of Eric the Red. He crossed over to Iceland and Greenland, and from there went down the mainland of America and established a settlement which he called Vineland, or the Happy Land. There is in Christiania today a ship which is perhaps the exact counterpart of the vessel commanded by Leif. Indeed, it may be the very same ship, for it is more than 1,100 years old. It was dug out of the blue clay of the Kogstad farm a generation ago. This farm is only 4 hours from where I am writing and is easily reached by automobile. The ship was brought here from its burial place, not far from the sea, and it is now installed in a shed in the rear of the university building. It is of oak, and the hull and the keel are still in good preservation. By my American tape measure, it is 77 feet from bow to stern and just 16 feet wide. In the third plank from the top, there are 16 oarlocks, and the rudder was on the right side. There is no anchor shown with the ship, but I venture the one which held it was only a toy in comparison with the one on the bow of the Majestic, on which I stood before starting for Europe. You could put this boat into the ballroom of the Majestic, and 100 couples or so could still foxtrot round it. Nevertheless, it was in such a vessel that Leif Erikson crossed the Atlantic and established the first settlement on the American coast. It was a Scandinavian who first came to America, and if you will examine our records you will find that they continued to come. The Swedes settled on the Atlantic coast almost as soon as the Dutch. They had a colony on the Delaware River known as New Sweden within 15 years after Manhattan Island was bought of the Indians, and for 2 centuries thereafter the Swedish language was spoken in American churches of the Swedish Foundation. Many of the first families of Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey trace their descent from these Scandinavians. About a century ago the Norwegian Quakers began to come to the United States, and a little later there was a great immigration of the Swedes and then of the Danes. We have in the United States 1,100,000 of these people born in Scandinavia, and with their children they probably number 5 millions, or 1 person in every 20 living under the American flag. There are more Norwegians in the United States by 100,000 than there are in this city of Christiania, and we have 200,000 more Swedes than has Stockholm. These Scandinavians are among the best of our citizens. They are far above the average of our other foreign-born in education and in mechanical and literary ability. We have no better farmers, and as everyone knows, they take naturally to politics and have almost as much to do with governing our country as the Irish. Like the Irish, they have earned a reputation as fighters. Just now the Scandinavians are at peace, but they have had many wars in the past. Until about 1814, the Danes ruled the Norwegians, but when Napoleon was conquered, they lost out and Norway joined Sweden. These 2 countries kept together until 1905, when Norway split away and became independent, electing the brother of the present King of Denmark as ruler. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. In Christiania. No wonder the Norwegians feel at home in the United States. Their country is much like our pine lands of Michigan and Wisconsin. The farmhouses are not collected into villages as they are in France, Belgium, and Germany. They stand out alone on the fields, and most of the buildings are of wood, just as with us. The houses of the towns and cities are largely frame, and the villas about Christiania have their counterparts in St. Paul and Minneapolis. Indeed, the best residential section here is not at all unlike the best streets of St. Paul. There are many houses with gardens about them, and the frame cottage, with a multiplicity of gables such as is common all over America, is everywhere in evidence. The chief difference is in the roofs. Most of them are of shining tiles, usually red, but often black or yellow. The store buildings in Christiania are similar to ours as they were before we began to erect skyscrapers. There are 4, 5, or 6 stories and built in much the same way. The shops look the same, except that they are smaller than in cities of the same size in the United States, but their windows are well dressed and the merchants are businesslike. Indeed, if you could take an airplane and drop down into Christiania out of the darkness, you might suppose yourself in an American city. You would find the people big-boned and husky, and the women tall and mostly blue-eyed, fair-haired, and attractive. You would find American goods in the stores, American tools on the farms, and see that nearly all of the motor cars and motorcycles are of American make. Moreover, you would meet more motor trucks out in the country than in almost any other land of Western Europe. Christiania is situated at the head of a wide and deep fjord which winds its way in and out from here to the North Sea. At the head of the fjord are many little bays forming excellent harbors. These bays are filled with shipping, and one may see goods loading for and unloading from different parts of the world. Norway is one of the leading maritime nations of Europe. The Norwegians are natural sailors, and their boats ply on all the seas of the globe. They have an enormous carrying trade. They own several thousand steamships and about 6,000 sailing vessels, which earn every year many millions of dollars in carrying cargoes for traders in all countries. But come to Holmenkollen and see with your own eyes the capital of Norway. We can go there on an electric trolley with a reel on the roof as big as a flour barrel. It will lift us into the air higher above Christiania than the top of the Eiffel Tower is above Paris, and we shall have the city and harbor spread out before us. Our way up is past villas and patches of woods, and we land in one of the chief pleasure resorts of the Scandinavians. It is evening, the sun is just setting, and we have below us one of the fine city views of the world. I have looked down on the capitals of all the great nations. I have stood on the Eiffel Tower and photographed Paris. I have described Rio de Janeiro and its wonderful harbor from the Sugarloaf, a mighty rock that rises out of the sea facing the city, and have taken snapshots of Santiago de Chile from Santa Lucia, the high bluff crowned with gardens and trees that rises almost straight up in the midst of magnificent buildings encircled by the silver-topped Andes. I have looked down on Constantinople from the hills above Pera, upon Cairo with its wilderness of mosques from the citadel, and last but not least, upon our own national capital from the Washington Monument. Each of the cities has its own beauty, but Christiania compares favorably with all. The mighty fjord on which it is built is here studded with green islands and has many bays backed by forest-clad hills. The houses begin near the water. They rise out of the green, their white walls and roofs of red tile forming a wonderful picture. Such is the view from Holmenkollen in summer. In the winter, when everything is covered with snow, it is far finer, and the surroundings are then the gayest of all the homes of Jack Frost. On Holmenkollen is held the skiing derby. This is a great Olympic meet of snowshoers and skiers, to which sportsmen come not only from Norway, but from all other parts of North Europe. The Holmenkollen leap is made from a ledge not far from the site of the view I have described. The man on his skis jumps from this ledge high over the heads of the spectators gathered on the frozen lake and on the hillsides below, and then shoots down the slope. The jump is one of more than 100 feet and is watched by about 40,000 spectators who have seats in the grandstand put up on each side of the course, or stand in the bleachers, which the space under the ledge may be called. The leap is always attended by the royal family, by the members of Congress, and by the high society of Norway. The king himself is fond of skiing, and he and the crown prince frequently engage in the sport during the winter. In this they are like some of the monarchs of the Norwegian past, who, even before the discovery of America, were noted for their contests in jumping and gliding on these wooden runners over the snow. By whom the sport was originated no one knows, but 600 years before Christ these people were spoken of in the records as those who run on the ski. Skiing might be called the national sport of the Norwegians. I am told that the children are taught to ski when very young. They practice jumping over small things at first, increasing the extent of their leaps and slides as they grow up. Many of the villages have their ski clubs, and every little town has a tourist hut on the hills near by where the skiers take shelter. There are skiing parties during the winter, and young men and women go off together on long ski excursions. This means of locomotion is much used by the farmers of some parts of the country, and it is said that the snow is often so deep that from November until March the country folk must go about their business in this way. Skiing forms a part of the training of the Norwegian army. The soldiers must be able to run upon skis, and they practice being drawn on them behind a fast horse. Sometimes one man may ride the horse and have behind him several soldiers on skis, each of whom holds on to a strap tied to the saddle. The soldiers make charges on skis and run and jump and slide in formation over the snows. When one remembers the winter fighting of the Italians and Austrians, he can see how, in a mountainous country like Norway, such training might be almost invaluable. I have asked some questions as to just how skis are made. They are not like the snowshoes, which might be called a framework of strings fastened together somewhat like a tennis racket, but are long strips of wood 5 inches wide and about 7 feet in length. The best wood is the ash, which can be easily bent so that it turns up a bit at the toe. The ski varies in thickness throughout its length. In the middle, where the foot rests, it is an inch thick, but it grows thinner toward the front, curving up at the tip. It is fastened to the foot by straps and it should be well buckled on. On the downgrade, the skis are held parallel. The feet must be kept close together and the body well balanced. Sliding downhill, the speed may be that of an express train, and there are marathon races in which one man has made the record of 138 miles in a little more than 21 hours. This man was a Lapp. Their outdoor sports and their mountain climbing have helped to make these Norwegians among the healthiest people in the world. They are also prosperous looking. While one sees little display of wealth, there is a general look of thrift about them. Pauperism seems non-existent. Yet Christiania, like other cities, has its charitable institutions. The most famous of these is its great steam kitchen, which I have visited. It was established 60-odd years ago by benevolent people to provide wholesome food for the poor at low prices. The charter granted the company limited profits to 6% of the capital invested, with a provision that any balance should be paid into the poor fund of the city. For a while there was a deficit every year, which was made up by the stockholders, but at last the kitchen grew popular and began to pay dividends. It became one of the most profitable enterprises in Europe for the capital involved. But that does not change the fact that it has been most beneficial to the poor. Thousands of bachelor students and single working women take their meals there regularly, and hundreds of poor families are supplied with wholesome, well-cooked food at nominal cost. I found the steam kitchen in an ugly brown building not far from the business center of the city. It was noon when I entered, and there were then 500 men, women, and children eating at its marble tables. The men had their hats on, although many of the women were bareheaded. They were all well dressed for laboring people and all well behaved. Each person waited upon himself, taking his plate to the counter to have it filled with soup or meat. At the same time, boys and girls were coming in and going out carrying buckets of soup and meat home for dinner. Dinner is served from 10 in the morning until 6 in the evening to an average of more than 2,000 people. Some come twice, and their food for a whole day will cost them not more than 35 cents. Tickets are sold for the meals to be taken away from the building, and they are often bought in bundles by charitable people and given away. Sometimes, if a man does some odd job around a house, he is paid in cash and meal tickets. It is considered better to give beggars meal tickets than money. In the fruit season, the company runs a canning department. At the butcher shop, meats are sold, and the baking department sells bread at wholesale or retail to the general public. One effect of the steam kitchen is that it has practically abolished the lower class restaurants, which used to make money by selling inferior food to poor people. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Land of the Midnight Farm. How would you like to farm in a land where the sun works for you all night long, where you can harvest oats or dig potatoes at 1 o'clock in the morning, and where the long days make the crops fairly leap from the ground? That is what they have here in Norway, where in summer the sun shines at midnight and the twilight is working when the rest of the world is asleep. In the northern part the sun stays up till 12 o'clock. I have seen the same thing on the Yukon in the heart of Alaska, and I have read newspapers in both countries by sunlight between night and morning. The shortness of the summer is compensated by the long light, and the fact that nature works 16 or more hours every day. This is one of the advantages of Norwegian farming. There are disadvantages as well. One is that there is not much land to farm. The country is so covered with rocks and trees that in every 100 acres only 3 have been put under the plow and 75 produce nothing of value. There is only one large area of good farming land, and that is not half so big as Rhode Island. It lies at the southwestern end of Norway near Denmark, which country it greatly resembles. This region is smooth and gently rolling, and it produces good crops. Coming northward from Copenhagen to Christiania, I rode for 4 hours through southern Norway. The whole way was spotted with what might be called handkerchiefs of land in the midst of the rocks. In some places the handkerchiefs lay amid half-buried boulders of granite, and fat black and white cattle were feeding upon them. Some were cultivated and had little crops of oats and potatoes. I was nowhere out of sight of the primeval rock, and the land made me think of the half-bald head of old Mother Earth, with patches of hair, the pine trees, scattered here and there over it. The rocks had been scoured by the great ice sheet which rolled from here down over Europe, and it reminded me of the Matopos Hills in South Africa, where Cecil Rhodes is buried. Every few miles we passed lakes and streams. The latter were filled with logs of pulpwood floating down to the mills to be made into paper. Now and then we went by a sawmill or a pulp factory, and in many places they were shipping lumber and pulp. Since I have been in Christiania, I have motored out through the country. The farmers are now gathering in their crops for the winter, harvesting oats and digging potatoes. The potato is the chief root crop that can be grown here at a profit, and the annual yield is about 25 million bushels. I stopped at a field where men and women were gathering the tubers into barrels for the market. The field contained 60 acres. It was the largest body of farmland I saw during the trip. The chief grain crop of Norway is oats. It is grown all over the country, and a large part of it comes from little patches surrounded by rocks. In this ride it seemed to me that every patch of good soil was yellow with oats. Some of the fields made me think of an octopus, its back containing the body of the crop and its yellow arms stretching out into the rocks. Where the grain was cut, the shocks were no bigger around than my waist and about 8 feet in height. There would be scores of these tall golden figures standing like ghosts in one single field. In other places the grain, tied in lean sheaves, was hung upon racks like so much laundry to dry in the sun and the wind. Posts with projecting pins on them are driven into the ground, and long poles are laid on the pins to form racks 10 or 12 feet long. On these the oat sheaves are hung, overlapping one another so as to shed the rain. Some of the racks ran across the length of the fields, making walls or fences of oats as high as my head. You all remember the poem of the Judge and Maud Muller? Maud Muller on a summer's day raked the meadow sweet with hay. That is the American version. In Norway it would read, when the young judge was seeking votes, he saw Maud Muller binding oats. Every farm in Norway has its Maud Mullers, and they all vote. They are blonde damsels who work bareheaded and bare-armed side by side with the men. The whole family of the farmer helps with the harvesting. I stopped at a grain field today where a father, his son, and 2 daughters were reaping oats. The son was a husky 6-footer, and the girls, 15 or 16 years of age, were fair-haired and blue-eyed. The boy was cutting the oats with a scythe, and the girls followed behind and raked it together, binding it in small sheaves with the straw as a binder. At the same time the father was shocking. He did this by making a hole in the ground with a crowbar and then driving down a pole about 8 feet in height. When this was fixed firmly, he took the first sheaf of oats and pulled it down around the pole to the ground. He then put on another, and so continued until the sheaves reached the top of the pole, which he capped so that the shock would shed the rain. In the United States, most of our oat crop is cut by machinery and often bound and threshed by the reaper. The fields here are too small for heavy farm implements, although on the larger estates some reapers and iron hay rakes are used. The first American tractor which was brought here created a sensation, and there are now about 300 of them in use. Most of the crops, however, are still cultivated and harvested by hand. In some parts of the mountains the hay, rolled up into bundles, slides down on wire ropes to the barns far below. A famous institution among Norway mountaineers is the summer dairy called a Sæter. This consists of a sod-roofed hut and cowshed on a mountainside close to a lake or stream. In June or July the farm girls drive the family cows and goats to these pastures and settle down to 2 or 3 months of lonely milking and butter and cheese making. The girls are considered by their families to be quite as safe on the mountainsides by themselves as in their own homes, while occasionally, for company, their sweethearts will climb up on Sunday to see them. In the cool days of September they return to their homes with a winter's supply of fine cheese and good butter. But the wages prevailing in tourist hotels are winning Norwegian girls away from the farm and the seder, while every year thousands of them emigrate to the United States and Canada, where they are in great demand as housekeepers and farmers' wives. Another farm task in Norway usually turned over to the women is the stripping of mountain ash trees for fodder. In August, the leaves and red berries are pulled off and carefully stored away for the cattle to eat during the winter. In much the same way, young birch shoots are gathered and fed to the sheep. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Norwegian Woods and Waters. I should like to write fully concerning farming on the edge of the fjords and the beauties of this European Northland, but scenic Norway is another story. There is no other country on earth where the teeth of old Neptune have so gnawed the gigantic rocks lining the shore until the ocean runs far into the land with cliffs on each side a half-mile or more high. None but Alaska has such a necklace of islands, and few have pine woods which compare with the forests that half cover this country. In my rides through the farm regions, I have been in the woods almost all the time. The pines grow right up to the edge of Christiania, and there is scarcely a place where the birch and the fir are not to be found. 1 acre in every 5 is covered with woods, and among the chief exports are logs, lumber, wood pulp, and paper. During the World War, Norway furnished a great deal of cellulose, an extract of wood pulp used for making explosives. At that time an industry sprang up in Germany based upon a wood wool that might be woven into textiles of one kind or another. The paper clothing used by the Germans was made in this way. The patent for artificial wool has been acquired by Norway, so we may yet have paper coats and trousers from her pines and firs. Most recently, cellulose has been used as cattle feed, and the industrial chemists have found a way to make alcohol out of the waste. A number of the cellulose mills now have alcohol factories in connection with them, and these, it is believed, will greatly advance the industry, which already employs some thousands of the best workers of Norway. On this trip to Europe I have found every country through which I have passed wide awake to its hydroelectric possibilities. The coal shortage during the war stimulated the study of replacing coal with electricity whenever possible, either by establishing electric works at the mines or by harnessing the waterfalls. I have already written of the great scheme for making the river Rhone run the railways and factories of France, and told how Belgium expects to electrify some of her trunk lines. White coal projects are being considered even in Holland and Denmark, countries which have no coal and are so flat that they have no waterfalls of great value. Here in Scandinavia, where the whole peninsula is flecked white with falling water, it is one of the live questions of the hour. Norway has more waterfalls than Sweden. It leads all the countries of Europe and comes next to the United States in the extent of its available water power. The government is now investigating the matter, and according to the latest surveys, there is enough falling water to produce 15 million horsepower. Our available water power is not more than 60 millions, and Sweden, which ranks after Norway, has only half or perhaps 2/3 as much. France has less than 6 million available horsepower, and Spain only 5. The Republic of Finland has, it is estimated, about 3 millions, or twice the power resources of Switzerland, where one would naturally expect to find the most extensive falls of the world. 15 million horsepower. These are figures for the white coal of this land of granite and pine, where the black coal is so poor that it runs out in peat. 15 million horsepower. Some engineers estimate that it takes 10 tons of black coal turned into steam to produce 1 horsepower throughout every day for a year, so that this white coal must be multiplied by 10 to appreciate its value as compared with that of the black coal of the world. On this basis, it is annually worth just 150 million tons of soft coal, or 1/10 of all the coal product of the whole world today. We produce more coal than any other country, turning out annually something like 600 million tons, or 4 times as much in power as Norway's possible product in her waterfall value. England produces only half as much as we do, and the other lands of the world produce less. This white coal of Norway lies in waterfalls all over the country, and the rainfall in the reservoirs in the shape of lakes and basins, which can be filled by inexpensive dams, ensure a steady supply of electricity the whole year around. In many other countries, the hydroelectric power can be used only 6 or 8 months, and for the rest of the year, the streams are so low that steam must be used. This is true at the Zambezi Falls, the Niagara of South Africa. At times it is said they could produce what would be 35 million horsepower if the Zambezi kept up, but the flow dwindles almost to nothing when the river is low. As to the horsepower already developed, Norway has more than 1,200,000. This, although only about 1/4 our development, far exceeds that of any country of Europe. Many of these waterfalls are right over the ocean. They compare with some we have in southeastern Alaska. The water plunges from the high cliffs directly down into the deep fjords, so that the largest steamers can dock near the power stations. The fjords are free from ice throughout the year, and the opportunities for large factories are many. Some of the falls on their course from the hills to the sea have a drop of from 1,600 feet to more than a mile, and the many large lakes enable their discharges to be easily regulated. The falls are scattered throughout the country so that long transmission lines will not be needed to bring the electricity right into the homes of the people. Of the 1,200,000 horsepower already developed, 1/4 is devoted to supplying electricity for lighting, for streetcar systems, and for household and farm use, while the remainder is consumed by large industries. Of the available horsepower, about 1/7 is owned by the government, an equal amount by municipalities large and small, and the rest by private companies. The greatest future development will be, perhaps, in the electrochemical and electrometallurgical industries. Norway is now taking nitrogen from the air, and by means of her waterfalls is turning it into artificial fertilizers that will compete with the nitrates of Chile. Nitrates of lime and cyanide are also produced in large quantities. There is one firm which uses 250,000 horsepower for such purposes. They are making a great deal of calcium carbide, and the electrochemical products have reached an export value of more than $100 million. Among the largest of the resources of Norway are those contained in the sea. One of these is fish. These sons of the Vikings are expert fishermen, and before the war they were shipping almost 2.5 million pounds of dried fish to America. The Norwegian dried cod, or split fish, goes everywhere. As far back as 1812, Norway exported 3 million pounds of dried cod, and she now sells to other countries more than 30 times that amount. The government considers the business so important that it sends men to lecture to the fishermen and tell them how to split the cod and dry them best for the market. Another big fish export is the herring, and just now the whale fishing is paying well. These Norwegians go all over the world hunting whales. Recently their best grounds have been in the Antarctic Ocean, where as many as 10,000 whales have been caught in one year. The ships use the harpoon grenade, which was invented by a Norwegian. This is a bomb with a time fuse so set that it explodes inside the whale. The harpoon is discharged from a gun mounted on the prow of the ship. The bomb either kills the whale outright or so wounds it that it can be easily taken. A large part of the profit is now coming from the whale oil, which, by a new invention, is hardened into a fat that takes the place of butter and margarine. Scientific tests have proved that this fish butter can be absorbed into one's system quite as easily as other edible fats. It is due to this hardened whale butter that Norway was spared the fat famine common to most of the countries of Europe during the war. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. An Island City of the North. More than 1,000 miles north of Boston, about 4,000 miles east of New York, and 150 miles nearer the North Pole than Sitka, Alaska, lies a city of islands. It is founded on granite ground smoothed by the glaciers when all northern Europe was covered with ice, and the rocks upon which it is built are divided by mighty rivers. It has 60 miles of islands between it and one of the greatest salt seas of the world, and behind it is a freshwater lake whose islands by actual count number 1,630. The islands in front extend on and on to the Baltic and run north and south, and eastward to Finland. The picturesque scenery surrounding this city, created by God and improved by man, has its counterpart nowhere else in the world. This island city has been called the Venice of the North, but the name Venice is much overworked. It has been tacked on to Amsterdam, to Bangkok, Siam, to Suzhou, China, and to every other municipality that has a dozen or more little waterways in it. The city of which I write has no river narrower than the Grand Canal at Venice, and the streams that roll around it and through it are so broad and so deep that steamers plow their course to its heart. The name of this city is Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. Venice stands on a marsh. Amsterdam rests upon piles which, as they have sunk, have made its houses lean backward and forward as though they were drunk. Bangkok, built on the windings of the Menam, has houses which float, and the same is also true of Petrograd, which, owing to the negligence of the Soviet government, is fast sinking back into the morass out of which it rose at the command of Peter the Great. There is nothing unstable about the foundation of Stockholm. Its granite base dates back thousands of years to the days when the great ice sheet melted and left these rocks bare. Therefore the buildings are massive. Those near the water are so heavy that they could not keep their heads above it in any of the half-floating cities I have mentioned. The Palace of the King is a huge structure of granite covering more than 3 acres and surrounding a square court. It was built on an island 16 years before we declared our independence of England. Sweden is older than any other state in Europe and has been a kingdom for about 1,200 years. The government today is a constitutional monarchy with a Riksdag or Congress of 2 chambers. The first has 150 members who are elected by certain town and county councils for terms of 8 years, and the second has 230 members, chosen in general elections every 4 years. Women have the right to vote, and there are some in the Riksdag. On another island, a pistol shot away, are the Houses of Parliament, which cost several $1,000,000. A few more islands beyond is one which has the new City Hall with a high tower surmounted by a Greek temple of copper ending in a great ball of gold hanging like a full moon in the sky. Above this golden ball, at the end of a golden staff, are the 3 gold crowns that form the coat of arms of the nation. The City Hall is a massive $10 million structure of red brick with a roof of bright copper here and there turned green by the weather. The copper was laid on in plates, each of which represents the patriotic spirit of the citizens. During the World War, when taxes went up and the price of copper rose to the skies, the City Council decided that the red metal roof must be abandoned on account of the cost. Thereupon the Stockholmers began to subscribe. Individual after individual put his hand in his pocket and brought out $6 to buy one of these copper shingles, as we might call the plates which cover the building. Nobody was allowed to give more than 1 plate, but thousands contributed, and thus the building was roofed. The name of each donor is engraved on the plate he paid for. It was in the motor launch of the United States Minister, with the American flag flying at the stern, that I made my way through this city of islands. Suppose you sit down beside me, and we shall make part of the journey over again. The launch is what is called an outside archipelago boat. This means that it is big enough and strong enough to travel the seas, and that in it one could, if he would, venture across the Baltic to Finland. The launch is about 40 feet long and 10 or more feet in width, with a gasoline engine not far from the center. It uses its 60-cent gasoline without a carburetor, and it is run by a Swedish engineer. We start at the Grand Hotel Royal, an immense building facing the quay, and go upstream past the palace. We pass a dozen little steamers in from the Baltic, and glide under the granite arches of the bridge to the island of Staden. We just graze the boat of a fisherman who is using a windlass to cast a net 10 feet in diameter into the water. Scores of men like him may be seen fishing here at any hour of the day. On the right we can see the Royal Opera House, where last night we heard Battistini, the successor of Caruso, in Rigoletto, and beyond it the King's Garden, the chief winter promenade of the capital. Still further on are the Foreign Offices, banks, and other large structures, while in the rear along narrow streets is the business section with its many stores filled with fine goods. As we move onward, we go by island after island, each rising from its smooth rock of granite. On some there are factories, on others warehouses and great lumber yards. On one we see the city prison, and on another the military academy, or West Point of Sweden, which here faces the water, as does our great school on the Hudson. There are private schools on the same island, with an athletic ground near the water where 20 blue-eyed, light-haired children are playing. We stop and photograph the girls in their ring around the rosy, and snap the boys running back and forth in association football. The children look and act the same as our school children at home, only they are much more polite. Every boy raises his cap when we leave, and as we chug away from the wharf they give us a hearty class yell of rah, rah, rah. The Swedes are a cultured people. The University of Uppsala was founded before Columbus discovered our hemisphere, and has 2,500 students today. There are all sorts of schools and academies, and a common school education is compulsory. The percentage of illiteracy is far lower than in the United States, and one may travel for days and not find a man or a child who cannot read and write. The women are well educated, and some have made their mark in literature. Selma Lagerlöf is one of the leading women writers of today. One of her stories has been translated into 12 languages, and her fairy tale, The Wonderful Adventures of Nils, which tells how a Swedish boy turned to a pygmy and took a ride over Sweden on the back of a wild goose, ranks with the stories of Grimm and Hans Christian Andersen. It is now used in the reading and geography classes in the primary schools. Miss Lagerlöf has been awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature, and is the only woman among the 18 immortals elected to the Swedish Academy. Besides viewing the city from the waterways, I have spent much of my time on the streets. Among the things that I like here are the telephones of Stockholm. Many of them stand alone on the street corners or in the parks, looking like sentry boxes walled with glass. Each has slots for small coins, and in each is a printed card giving the rates for Stockholm and all Sweden. There are telephones in the restaurants, where some of the tables have telephone extensions. Suppose you are sitting there and want to send a message home, or to ask a question of someone in another part of the country. All you do is to crook your finger, the waiter brings a phone to your table, and you call up whom you please. The hello girls here are government employees, for the government runs the telephones. They are very polite, and you don't have to ring more than once. They pronounce the word hello as though it were spelt halloo, with the accent on the last syllable, and they never tell you the line is busy when it is not. Another thing I like here in Stockholm is the food. These Swedes are among the best livers of modern humanity. They eat early and late, and take snacks between times. One curious feature of their gastronomy is known as the smorgasbord, a sort of appetizer eaten before the regular luncheon and dinner. This is sometimes served at the dinner table, and sometimes at a separate table in another room, or in the dining room itself. Imagine a long board covered with scores of dishes filled with all sorts of relishes, salads, and salt meats, fish, and cheese. The guests are supposed to step up and help themselves to any or all of the dishes set out, the idea being to work up an appetite for the real meal to come. I dined the other day at the Opera House restaurant, and paid a small extra charge for the smorgasbord. Besides hams, pickles, and dried fish, there were dried reindeer meat from northern Sweden, caviar from Russia, half a dozen salads, bread and butter, and 4 kinds of drinks. The Swedes are great eaters indeed, but they are now trying to decrease their drinking. They have worked out a new method of regulating the sale of intoxicating liquors, which they think is much better than our form of prohibition. The country has had different kinds of temperance legislation in the past, and recently on a straight referendum for or against prohibition, 51% of the votes cast were wet and 49% dry. The result of that vote was to continue the system of strict regulation which many conservative Swedes consider preferable to ours. This is to sell no drinks except to those who have what are known as matbooks. These are given out by local liquor societies authorized by law to decide just who may have the right to buy liquor and how much he may buy. The most anyone can have is 4 liters, or less than a gallon per month, and he has to be beyond suspicion to get that. The matbook, which is about the size of a savings bank passbook, is issued only upon application and investigation. The applicant must write down full information concerning his birth, antecedents, and residence, and record the amount of his assessed income and the rent he pays. If he is behind in his taxes, he will not get a book, and if he has been arrested for drunkenness, his chances are slim. If his application is granted, he fills out and signs a card which is filed in the store where he buys his liquors. Each time a sale is made, a detachable slip, upon which the owner signs his name, is left as a receipt for the liquor delivered, and his signature must be verified with the card in the store bearing his name. His book shows the record of just how much he has bought, and there is no chance for him to run over the quota allotted to him. Only one of these matbooks is given out to the head of a family, husband or wife, and none to anyone under 21 years of age. The law also provides regulations for the restaurants and cafes selling liquors. I am told that drunkenness has greatly decreased since the inauguration of the matbook system, and that the amount of alcohol sold illicitly has dwindled more than one half. I have before me a card giving a diagram of the decline in street drunkenness, in the number of hospital alcoholic cases, and in the cases of chronic alcoholism in the city of Stockholm over an 8-year period. The street drunkenness declined 67%. The hospital cases an equal amount, and chronic alcoholism was reduced by 80%. The first figures were taken from the books of the police and the last 2 from hospital records. A curious condition was produced here by the almost absolute prohibition caused by the blockade in those war years, when almost no liquor could be brought in and legally sold. This, the authorities claim, had much the same effect of increasing drunkenness as our own wets maintain that prohibition has had in the United States. As soon as the people here found they could not buy all the liquor they wanted at reasonable prices, illegal stills were set going, and the private manufacturer and bootlegger flooded the market, so that drunkenness increased by leaps and bounds. It kept going until liquor was supplied by the matbook system, and then drunkenness began to decline. Now that the people can get liquor legally, the bootleggers have vanished. Dr. Ivan Bratt, who is the originator of this matbook system and at the head of the movement for the regulation of liquor in Sweden, tells me that because of the illegal selling always arising out of total prohibition, he believes strictly controlled, legalized trade in liquors is best. He says there are many factors that prevent prohibition from being entirely prohibitive, and that no law can be enforced unless there is a general sentiment in its favor. Otherwise, he says, it will have the opposite effect from what was intended. He does not believe prohibition as it now exists in the United States can be a permanent success. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Industrial Sweden. These Swedes have business ability. They know how to make money and save it, although, like us Americans, they are always trying to get something for nothing and oftentimes fail. They are good farmers and have been manufacturers and traders since long before the days of the Hanseatic League. About half of the population are farmers, and the other half are engaged in manufacturing and in buying and selling. Sweden is one of the big countries of Europe. It is not quite equal to France or Germany, and it is small in comparison with Russia, but it is about 300 miles wide and almost as long as the distance from Cleveland to New Orleans. It is about half as large again as Great Britain and Ireland, and if you could cut it into patches and lay it on the United States, it would cover Pennsylvania, Ohio, Virginia, and New York. It is about as many people as Belgium and more than twice as many as Switzerland. The latitude of Sweden corresponds generally with that of Alaska. Our icebox of the north dips farther south, but Sweden reaches also into the lands of the midnight sun, and there is one town, Luleå, from which the railroad starts on its way to Narvik in Norway, which has a summer day 23 hours long. And still Sweden supports just about 6 million people, who live better than most of the inhabitants of Europe. They have comfortable homes. As in Norway, the houses of the cities are much like those of the United States, and those of the country are frame cottages, which compare favorably with the homes on our farms. The people are famous for their health and longevity, and the population is increasing almost as fast as that of any country of Europe. According to statistics, the Scandinavians live longer on the average than any other people of the world. They are a big people and look like giants compared with the French and Belgians and the sawed-off inhabitants of the Balkans and some parts of Poland. They have the fairest hair, the bluest eyes, the longest skulls, and the best lungs of any race on the face of the earth. In going through the country, I have been surprised at the small extent of farmland in Sweden in comparison with the number of farms. There are altogether 428,000 agricultural holdings, and of these 1/4 are under 5 acres and more than 200,000 range from 5 to 50 acres in size. As far as I can see, the soil is rich. It is black and it raises big crops of clover and oats. Wheat, rye, and potatoes are grown. There is plenty of hay, but there is so much rain that the hay is often put on racks to dry and then stored away in barns. Every haycock has a stick in it to give it air, and in some places the hay is dried on wire fences like clothes on a line. Everything looks thrifty. There are many red wooden houses with white shutters and trimmings, and along the railroad are fences of stones, boards, and rails. One thing that has had a great effect on farm and country life is the revival of home industries. Throughout the Middle Ages, the cottages of Sweden hummed with all sorts of handicraft, spinning, weaving, basket and lace making, and metalworking. But modern conditions tended to discourage these cottage industries until Arthur Hazelius devoted himself to the revival of what he feared were becoming lost arts. He gave all his money to the cause and went about asking others to give with so much earnestness and such good results that he was called the Prince of Beggars. There was set up at Stockholm the Northern Museum, in which are reproduced the household life, furniture, dress, customs, and arts of practically every part of Sweden. In the park of Skansen, on the heights overlooking Stockholm, is a kind of annex to the museum. Here farmhouses transplanted from the various provinces have been fitted up with the typical products of home handicraft, and are occupied by people living and working just as they would in their own homes. In a special camp there are even Lapps, settled here with their reindeer and dogs, and making knives of horn and shoes of deerskin. Skansen, the first open-air museum of the sort in Europe, is the model for like ethnographical collections in other countries. As a result of Hazelius's efforts, interest in the old home industries has revived, and they are now taught in the schools. One course of instruction gives 68 exercises in carpentry to boys from 10 to 14, and weaving, working in iron, and all kinds of embroidery and needlework are taught. In some villages, men, women, and children now go to church every Sunday in garments woven and dyed at home, and one of the Swedish princesses favors peasant costumes for her ladies in her summer home. Tens of thousands of kroner are earned by the country people every year by the sale of baskets, lacework, and carvings made in their homes, and there are more workmen engaged in the industries of the rural districts than in the shops of cities and towns. As to the big industries, the country has a number of centers such as Gothenburg and Eskilstuna, where manufacturing has been carried on for generations. Eskilstuna is the Sheffield of Sweden. It is famous for the knives, razors, and locks which has been turning out for 150 years. One of our presidents had 7 razors sent him by a friend from the steel factories at Eskilstuna. Each was marked with his name and a day of the week, and he was supposed to use a different one every morning. I don't know whether he ever made a mistake and shaved with Thursday's razor on a Monday. I have taken the trip over to Gothenburg, Sweden's chief seaport. It is also the terminus of the Gotha Canal, which goes right through Sweden, crossing Lakes Vänern and Vätter, the 2 largest lakes in the country. Gothenburg has as many people as Atlanta, and it grows like one of our big towns of the West. It is a manufacturing center making iron, steel, and machinery, as well as sugar and beer. It has cotton factories and also shipbuilding works. The town is perhaps the most enterprising in Sweden and in many respects surpasses Stockholm. Sweden has glass factories and porcelain factories famous all over the world. There is a famous factory at Jönköping which started making matches about the time we were fighting the Mexican War, and is still working. It has now one machine that produces 40,000 boxes of matches an hour. That town is at the head of the matchmaking industry of the world. This country makes diesel engines and ball bearings, and it is going into electrochemicals, increasing its output of the latter product by millions of kroner a year. It makes powder, dynamite, and munitions, and all sorts of woodwork, as well as wood pulp and paper. It is one of the great timber countries of the world, and ships logs and boards to all parts of northern Europe. Many pages might be devoted to telling what Sweden has done in her manufactures of fine iron and steel. She has some of the purest ore in the world, and that still available is said to be more than 1,100 million tons, which should yield about 3/4 billion tons of metallic iron. Some of her ore grades more than 80% pure, and she has great beds of new deposits in the north, which are far above the ore values of the best of our iron about Lake Superior. The Swedes have been making iron since long before the days of the Crusaders, and in the 18th century they were supplying 4/5 of all that metal used by mankind. At that time the ore came from central Sweden, and ran from 50 to 60% pure. The smelting was done with charcoal. The veins were from 15 to 36 feet in thickness, and as a rule about 700 feet long. Iron is still being mined in the same region, and it will be long before the ore is exhausted. Today Sweden makes 92% of all the highest grade iron ore of Europe. The most important Swedish ore of the future, however, will come from the new mines under the North Pole. Away up above the Arctic Circle in Lapland, there are beds of iron like those we have about Lake Superior, where the ore is dug out with giant steam shovels. There is one place where it lies on the top of a mountain. The ore field is more than 100 yards wide and 3 miles in length. The percentage of iron in this ore is even higher than that of central Sweden. About 2 years ago more than 30 million tons had already been taken out of some of these mines, and the total deposits are said to equal more than 1 billion tons. The railway the Swedes have built to bring out this iron is the farthest north of any on earth. It runs from the port of Luleå at the head of the Gulf of Bothnia, a long arm of the Baltic, across the Scandinavian peninsula to Narvik in Norway, where, owing to the influence of the ocean currents, the harbor is open all the year, although it is farther north than Arctic Alaska. This road is almost 300 miles long and is run entirely by electricity. It is the second longest electric road in the world, being surpassed only by the electrified stretch of the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul in the United States. The power comes from the Porthos Falls, which serve the iron mines also, and they furnish enough power to run the whole road with plenty to spare. The Porthos plant is one of the giant hydroelectric stations of the world, It has an 80,000-volt transmission line and can develop 50,000 horsepower for the greater part of the year. The construction of the dam and power station, which was accomplished in the space of a few months, was one of the great feats of hydroelectric engineering. The long darkness of the winter days was dissipated by a perpetual glare of electric light over the dam and the mushroom town of red frame houses. The intense cold and the ice were fought by running electrically heated rods through the backwater of the dam and by heating shelters for the army of workmen employed. There are other waterfalls nearby which will yield 180,000 horsepower, and the Luleå River alone, it is said, can develop more than 300,000 horsepower in turbines. Around Kiruna are some of the largest and richest iron deposits of the world. The town lies at the foot of an iron mountain, and the ore veins run down under a lake which thus may be said to have an iron bottom. The length of the ore vein is about 3 miles, and the deposits are more than 750,000 tons. 30 years ago Kiruna had not a single house. Now it is a town of 10,000 people and has moving picture shows, the farthest north trolley cars in the world, and a Salvation Army headquarters. Most of the people were brought in from the south, as the Lapps who live in this region cling to their nomadic life in the open. The Laplanders are scattered all the way from Russia to Norway. Their total number is probably less than 10,000. They are Mongols, but shorter than the Tartars of northern China. The women are less than 5 feet in height. The Lapps have yellowish brown skin, but their eyes do not slant. Some of these people have permanent habitations, but their dwellings are usually huts of mud or turf or of birch trunks set close together and covered with earth. Some of the sod huts have glass windows, and in those close to the towns or railroad one sometimes finds a sewing machine or an alarm clock. In their wanderings the Lapps usually make a wide swing around Kiruna and other settlements, putting up their tents of skins and living largely on milk and dried reindeer meat. The Swedish government makes little effort to get them to change their ways, but is teaching them how to handle the reindeer and to raise larger herds, somewhat as the United States Bureau of Education is doing with the Eskimos of Alaska. Most of the Lapps in Norway have been induced to settle down as small farmers, but of the 6,000 of these little people living in Sweden, more than half are still nomads. Sweden has practically no black coal worthwhile, but its white coal is equal in energy producing value to 67,500,000 tons per annum. This alone is equal to more than 1/10 the annual product of our coal mines. Sweden has available water power approximating 7 million horsepower, of which more than 1 million horsepower belongs to the state. The country is undergoing an extensive hydroelectric development, and plans have been made for its gradual electrification. The southern part, which includes the best farmlands, is covered with transmission lines which give power and light to most of the people. The development is now being extended throughout central Sweden, and later it will go on to the settlements of the north. There are few countries so blessed in water power. Sweden consists of a plain sloping from the Norwegian plateau down to the Baltic, with streams running across it like the ribs of a leaf. These rivers roll over rocks and can be made to yield water power every few miles. There are 10,000s of lakes and ponds which serve as basins, and the streams can be easily dammed. On my trip to Gothenburg, I visited at Trollhättan the falls of the Göta älv River, considered by many the finest in Europe. This river forms the outlet of Lake Venner, and the falls are far superior to those of the Rhine at Schaffhausen. There are 6 different cataracts and numerous rapids distributed over a distance almost a mile long. The fall is only 106 feet in all, but the water foams and boils as it dashes over the rocks into the cauldrons below. Here there are great pits of boiling waves speckled with foam. A little farther on the torrents dash down mighty cliffs with a deafening roar, and then flow on into the green river below. The force is so great that it gives a water power equal to 200,000 horses, all pulling at once, and the biggest power plant of South Sweden is located here. A number of factories have been built to take advantage of this power, and Trollhättan is fast becoming an industrial center. Just after the World War, many people of Sweden found themselves in severe financial straits. Shortly after its outbreak, the country was swept by tidal waves of gold from Russia and Germany. A neutral, she sold to the Allies as well as to the Kaiser, supplying raw materials in the way of iron and timber, as well as steel bars and other stuff for munitions. To Germany, she sent wrought iron, cast iron in pigs, and cellulose which was made into clothing. The result was that all the industrial stocks rose in value and speculation was rife. New companies were organized by the hundreds and the market was flooded with millions of new shares. During the 4 years of the war, the bank clearings increased 500%, the deposits were doubled, and the savings accounts grew by hundreds of millions of dollars. The people were shut off from investing abroad and bought local stocks. They kept on buying, thinking that the higher the stocks rose, the more money they were making. Then the war neared its close. Sweden was cut off from the rest of the world and its business dwindled to nothing. Everything fell, the companies stopped paying dividends, and those who owned shares were forced to sell to be able to live. There was no demand for the stocks outside of Sweden. They dropped lower and lower, and thousands were ruined. The money of Sweden is on a gold basis, and for this reason the lands of inflated paper currencies could not trade with her. And so good hard money here caused ruin, while just across the Baltic cheap paper was bringing a like condition to Germany. Truly the economic situation of Europe passeth all understanding. But a country like this cannot be permanently injured by any temporary money depression. Swedish business is based upon gold, and the national debt is only $350 per family. The country has assets of 3 or 4 billions of dollars and obligations of only about 1/10 that amount. The government has a surplus of more than 500 million gold dollars. The farm products of Sweden bring in $500 million per annum, and its 10,000 factories annually make goods approximating $750 million in value. The forest industries of Sweden alone produce something like $100 million every year, and from its waterfalls it is now getting about 1.25 million horsepower, with upward of 5 million more horsepower yet to be developed. The government itself has properties valued at more than $800 million, and before the World War these were annually yielding a revenue of about $500 million. The income from them was then equal to 2.5 times the interest on the national debt. At that time the national wealth was increasing, and inasmuch as it lies largely in natural resources and national thrift, it is bound to continue to grow. End of chapter 39. End of From France to Scandinavia by Frank G. Carpenter.